Oh, what is up, one and all, and a happy Monday. Hopefully the week has treated you with kindness to begin with. Maybe we can actually provide a kind face and a happy outcome to the Monday, because we're going to be having a fun day, actually, guys. Some of the games couldn't be broadcasted, right, or they weren't covered on EGC, which I think most people were watching. So, with that in mind, I thought it'd be cool to actually kick off by checking out Dumu versus Anatan. Boom. And then after that, and whoopsie, I just realized that is a naughty boy move from me. I'm missing a key thing. In fact, I'm missing two key things here. Let me just go ahead and add these. When have we been using this other scene? Oops. Is there any way that we can make that naturally work? Probably not. I don't really want to use KPM scene because that's just confusing for people. The hymns one's confusing. Huh. I totally forgot about this scene because it's like weird. I mean, I guess I could like, could I not just use this one? That's going to be weird. I don't know where I put the draft. All right. Anyway, we'll hop and skip between. We have got Anatan versus Dumu. I'm going to be checking in on the EGC series that they played on the weekend. It looked like it was a very interesting one. And I am gutted we did not cast it on the main channel. So I thought that'd be a really cool way to kick off. And then, of course, we'll be looking into a bunch of pub games from the absolute best in the world. And we'll take it from there. But yeah, it should be a fun one. Also, just remember I need to switch because I was trying a different monitor setup the other day. So I need to make sure I set this back to be my primary display. There we go. Yeah. And the announcement is out. We talked about it on Friday. KPMM will return. We'll have more details as the dates roll in closer. In fact, that's just reminding me I've got like a gajillion things I need to do, people I need to talk to, things I need to sort. My life never ends, which is, I guess, a good thing. Life ending is pretty dark. But also, oh my God, when can I get a break? I also discovered that, like, I brought a cheap USB extender on Amazon. That was a mistake. So I got a new one coming for tomorrow. Hopefully we don't have any cutouts or anything, because I did notice there was like a weird little cutout happening occasionally, and it seems to be that. But let's get ready to hop into AoE 4. Wow, actually, like, AoE 4 is not the first thing on my list because I played a bunch of different games over the weekend. But how you guys been? How depressed were you before Friday? When you thought it was all over? Man, I am pounding the pavement, by the way, to not just come back with that. I'm going to see if we can actually get additional things involved. Why are you doing push-ups on a day? Dynamite. Someone time him out. Someone time that guy out. Like, bro. In this weather, you're redeeming push-ups. That's just like, that's disrespectful. That's so uncalled for. What did I do to deserve that, dude? Dude. Bro. I don't even know if I can, like, the camera won't be able to see, you know that, right? You just have to trust. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Whoa, dude, my floor is getting dusted, by the way. Oh, dust is the wrong word. It may sound dirty. So I have like basic laminate flooring panel type things, and you can see where the chair has been sitting all this time. It's like, dude, it's not even. It doesn't even have the veneer anymore. It's like the MDF underneath it, where, you know, just been like shh everywhere. That's kind of crazy. Great, something else I need to sort. If we time out, will it cancel the push-ups? I mean, if we ban someone, don't we just pretend they're not here anymore? I'm pretty sure that's how that works. Anyway, let's get ready for game number 1. Oh, bloody hell. I'm already hot after that. That was so uncalled for. That's so mean. Also, I'm not even sure if my fan is off. Well, it says it's oscillating, but I think it's full of crap, personally. goodness gracious. Just so many things to do in so little time as well. Oh, dude. The Monday hit me in a different way because I'm like, oh, what do we do? I wanted to try and... So I'm going to try and figure out... So I've got to try and pitch some other tournament ideas and find funding for them. And I've also got to try and find some funding to do some extra show matches because I was thinking like, I don't really want to take the month off. We might have a day where we try and find some variety streaming to mix in for July. But like, I was like, wouldn't it be cool if at least on maybe Tuesday I can organize an extra show match? And I'll probably have to burn money out of my own pocket for it. But maybe that'd be cool. So I need to actually make sure that I chase after some players tonight to see who's available tomorrow. Maybe around like 1 or 2 p.m. UK time would be pretty sick. Didn't opt for the time off. So like... You're a funny guy. It's not really that simple, is it? As a content creator, you don't really get to take time off. I'm not lyric or shroud sized or whatever, so the concept of like taking weeks off here or there, it just doesn't work in this line of what I do, right? If you don't stream, someone else is gonna, right? If someone else streams and they try to fulfill a similar quota, they're gonna take some away from you, and they might keep some, and then you just come back and you're like, oh, I'm smaller. Like, that's the mentality of streamers. It's not very healthy. And that's why I've said many times in the past, I'm quite envious of YouTubers. Because YouTubers is just like, yep, I have my video scheduled here. And like, I'll also look to, I'll prep a backlog, right? Like, you can't really prep a backlog when you go on holiday or something or take a month off from streaming, right? But like for YouTube, sure, things could happen that you could screw yourself over if you weren't covering them. But you can keep like, you can keep a baseline flow, right? But if you're a Twitch streamer and you take a month off, like you haven't got content to fill. I mean, you could in theory, right, record crap tons of games offline and then just put them up, I guess. But especially with what we do, that becomes even more counterintuitive. It's like if the meta changes and people are very obvious to the fact that like, oh wait, these aren't new games. I don't know. It's like, it's really weird. It's the very unhealthy element of being a streamer, for sure. And it's going to be interesting, like, I always worry when I go away to events. Like, technically, like, actually, I think doing, like, maybe the growth pattern for this channel took some damage when we went and done the Garrison, because obviously we weren't live for a week. But then again, we should have been live. That was a fudge up on the RE production side, where like they just didn't have things set up correctly for us to go live on that channel with their broadcast, because I wanted to give them that. But that's like behind us. I've talked with one of the guys. He's really receptive about it, and I understand their side of things. It's still, I think he understands it was really unacceptable, which is the important part. So they'll look to fix that in the future, hopefully. But like, when I was away at that event, the best I was going to be able to offer was re-stream the games, because obviously I'm working the other event. And that's like the weird thing, I think, with me, is like, obviously compared to a lot of the other Age of Empires casters who are either part-time, as in they have like, like Crackety has a real life job, or you've got like, they're either part-time or they're full-time content creators that get to cast occasional events, like T90, like Dave, so on. Whereas I'm essentially trying to be a full-time content creator while I'm being a full-time host, freelance, and caster, right? What that means is like, I go to these events and I work these big shows, and they have no connection directly back to my own content, potentially, right? Like I say that, like my idea is to start doing more vlogs as well when we're away at events, but you get the idea. So it's almost like, I think the thing I commented on this a while ago is it's almost counterintuitive the way that those two jobs intertwine and interfere with each other, right? So it's always about trying to find a way that like it makes sense. Like my dream is to get to a stage where we keep growing what we've got here, and we get big enough that like we can go and contact devs and publishers and be like, yo, let me run a tournament for the launch of your game, sort of thing, right? So we still always have AoE4, but then we have other tournament stuff, and it's like almost you just bring it all in-house to this content avenue that we create on, instead of me going out to their shows. But that's like long-term dream. I think it's also, it fits for anyone who's been watching the creator market as well as the esports market. They may have noticed an uptick in watch party style broadcasts, especially when you look. The obvious one is Riot. Riot is like huge for that. K-Draw comes to mind. For League of Legends, K-Draw's viewership is mind-boggling. You look at ALGS and you look at Nicewig and the viewership he gets compared to the main broadcast. Once again, mind-boggling. So there's definitely like, I think this is something that a lot of full-time casters and hosts are waking up to, is if you want to have a job come 4 years from now, you need to start looking at content. You also need to start looking at other propositional value opportunities, right? So for example, one would be, can you bring things into the show that others can't? And the cocky answer would be like, yeah, my casting is just Giga Chat, but that's like a lame answer, right? Like, how do you monetarily benefit the show? Is like a very big thing that I think we're gonna see more and more people try to figure out in the coming months and years. But anyway, let's get ready for game number one. We've got Dumu versus Anatan. It's gonna be Mongols versus China. And we are gonna be going to Sunken Lands. I even rejigged, I even improved upon an EGC scene, by the way, as you'll see in a second. Oh, all the YouTubers, by the way, they're quiet today. You gotta make each other feel welcome. Ooh. I am trying to figure out a new platform to stream on, but I still need to figure out some details, so maybe I'll find some time this week. But look what I done. Made it all shiny. Told you I improved it. We got some Swedish viewers in. What's up, Hundun? Welcome. Oh, where the hell? Dude, I swear, every time this minimap gets out of position, it gets further out of position. Like, it wasn't even on the canvas this time. Oh my god. All right, you guys ready? Let's hype it up. Let's get to it. This series not being cast by EGC was absolutely criminal. Welcome back to the channel, folks. We're here to right a wrong. This was EGC Master Summer's $30,000 tournament, a lower bracket series between Dumu and Anotand, and this one was pure fireworks. We're going to hop into game number one. Dumu opens us up by taking the field with the Mongols on Sunken Lands, and the reaction in the yellow is going to be Volta Esports Anatan taking to the Chinese. China that has become a signature pick for him. I think really, like, if you talk about Anatan and China, it becomes synonymous with him at this stage. Like, this guy has been mind-boggling. I know on the weekend we had Red Crackety watching one of these builds that Anatan executes with China, and he was kind of perplexed. He's like, wait, what? How does he hit these timings? Anatan is surprisingly effective in his aggression with China. It's interesting because I've heard certain players refer to him as a little bit more of a defensive player when you actually think about it. But the intriguing part to me is when you give him this civ, it doesn't play out that way, which is odd when you consider that China is looked at as a very defensive civ. Now, Dumu is playing a civ that feigns aggro, but is secretly defensive. You guys ever notice that when you think about the way Mongols play at the moment? These fast imp builds are all they care about, and the reality of what they're doing is they're pretending to attack you so that they can be greedy. Right? We see just like a few units added in here, a sprinkle here, there. It's never really a full commitment. It's very rare to actually see Mongol players try to end a game, truly end a game in Feudal Age these days, even if the opportunity was there. And it's because the fallback plan of going all the way into Imperial just feels so strong. Now, for those that haven't seen much Sunken Lands before, reminder, this is a little bit like that map called Carmel. The difference, though, is that it's not as merciless. Although you start close with 1,600 golds, there are 4K veins on the map. Trade-off, of course, being there's no big 8K in the center to fight over, but mathematically, I think there might be similar amounts of gold. I actually think there is almost the same amount of gold, maybe slightly less than Carmel, but the difference is you need to move around less, right? You're not moving around every 1,600, you're moving around every 4,000. And the Imperial Academy is going to be coming in, as is pretty norm. Anatan got a decent spawn, right? Yeah, gold retracted on the back. These split kind of evenly. I actually like Demu's a bit more, though, because you're probably going to be up against pro scouts from China here. And with the way that you've kind of insulated the deer, with the tree lines, the gold, and also the TC placement, There's a world in which you could kind of rush out into the deer. I am a little bit surprised that Dumu didn't do that, actually. No, instead, Benny Boy just hung around on the sheep. Interesting. Yeah, interesting considering that if he'd rushed out... yeah, I guess actually, no, it makes sense. It's really weird when you play with Mongols, right? Because any other Civ can just walk out and build a mill, but you need the Gur, and the Gur's 100 wood. So, are you going to have subpar gold gathering to get good food gathering? I mean, he could have technically just eaten off of this deer here, and maybe, like, casually been shoving the extra deer in as more workers walked out. Outside this though, Anatan, I think we are getting his aggro build. Yeah, look at the gold. He has 0 people on gold. He's just accruing the taxmen. He's rushing onto wood, so archery range is going to be coming in just a second after the granary. And then I expect him to start just punting into that golden deer location. Anatan sees all, man. Like, I mean, this type of spawn is exposed, right? Like, if Dumu was thinking about being a greedy Mongol player, he hasn't set himself up nicely for that. He doesn't have any gold vein in range of the TC. Not even this one out here. So why does Anatan do this build? I think is the big thing in people's minds. Why should I copy this in my games? The idea behind this archery range opening is actually like China. They have a lot of powerful economy early on. They get their taxmen in very efficiently and cheap, and that allows them to accrue a lot of wood quickly with a supervision 20% drop-off. Then you have got the production speed supervision. Okay, screw this. He's doing stables. Same idea though, right? Like, even if you go into stables, the concept is you still have this 20% extra resource to swing around. I'm a little bit surprised Anno's choosing stables against Mongols. Because, like, the thought here is archers and then you rush... Ah, yeah, I think he knew it was going to be Magadai. That makes sense then. Yeah. I think this is a variable element. He could have technically done archers against Magadai. The problem is you never catch them. This makes sense then. Anatan blessing our brains with his smarts. I think if this was other civs, like Lancaster, for example, you just see him archery this opening. But the idea here, remember, folks, is that Magadai move a lot slower than Horsemen so you can catch them. But it wields the same concept we were going to get into with the archery range, is that you build into these units rapidly. You have supervision to get them out fast. You have the resource haul off of the extra gain to afford it. Dumu. He's rushing up the count here. We have got him adding in the Khan Hunter for the extra range as well. He does scout what's happening early on, and credit to him, Ben played this right. He built the outpost far ahead of time. And this is where, like, maybe if you're Anno, you are kind of thinking, okay, should I win archers? Should I now add in archers? Or maybe even the racks? It looks like it's going for the burn. Interesting. Yeah, so there's 2 different approaches here, right? Like, if you go for the archers, you have a little bit more staying power against the Magadai play. If you go for the spears, though, you protect yourself against the Keshik follow-up. And also, you get the means to torch down the outposts. I wonder, is Dumu just going to get Steel Dagger for the defense and the Magadai, not switch Keshik, and then just try to pivot into an A-job? And how far does Anno want to take this play, by the way? Because, like, the idea here is to get towards Pro Scouts. But because of the Magadai, like, this, I think, is another reason why he went to the Horseman. He needs to be able to mirror, not just defend. A nice intercept there. Pushes him off the Deer Stone. Movement speed arrow will be able to get him away. Anatan is going to lose one of the ponies. But remember, for Anatan, it's all about just keeping this Deer Stone away from reaching the base, because this is where the Magadai become very bullish. And by the way, he's adding in quite a lot of Magadai here. Usually we see most players go 2 or 4. And then you just try to do some damage, you force some harass, you distract, and then you tech. But Dumu is full ham-fisting it. I believe that's another double production on the Magadai. Yeah, he's going up to 7. Or firepower. Especially if you can find the Steel Dagger timing. But Anotand, quick to make the pivot. He's already got Undermesh on the way. And reminder, although you think Dumu's going to have an edge, doesn't have to be that way. There's always the supervision to get that blacksmith tech in fast. So how does this fare compared to archers, I'm wondering? Like, has Anatan actually tested the archers against us? I guess it makes sense because otherwise the Magadai can kind of just in and out you. They get edge to the range with the 4.5. The problem he's finding right now is like this Deerstone, how do you deal with it? Right? You can't. So maybe instead Anatan just tries to counteroffensive now. Dive in towards the enemy base. I mean, with enough horsemen, this outpost is irrelevant, right? Still, you can see how uncomfortable Dumu's making this game. And to make matters worse, Anotand is eating through that tree line fast. Watch what's going to happen here if you don't engage. Anotand knows it. He has to come in range. Otherwise, at this point, with the Khan Hunter, these Magadai can hit over the tree line like that, courtesy of the Falcons. Oh man, this is such a toxic comp. I call it a comp. I mean, I guess there is Khan Hunters and Magadai, so it counts as a composition. I mean, this is a thing though, right? The Falcon is just so valuable, and I think for a long time kind of slept on because Magadai wasn't really seen as viable. You see the game change that it is, right? Like old school Magadai play, you'd have to run into the tree line, which is very risky, especially with the break of vision. Now you don't. You just stay far, far away from threats, and you clean a house, which is exactly what Dumu's doing here. Remember when there's a time where like you never go full Magadai? Not anymore. And what is up, Mao Mao? I see you with the raid. Thank you very much, mate. I hope you had a good stream. Welcome one and all. We're catching up on some of the series on the weekend. The Dumu versus Anatan one that, I mean, fireworks between these two, right? Like, this is already impressive. Dumu in EGC Master Summers was the biggest surprise story, I think, for everyone. His performance exceeding what most would have ever expected, considering the form and the time he's had to invest at the moment. But now going up against a person who, I think for most people, could easily be perceived to make semi-finals these days. This is an impressive start. Yeah, and I like that detail. Destroyed value at 0. Like, it's insane. Dumu has optimized this so well, he hasn't lost a single soul. And he's not far off of the castle age, folks. Deerstone just parking itself in. And the gold, it's only the 1600. Anatan needs it, though, because it looks like he's aware of what's about to happen, and he wants castle. Did he get much for the pro scouts? He got the double deer at home. He's getting the deer from long. However, does Dumu realize? He might. I mean, he's posturing around here. The Barbican is up. Well played by Anatan to get the extra defense. It's going to be important because there is kind of a point where the Magadai might just run through the base when you've got too much economy, right? Like at this stage, you can protect 23 workers. You have 40. Actually, sorry, you protect 28. But before you had that Barbican, you could only protect half your economy. So it's almost like just a nuclear deterrent, right? They look at you like, okay, maybe you're not worth diving after all. Astronomical clock tower's now coming in, so Anotand gonna find his way up to the next stage. Now, Nesta Bees could be pretty sick here, but what might just be gross is if you go into knobs, what really stops Dumu from going into age 4? And that is a disgusting dive. Anatan caught not looking. 5 worker kills. And finally, he kills something. The destroyed value ticks up, but guys, the thing he killed was the free unit. He killed the Khan. What? There we go. He finally gets a real value kill as he takes out one of the Magadai. Horseman on the other side were trying to be a nuisance, but double outpost is there. Now step read out on the way. I guess he could dive to try and idle this out. It's probably his best bet. But any like long-term damage doesn't really seem feasible here. He's going to move in now. Fortifications should protect. In fact, Shivs out would make a lot of sense for Dumu. Yeah, it does bring him out in the end. A little bit delayed there, so we'll lose 1 worker. But Horseman cleared up. Deerstone is still going to park near the base. And Anatan now sending it into Lancers. And he's regretting it. Yes, reminder, this is them pre-upgrade. So you were taking 1 damage there, and you still managed to die, right? Like, what happens next is the question mark, isn't it? Because now, all of a sudden, a lot of tech start to open up. Remember, you can get your hands on, obviously, the Veterancy. You can get the Range 2. And let's not forget, further down the line, these things snowball even harder once you reach Imperial for that Cyber limb. So, yeah, you got to kind of slow it down now, because if Mongols sneak up to that point, they tend to shred everything. Also, the tricky part is, like, Anatand's in a bit of a bind, right? Like, he wants to slow down the escalation, but it means throwing units in carelessly, trickling them in, right? Like, ideally, to deal with this type of play from DeMu, you want to be able to get, like, 4 or 5 Lancers and just go in together on the gold. That gets kills. One at a time is very difficult. Props to him for at least finding that buried kill. But we do have Pashas coming in, which means that DeMu's economy is going to get safer and safer underneath the TC. One weakness is his gold options are terrible. Like, there is some that has me worried for the Mongol timing here. Normally, you get away with the Imperial Age because you're able to hunker down on a location with outposts covering both the TC and the step readout. But with this map, same with Carmel, the gold exhausts too quickly, so you can't really rely on outposts a lot. At least not on your gold sources. Villagers are going to garrison. More kills being achieved here, so that's now up to 4th Anatan. And I believe, is he going Relics next? Relics would make a lot of sense from here. I mean, he has good map control, right? The Magadai are actually, like, not diving onto his side. And, oh, Dumu, no. No. What? He didn't even react. Okay. This is starting to unravel a little bit. The problem for Dumu right now is, despite the fact that we can brag about Karganet and what it makes up for, he doesn't have much food. He's got the deer exhausted here. And then he's got this one behind, right? He's only got 3 pastures, so, like, food income is a little bit underwhelming right now, and he still feels a necessity to build more units. Move just expired, which is going to slow down that ramp up of new units. He did queue up triple-double pump on the Magadai, though. Lancers are going to intercept the relic play. One already got home, and now the dive comes in onto the step readout workers. And this is what we were talking about, folks. Before, just one Lancer at a time, not effective. Multiple Lancers gets multiple kills. Anatan now up by 13. And he sees what the game is, right? He understands that Dumu has pivoted into relic gathering, so now he mirrors the play. Also now prepping the nest of bees in case this turns into a Magadai castle all in. Smart move by Anno. Even though he's not going to find anything here, he's just double-checking when his opponent is going to play for the deer, because it just makes so much sense. Alright, guys, what do you think? Ones, if you think Dumu's going to win this game. Twos, if you think Anno's going to take it. There's the forward readout we talked about. It ain't pretty. Only 1,600 gold here. He's going to build an outpost. You don't really want to overinvest in outposts, right? This isn't like when you have an 8k and we're going to put down 4 outposts and we're going to have spring emplacements in all of them. Deerstone is also kind of griefing Anno because it sees if reinforcements are coming. So it needs to be careful not to give info for free across the DeMu. A relic grab is looking decent right now for the Mongols. Second relic on the way home. This is going to be the one to contest over. And that one nest of bees. DeMu. Okay, well, that wasn't what I was expecting. Wait, no, that's heinous. No way. Is he actually trying to 1v many the nest of bees? Because I like the Knob's odds. I love that as well. Anatan just keeps stepping up with the Lancers to draw fire. This is absurd. It won't kill them straight away, but it's like an attritional damage factor. And Anno just ruined the entire plan. One villager pool comes out. He's going to try to target fire him, but Spear's in there. The choke point, which he's created, it's not going to be an area to dive, so he does have to back away. Heavily damaged on most of these Magadai, though. Yeah, it's 105 health, so it'll last a little bit longer, but just a stark reminder to DeMu that you can't really ego child this. If it was a normal, non-clocked out nest of bees, I could see the idea from DeMu, but 180 HP is so difficult to deal with the 85% range resistance. It's actually ridiculous just how much of a difference Clock Tower makes, by the way. If this was a Shushi nest of bees, I think he would have killed that. He's killing it on the imp timing. Your standard 17-minute here. We've got Karganet Palace coming in from DeMu. Magadai, they're still sneaking around the back. He's looking for targets. Anatan sees all, of course, with that outpost up, so won't be able to catch him off guard. And love this. He knows he needs to get the granaries up stat, sets them up on the opposite side of the base where Dumu's dancing. Anatan, he is sending his boys in here, actually. Hold on a sec, Lancers. He'll turn around for the workers on the Karganet. We'll club down a few, but tech up is complete. However, there's only so much Karganet can make up for, so you need to be careful not to lose too many workers. We're now talking about a 20 worker lead, courtesy of the kills plus the Song Dynasty scaling. So although Dumu has a timing here, I wouldn't write Anotand off just yet. In fact, it's about to get a lot worse for Dumu. The nest of bees came across the map. What? Outpost on fire, soon to go down. Nob's getting baited. Villagers will be able to escape because of it. And Step Readout is going to pack up and move. But that pack up, that move, it means, yeah, he can only just afford the Magadai upgrade. Can't do anything else gold-wise right now. The nest of bees is creeping ever closer to the worker line here. Dumu needs an answer soon. The Karganet is about to spawn the Palace Guard. That would be the golden solution. Crossbows are going to commit into it here. And no dodge. And again, it's only 4 crossbows, so whoop-de-doo-dah. PG, they arrive just in time to nick this one down. Anatan, he's got another one queued up. It's going to take some time to arrive. Wall on the flank there. Wait, is he actually losing his Shaman to scouts? I think he might be. Okay, wait, how? How is this Shaman dying to scouts? How long has he been standing here? Oh my god, the blacksmith tech, the +1 damage is double damage for scouts. You just watched scouts rip a monk a new one. That's brilliant. Yeah, I think that's like subtly always forgotten about, right? It's like if you're leaning into blacksmith techs, melee in particular, your scouts actually do decently at taking out monks. Not crazily, but right, like it's instead of it taking 90 hits, it'll take 45. Well, DeMu now feels confident it's his turn to attack. A new Nest of Bees has arrived, and we have got double Spring emplacement coming in. But remember, the thing that we criticize for Mongols, we have to criticize for China here. You're not getting a lot of gold for this type of investment. And DeMu, he just saw something bigger. An investment that might cost Anatan dearly. He sees the farms. Magadai are going to get chasing. Aren't able to find many kills, though. They already used the arrow. Seek Shelter is going to come in handy, but DeMu, he gets ready to dive. He sees the workers. Reaction's going to come through. So Anatan does back away, minimizing the losses. In the meantime, though, look at the cost for DeMu. Palace Guard, crossbows, anything else goes down. It's only Magadai left, and not many at that. That was an insanely expensive dive for DeMu that yielded very little. He'll at least be able to intercept the Monk picking up the goodies, but it feels like that one's already locked for Anatan. Now, all that's left to do is get the walls up, hunker down, macro a bit, and then follow in age. Because DeMu may have the Karganet, but the Karganet has its limits. It can usually make up, like, what, about 20 workers? Maybe 25 of economy. Put into production, and then let's not get started in the RNG. Then again, Anatan right now is not reacting to this. Textiles will at least minimize the losses a bit. DeMu, the count is getting small. On a map where you don't have a lot of gold. No, I mean, this is getting kind of pitiful. The gold's already gone. Which means his next target is here. In the center of the map, but actually leaning towards Anatan's base. Not a good feeling, especially when you know he's got Nest of Bees. We do have the Silk Bowstrings coming in, so he will be able to kite a bit more effectively with Magadai, but my bigger concern for DeMu at this rate is how do you actually get into the base? These walls going up is kind of damning for him, and to make matters worse, Ano is so comfortable, he's gone 2 TC. Alright, there are games where when China goes 2 TC, you're like, I've got this on wrap, right? Like, you know, I've got this locked in. He's scared. And then there's games where they do 2 TC and you panic. I think this is a panic type game. Like, your opponent has got over 20 worker lead. This isn't done from a point of desperation. This is done from a point of comfort. And he's smart banner because he realizes DeMu has to come to him. Especially with the farms like this. I mean, good lord. Look at that. Oh, Ano. I heart you too, buddy. You guys see it? Look, it's not quite perfect. It's almost a perfect heart. What a cutie. I don't think Dumu is going to love him much after this one, though. We have got Wee Pals coming. And there's the move with the step readout. So here you go. This is like your 8k vein, really. And I really like that from Dumu. Builds the Deer Stone over here just as a scouting device to see if Anno comes to the gold. Because although Anatan has good food, the gold is the limiting factor, right? I think Anno's going to need to re-secure that 8k before he can think about a true age up. Especially when he's investing in crossbows like this. Crossbows that are expensive to lose. Yeah, the Palace Guard actually proven to be a pain in the ass. Ironic for them to be dominating the China here. But looks like he will be able to shut down the first wave. Magadai are poking and prodding. Mr. B's... what? No. Anno, just because it worked earlier doesn't mean it's going to work against elite Magadai. They have like double the damage they did last time they tried this. Now Dumu able to show off the Nest of Bees. Okay, now I'm getting worried, actually. I thought Anno kind of had this unlocked, the walls going up, the farms coming in. And I think, like, if there was a gold in the back, sure. But I guess the thing I forgot is, like, we're not dealing with a dry Arabia type situation. You've got baby levels of gold access. Wee Pals gonna start knocking the door. Well, congrats on those walls. Didn't last long enough here. Turns out this thing that can kill a wall in... Is it 3 hits? I think it's 3 hits. Yeah, pretty threatening. And now he's going after the outpost, just demolishing them in 1 hit. Oh man, Anna needs an answer fast. Trebuchets is cool to deal with these outpost spams because all he knows there's cannon emplacements inside them. We can see it's just springholds and cannon at the back. And a keep drop coming through, so Anno aware that he could get raided here by the Magadai, needs that layer of protection. But where I was a believer a few minutes ago and Anatan like finding his timing, Dumu has ruined my belief, man. It's like me saying I believe in a great raccoon god in the sky, and then Dumu somehow convincing me that raccoons aren't real. If they're not real, how can the god of the raccoons be real? It just doesn't make sense. And that's how I stopped believing in trash pandas. I mean, I'm not sure what Anatan's meant to do against this. The only thing really missing, and oh god, it's on the way, is incendiary arrows. This was the one detail keeping this competitive, by the way. Once incendiary comes in, everything melts. Even the horsemen that are meant to be the counter. And Dumu, he ain't waiting around for that tech. He's going to ride in. Horsemen end up on the tail end of the chase. And are just going to get disintegrated. They killed like what? Maybe 1? Possibly 2 Magadai maximum. And by the way, there's another level to this. DPS-wise, Incendiary is the final form. But on top of that, actually, this has got range 2 into 3 as well. But the other thing that is missing is biology. That'll come down the line and oh my god! Anno, the tree line! It's going to turn into a bit of a massacre here. Horseman chasing, but it's only a handful. He doesn't care. And he just kites away from the crossbowman always. This is ridiculous. And folks, this is just wave number 1. This is half of the Magadai he has. The second group is rallying. He can just turn this into a double circulation here. Loop-de-loo between the two. Now, I imagine the second moon of Saturn's getting ready to come in soon. Meantime, the primary is going to find their way onto the farms. More worker kills there, more idle time achieved. Anno has started to find the resources for a tech up. But now what do? Do you go Great Wall Gatehouse against double VP Power? Because that sounds like death. Two more Magadai at least going to die now that they've arrived at the castle. The Khan actually absorbed a lot of the blows there. But look at the manga count. It hasn't gone down. He's been producing so many, it didn't put a dent in it. And folks, last time it was 20 diving. This time it's going to be almost 30. Outposts are starting to fall low. But as too is Anatan's eco lead. And any access to gold is also becoming concerning here. I mean, the free relics, he's been actually making it work well with the taxation to remain competitive. But he still needs to go into the next stage. And I'm struggling to see a way anymore. I mean, he's going mass nest of bees. Cool. But we've seen the Magadai can A, avoid you, or B, if you split too thin, just snipe you. Why did Anatan force to use this army units? Because he didn't have gold. He only has food. And if you don't have any units and you tech up, this whole army dives you and kills it. Great Wall Gatehouse cannot protect a base this wide. Go. Just around again. This is ridiculous. Anotand, it's just not working anymore. The eco lead doesn't really exist. The Cognate makes up for this difference. Second castle coming in, but Dumu is also just 5 minutes away from a Sacred Site victory now. More outposts getting installed and more cannon emplacements coming through, and Anno can only afford so much Trebuchet play to try and counterplay that. Good Wall's going to come through to stop that Ringer Ringer Roses effect. But every single time that I look up at this, the Magadai count remains stable, despite all the dives. But the problem now for Anatan is, like, as this keeps happening and you keep counterplaying Magadai, more units are going to come on in, right? Like the Palace Guard are going to spawn for the Cognate, the Knights, etc. So you're not actually just playing against Magadai anymore. It's majority Magadai, sure. But your opponent actually has some diversity to the comp. And thus has solutions. Palace Guard start to march in. Crossbows will do well there. The problem with crossbows is, like, technically, if he can get a linear fight, he kills everything. How are you ever going to get a linear fight against this? There's nothing linear about a circle. Actually, that's not true. There's nothing straight about a circle. That's the better way of putting it. And this should be it, right? Pinned in the corner, you'd think. Psych, Dumu makes his way out again. The Nestabes are now out of position. And the Magadai, they're in on the farms again. The castle's already down. And this should be back-breaking point. Anatan is about to be behind on economy. He has nothing to protect the rice fields. And Dumu, he says it's harvest time. But he ain't here for the rice. He's here for the organs. Dive comes in, Anno. Writing on the wall, my friend. Biology also just kicked in to make these Magadai even more difficult to kill. An extra 30 HP. It's like having the Palace Guard hardened tech on a cavalry. Nothing come more battle hardened than Dumu himself, showing you exactly how oppressive the Magadai spam has become. But we nerfed Cognate. It's balanced now. Is it? Is it really? I don't know. I think I talked about this before as well. Like, the changes they made to the Cognate is weird, because the changes they made to the Cognate didn't actually nerf the Cognate. Well, sorry, I didn't nerf the build, rather. It nerfed the Cognate slightly, but it didn't nerf the build. It done nothing to change the method and timings upon which you reach Imperial. And 1 second, just need to send something across to one of my guys behind the scenes. Magadai are just too strong. They're bloody powerful. But honestly, I'm quite impressed. I thought that Dumu was just going to be out of food and out of time. But man, did he thread that needle. All right, so game number 2, though, we're going to Enlightened Horizon. It's going to be the Ottomans versus House of Lancaster. Ottomans has been a very anchored pick on this map, actually. I think even more so after the nerfs to deer shoving. It's kind of become their playground. But yeah, that's now the state of the draft. So I'm going to switch over in between it because I forgot to set up a two screener for this one. Whoops. But here we go. Ottomans have been nerfed. Technically. But this is a home away from home. Welcome back to the channel, folks. This map, no matter what you do, no matter what you change, it just seems like this was built for the Ottomans in mind. Dumu is here to flex them in game number 2 of this best of 5 in the $30,000 S-tier tournament. Anatan's reaction is going to be to go towards House of Lancaster. And we're going to flip that score around because Anno has fallen behind after that filthy Mongol Imperial Rush game. And this could be just as filthy, actually. The design of this map, I feel like Ottomans have a very good time just rushing towards Imp after the opening aggro play. But you know what? Anatan has a good answer. House of Lancaster is surprisingly effective at playing this spear spam opening because of the efficiency of sheep gathering. This Civ gets 20% more food on the opener, right? Like, they don't waste as much effort trying to go into Spearman as other Civs. They can more easily thread the needle into the next stage, but they can also actually outmass Ottomans, believe it or not, folks. Ottomans' edge is that they pay less for the racks. They only pay 90 wood instead of 150. We're going to hit the 2 times speed just for the first 2 or 3 minutes. But for Lancaster, you pay full price, but you start with more wood anyway. And then you just vomit out so much food, you don't really fall behind. If anything, you can actually stay ahead. Yeah, and Lancaster definitely not a Civ that hates this map, right? If they get given a little bit of breadth in the early game, they can set up, they can insulate themselves with the manners in the corner. Also, opening spears, there's some matchups where you think this would be bad for Lancaster, like if you're against English, sure. But against Ottomans, you're happy. The reason is that, like, Ottos usually want to open Sipahi, and this kind of deters them. So I know, it looks like he's going to go for the Wolf Den, just cheese it off. I do hope they change this mechanic a little bit, because I don't like that it's so easy to just de-aggro the wolves away from protecting their home. Like, technically, like, being able to clear this with 3 spears is ludicrous, right? You get 150 gold, but you've made... The racks investment is 150 wood, right? And then it's only 240 for these guys. But then there's the side investments, merchant camps, etc. Like, it's way, way too valuable. Lancaster Castle is going to come in very high value here. What is that spawn? That's kind of outrageous, actually, guys. I don't know what it is with this map, and I'm not sure I'm a big fan of the variability of this, but very often what you'll see on this map, on Enlightened Horizon, is that you will get a gold spawn around here, and then 2 stone spawn over here. Literally what the Ottomans have. Like, what the Ottomans have is the logical spawn. It's meant to be the ideal one. But for some reason, Dumu has a problem here. Anatan hit the jackpot. As this Civ, getting stones split on each side of your base is perfect, because even if you get harassed here, you have a backup location now to get access to your manors. Thank you, Frey. Love you. Oh, bless Frey. She brought me a package. I hope it hasn't got anthrax in it. Thank you. I don't even remember ordering anything. Oh, go give him to mummy. Yeah, go give him to mummy. Wow, I mean, talk about being fat shamed by your 3-year-old. So Emma ordered a bra, but apparently my boobs are so much more in need of it, my daughter brought it out to me. Anyway, we've got spear on spear spam. Minaret Madras is coming through. And he is already on the stone. Now, is Dumu just going to be going for standard military schools? Or have we got some, like, new style extensive fortifications built in mind? Because the problem with that is, like, it would be cool, but extensive fortifications requires 2 vizier points. For those who don't know, they changed extensive fortifications now so that it reduces the cost of building TCs. My issue with this change is, as cool as it is, you need to wait so long in the game to do it. Where in Feudal, he's only now getting the first vizier point. Most people who want to do 2 TC do it straight away, right? As soon as you can in the beginning of Feudal. Whereas the only way I think this would be viable for Ottos is like aggro for, 10 minutes into delayed 2 TC. But the problem with that is, like, do you even then have the vizier point? Or have you invested it into military campus? And if you've invested in a military campus, do you now want to go extensive fortifications? Or would you rather get access to Janissaries and Lancers and go Castle Age? So yeah, it's cool that they gave Ottomans more vizier options. And they really did, folks. Remember, they made not only that change, they also made it so that the Kinji, the horse archer point, spawns free for free when you get it as well at your town center. But the problem with the extensive fortifications is it's super situational. With Pax Ottomani, you can catch up. But you've just turned a 1 vizier point investment into a 2 vizier point investment. Let me translate what you just suggested in a different way. Yo, hey Jack. So we invested like 20,000 of your savings into this stock. Really cool like aerodynamics company out of Indiana, and they're really going to be going to the moon. We really believe that still. It's like it hasn't quite shown itself yet, but we think if you put another $20,000 into Anatan, I promise you that this stock is going to the moon. Right? You see what you've done there? You've created a sunken cost fallacy. To try and fix the flawed nature of extensive fortifications, you've pushed yourself into another vizier point. And the problem with that is with this system currently, in the meta where you do not go for the landmark that gives more vizier points, you've now stripped additional options elsewhere, away, because you'll run out of points, right? So it's really weird with that. I guess if you sacrifice, like what, you can do so 1, 1, 1, and then you can go back for advanced academies and still get military. You can get 5, right? But then you're missing out on, like, I guess Siege Cruise has fallen off, but if you thought that you want to trade later on, you don't have that option. Or if you got an all-in time in, the Great Bombard's not going to be there now. It's a bit weird, yeah. Wait, was it Aerodine or Aerodine? I'm pretty sure it's Aerodine is what they were called. I like how it's like YouTube's been very quiet today, and then you give them a location to take a crap on, and they're straight in there. So Dumu, he has got the double man point, but Anatan is rushing castle now. Yeah, he went for the only 3 manas. He did add into Yeoman, which I guess Dumu can see as a win that he forced Yos. It does feel a little bit odd when you're doing FC like this to build Yeoman at all, really. I think because you're looking for the Elsgard timing, right? I know. There we go. White Tower. Love this as well. Secures the deer, secures the gold, secures the food. Ishiai caramba. That is a lot of resources locked in by this landmark. And the timing is so ballsy. But it's because he anticipated Dumu just greeding up. And it is greed o'clock. We can see that Dumu is trying to rush into castle himself. Is there something mathematical about 3 manas as opposed to different numbers? Yeah, so it's all about timing. Like, you can get 3 manas and feel pretty cozy, and that also enables you on the pump into Elsgard upon tech up. But the other thing that also changed most recently with Season 11 is they actually nerfed the cost of this tech. So it used to be, I believe, 100 and 250 or 100 and 200. I think it's 100 and 200. So they added, I think, an extra 100 resources in the cost. So it really stunts your timings if you just keep extending manas. And the problem with that is for specifically the White Tower build. The White Tower build is already based on dynamic push, right? It's not about a slow roll. You're meant to ramp up fast. If you delay your timings by an extra 2 minutes, they're not going to be there. Especially in this game, because Dumu's just behind you on the castle up, right? Which means he'll start being able to go into things like knights and crossbowmen, etc. Now that is cool. Anotand. Oh, he's been practicing this. You've got the Ronin sneaking around the back. How do people feel about Enlightened Horizon, by the way? I've heard a few players now say that there may be... a few. One flag to me, they're like, I'm a bit tired of this. It feels repetitive. It feels like we're doing the same thing over and over again. And I was curious about, like... Yes, that's kind of true, but there are variables. Like, this Ronin timing, for this whole idea that it's the same thing over and over again, I think in the last 2 or 3 weeks, I've seen people use the Ronin much better. The thing about Enlightened Horizon, for better or worse, is the way it's designed... Because you have to play the Dark Age, or presumably you mostly have to play the Dark Age. I guess in some ways it plays out a little bit more like a StarCraft meta, if that makes sense, where you optimize your build on the map, knowing that the spawn is going to be consistently quite similar to X or Y. Yeah, I don't mind us changing up maps. I just want more maps to have this type of character to them. It doesn't necessarily have to be Dark Age all in, but the options being different, man. Like, I don't know. I know some people would love it if we just fell back to Dry Arabia and never left Dry Arabia, but depending on the meta, that can be the worst possible thing. I still remember Dry Arabia in the middle of the 2TC meta. I hated it. I'm not even going to pretend anymore. Like, that drained me, man. That was a horrible time. Audience wants change? Agreed. The same thing over and over again is boring, right? Like, that's why I think, like, what works for StarCraft, right, is this idea that people... They may be playing the same thing, but they rapidly innovate what they're doing, if that makes sense. So you get something different. That's why it worked for StarCraft for so long. That and pacing, right? I think the other thing you have to keep in mind is why you actually need AoE 4 to be so different. You need these different maps to function differently. Is the pacing of early game AoE 4 outside of maps like Enlightened Horizon is not quick. You know what is quick? The Alsgar production rate. Look at this, already up to 13. Dumu is trying to contest already though. Relics are being sought by Anatan. Alsgar are going to have to clash here, but they're happy to do so. I mean, this Sipahi count is pretty underwhelming. And the imams are getting sniped. Like, this is dirty. These daggers have never not been dirty. Oh my god. Just watching it, I want to shower. Ronin have also been stabbing the base. They just found a worker kill. That'll at least get cleared up. And we do have Lancer production now coming in, which should be the answer to Ulfsgard. The tricky part is reaching them. Also running away from them, apparently. Oh god, and behind this, Anno is now just ramping up. We've got Mana Tech 2 unlocking. He stockpiling a lot of food as well. There's a realistic chance he's just rushing Imperial here. Okay, it's going to sound weird, but imagine you just do Imperial Rush with just second mana level. Because then you have just enough to afford Skittage, and then you can just get Gold Trickle to go back for the third level. It's kind of crazy, but also makes sense, I think, on this map, after the tech cost nerfs to the mana levels. Man, actually, if he keeps getting relics like this, he'll be able to afford whatever he wants anyway. Feudal all-in needs to be at least possible for a game ending. Okay, so what if the TC wasn't as tanky in the earlier ages? Would that fix some of the problem? I think one of the big conundrums is the natural built-in RFI defense and the amount of garrison slots in the primary TC is actually what makes Feudal all-in so difficult to achieve. The way that the primary TC functions in AoE 4 means that Feudal all-ins are not worth the investment over just winning the feudal fight and then going castle. There are very rare examples where that's not true. Maybe. But like the majority of situations, and take this from someone who has cast more hours than AoE of AoE 4 than he should be willing to admit. I've cast well over 3,200 hours of AoE 4 at this stage. I just checked my Steam. My Steam is sitting at almost 3,200 hours. And remember, I cast on other people's channels, right? Where I don't log into the game. So I've watched a lot of AoE 4. And if there's someone I've consistently seen, it's that feudal all-ins are an absolute struggle. When they work, the way that they work is the person GG'd out because they just didn't see a way, right? Like, but I'm sure people had it in their pub games. You try and end a game on a person in feudal, feels like you're there for a century. Oh my god, this one Ronin though. He's just ruining everything for him. I'll tell you, the value that you can get out of one of these guys is kind of crazy. They're so quick as well. 1.38 movement speed. Even finding 2 worker kills on top of the idle time? That's crazy. And look at what he's done. This, oh my god, this runner's locked in the game. Wingard is coming in right now, and Dumu is nowhere near the enemy base to kind of really threaten. Right? I mean, he's got some troopers here, but he pulled back, what? Was it an extra 5, 6 troopers? Plus the siege, then the idle time stopping the next wave. So, like, you know, had he had all that gathering going, you maybe see him with a few more troopers and feels confident about going in. He's going to try to knock at the door here. But I'm a bit reluctant to say this is going to work. Especially with the timing. Military Academy plus the veterancy. This is going to be a Wingard rush into Spearman. Rainlord said a while back, the problem with feudal all-in is meta. The balance is really hard to achieve. I mean, it's funny, because every time I ask Rainlord for his opinion on anything design-related, he actually dodges it like a bullet. Like he's Neo. I always found that intriguing, Rainlord. There are some things that he'll very clearly be able to give his opinion on, but like ideating big changes, I've noticed he just completely stays away from the discussion. As in, like, he can tell you, like, oh, this is broken, or that's not, or, like, you know, this needs to be buffed, this needs to be nerfed. But, like, if you, like, pitch a new idea entirely, He's very shy about actually saying whether it's good or bad. So game has calmed down a bit, but this is to be expected. Like for Anotand, you don't really have the GG point yet, but you've locked in everything you need, right? You got Scootage on the way. You're gonna be getting the extra mana level soon. This does mean that Dumu gets to enter his favorite phase of the game, though, which is a bit dangerous that you've allowed because we're going to be seeing Ottoman Imperial, which has been the bane of many a player's existence, especially on Enlightened Horizon. We said earlier, right, this is their bread and butter map. The map where they most definitely look most comfortable. I mean, what could the big strat be here? Cheeky little waddle. It's going to buy time to clear these boys up. Yeah, I think 35 spearmen might be enough to kill these guys. Maybe. Just maybe. It's ridiculous to watch every time just how quickly this Civ blob spearman with this Wingard build, isn't it? It's just out of nowhere. And for good reason. Like, remember, at this point, this Wingard is producing 8 of these spearmen every 23 seconds. And it's doing it cheaper than what you'd normally pay out of a Rax. Yeah, I've called this, like, I wouldn't even call it Burgrave Light. It's actually Burgrave Premium when you think about it. Like, mathematically, like, what was it? Is it 3 or 4 seconds for a spearman out of a Burgrave? But, like, if you do 4 times, let's say it's 4, that's 4 times 8, that's going to be 32 seconds. This is by default 30 seconds. And you pay less, right? 8 spearmen, remember, would normally run you up a mean bill of 640. You're paying 450, and you also get an Earl's Guard as a bonus. Speaking of that Earl's Guard count, that's actually looking decent as well. Wouldn't be surprised if Anatan starts to lean into that. Just because of the value prop, right? Like, you've got yourself the White Tower, which is already buffing the damage a bit. Maybe he wants to lean away from just being melee blob, though, because Dumu has got the answer. He's got 7 Springles now. What's the Earl's Guard going to discover? Ouch. So the chase is on to mirror the move. Sipahi, we're trying to get across the map. We'll get blocked out. Dominion, if your king is out of a building near your troops should get 50% tax bonus, but it's risky. You're never going to get people to use it. Like, what you've just described there is like 50% attack speed sounds like a lot, and it is. But the trade-off being that I could lose the game because of this one entity that's not that tanky. That's the problem. I do, however, like the idea of Dominion. I'm exploring finding maps that make sense to actually start with a king spawn. I'm quite inspired by AoE 2 having a specific map for that, and I actually think it's something that would fit AoE 4 really nicely. Yeah, like, different win conditions is a cool concept, because then you don't have to necessarily get as quirky with, like, all these different maps. You can almost have, like, a Dry Arabia, Gorge, Lipany rotation that could have different win conditions to keep it fresh. And some players are going to love that. Some players are going to hate it because they have to learn new things. But that's always the way. I think the most important thing that the players need to take on is what actually gets most people watching this most important. I know it's not fun to hear, but sometimes it's not just about your personal enjoyment. That was something that, shout out to Hera, I always loved the way he accepted that. It's like, there was a time where he thought the way is like, oh, this isn't fun for me, but then he realized, oh, it's actually not about me. It's about the scene and what's good for it. What do you think? Is Lancaster still good for the scene? There's just so many spears coming, isn't there? I mean, Dumu has the answers, though. He's definitely not going to die to this. He's got mass archers. He's got the Jannies as well, which melt spearmen. One thing that concerns me is technically Lancaster does have one of the best answers out there. Like, it's close to English answer, right? It's not Lombos, but Yeoman can be a solid solution to most options in the Ottoman arsenal. The only thing you just have to worry about is Sipahi, but, you know, similar to English having an attack speed buffer, what the elite spearmen bring is a damage buffer with the bullhook. Demi-Lancers against Demu. Interesting strat. Like, it's almost matching the name. Maybe we'll just think they belong to him. He's going to charge in with them. This is just to buy time, I think. As he's prepping the real switch, we have got the elite tech coming into the Yo, so it is going to be a pivot into the archers next. Bomber play also on the menu. Something that, of course, Dumu cannot go for. Dumu, he is going to be going for that 2TC setup. He did not go for extensive fortifications. I wonder if he'll try to get towards Pax Ottomana. He's still got some way to go on the Vizier points, but at 61 eco, he'll probably have another Vizier point by what, like 72 eco? So then buffing your TCs by 75% for 4 minutes, it could actually be worth it at that stage. I guess it depends how big do you really want to go on your economy, because like this is the tricky thing, is that to remain competitive with Lancaster, you've got to be very lean with your eco. Right, because they're basically dodging using like 20 more worker spaces out of their population by having manners. And you do have military schools to kind of mimic that, but the difference between military schools and manners is manners gives you the resources to rapidly produce new troops. Military schools doesn't. They pump out fairly fast. You can see here, right, it takes a minute for a Sipahi, which is decent. But a minute for Sipahi, that suggests, yeah, you get 160 resources a minute. Compare that to just 1 mana, which is going to give you about the same. Yeah, there you go. Ends up being, I think, 145, wasn't it? But the difference is, like, where I can allocate, if that makes sense. Is I can stockpile, 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 and then spam everything at a ridiculous pace. For Ottomans, the way that their passive income in the late game wins is by staying close to 200 population and keeping lots of little fights going. Because if you lose the entire army, right, like, you can't rely on military schools to get you back up to scratch. More than a little scratch there. Sipahi. Do you find the workers? Anno's still only 1 TC. He's also running out of safe-ish gold. But with 4 relics plus scootage, you can be forgiven for that. He's also got the big techs coming in. Sync shot and snare arrows. Also now getting the sealed arrows. And this... Okay, that is... We've almost got this one. Can you guys handle the other one? No, we have bows too. Someone send spears. Oh my god. Sipahi. How to play not yeoman. Who would have thought it? He does... Oh god, he does 1 damage. Yeah, because like he never got Blacksmith 1. Like that's why this looks so disgusting is remember, Dumu, he already has range 2 and elite upgrade. Anatan wasn't ready for that. He has no real upgrades here yet. At least Sipahi looks so dope. I'm trying to think what their best color is. Purple's pretty vibing, you know. Do you just go for the classic green, or is that just too dialed down? And there's another thing that's going to make these fights look one-sided. No Billman. No elite army tactics yet. Alright, I'm impressed. I think Dumu's in like a pretty good position right now. I was a little bit worried that maybe the blob gets too big and he can't get on the map, but he always kept the Springers alive. And the Sipahi count is competitive. He does need to be careful this yeoman timing, though. He's got the 8k gold secured now with the castle. Something that Anatan just became aware of as he started to dive there. Could this be a game that's decided more by the sacred sites is what I'm wondering. Red Janissary. Yeah, but what about the Sipahi? Who cares about the Janissaries? They're nerfed. They're trash. Sipahi are king. Like, if you're going to play Ottomans, if you're going to main Ottomans, you're going to spend more time looking at Sipahi than any other unit in your roster. So you want whatever makes them look best. I guess red with the leopard print would be pretty slick. Nice hit there. Does take out the workers on the gold. Anatan is in a bit of a struggling position here, isn't he? Unless he goes 2TC, he's just going to keep hemorrhaging a bit too much worker count. Well, finally, they do actually register damage. But, you know, mathematically not really a fair fight, if you ask me. Meta does go down, but the Sipahi are just going to keep raiding to draw attention. Anatan, in the meantime, has locked in 3 Sacred Sites, but that's not guaranteed. With this type of position on the map, it's going to be weird. He has got the Spearman in reserve over here, but the castle's nearby, and Dumu has got 7 Springles. Meanwhile, Dumu has got an absurd amount of farms too. No? Okay, only 21. I thought it was a little bit deeper looking at the minimap, but there we go. The extra scattering's coming in now. Really important if you want to keep the Sipahi blobbing going, and we know because there's so many spears, it's more realistic that you're just going to start seeing 15 Sipahi melt. So you need to have the second wave prepped and ready to go. And I just realized this is becoming a pretty long series already, isn't it? Because we had the 30-minute game, which was the Mongol Imp Rush. 17 minutes they got there. And now we're about to hit the 30-minute mark again, and I don't really see this letting up too quickly. No, because Anatan is doing the right moves. He's just trying to go around on the flanks, poke at the economy, slow things down there, right? And then you can do all the passive production afterwards. But DeMu is hunkering down, man. He's only sending out a small group of Sipahi to keep raiding the 8k gold, which just again found an attempt to resecure the area. Meanwhile, the rest of the base is protected by the boys. Well, minus the Great Bombard that seems to have been left out to dry. Spearman is going to be able to clear it up. Turns out Ram is pretty good at resisting death by Great Bombard. And wait, the second one just came out as well. Whoops. And by the way, he did go Pax Ottomana. Yeah, so he's been ramping up on the TC production. That timing already passed. Kind of crazy, actually. Oh, wait, no, so I'm an idiot. It's the other way around, isn't it? It's the ticks. My brain, I don't know why, is like, whoa, he's got a lot of points. So yeah, he hasn't actually leaned into it. He went for the Janissary Company point. Feeling that pressured. That's pretty rough, guys. The Janissary Company point is a one-offer. It spawns this group of Janissary once. It's not a high-value choice unless you are in dire tides. So a little bit of harass here. Boys keeping each other in check. Anotand is now leaning away from raiding melee blob-wise. He's leaning into Yeoman. Yeoman actually are very good raiders in most matchups. The problem here is that because it's the Ottomans, it's very risky. Sending in spears before is kind of fine because if there's just some Sipahi, they can't fight. But if you send in 20 Yeomen and there's a group of Sipahi, you're just dead. It's just wasted economy. And the difference also is that, the Spearman, he keeps getting them discounted from the Wingguard. The Yeomen are very expensive. For the Spearman, you throw away 8 of them, that's like 400 resources, right? Because the discount. The Yeoman, you throw away 8 of them, that's almost 800 resources. Rewall. Ooh, not in time there. So Dumu will get annoyed a little bit more over here, but once the stone walls are up, he should be relatively safe. We do have mass culverins coming through. Yeah, he's up to 4 so far. Sipahi, they chase him away, though. Second line's going to be following up. Yeoman just trying to keep their distance. But Anotand, he needs to back up and give a bit of respect here. Militarily, he's outnumbered right now in these fights. Yeah, this is a big purple blob. Elsgard's switch is interesting, but definitely makes sense. Yes, there's some Springles in the formation, but the Janissaries are going to have a lot of their damage mitigated. Actually, I guess that's kind of weird between Spears and Elsgard, right? It's like Elsgard obviously have a lot of inherent armor, but with the padded jack, which I think he forgot. Did he forget padded jack? It's in the blacksmith, right? Which I need to now find. Wait, does he have padded jack? Well, he's got the +3/+3, but he's... Oh, wait, no, sorry, I'm an idiot. It's melee, isn't it? Yeah. My brain was like, melee and range, right? Yeah, so he's got the padded jack in. I guess this could be pretty impactful against the Sipahi, but obviously the problem is, like, you wish you had more range resistance here, so that the Janissary wouldn't just melt spears. No wonder. Do we have Anatan prepping for castle soon? Because he never built one, right? So he's actually missing a lot of damage burst on this Earlsguard mass. We do, however, have the Silk Bowstrings to keep distance. So Silk Bowstrings on Yeoman and Lombos is sometimes a very big negative. Because it now means you're going to keep your boys much further away from the melee line that will protect them. A bit of a whiff on the sink shot. Not the most impressive there, but now the Revoltiquins are going to lead in. He's not sniping them down either. Dumu is in A-click mode right now. He's going to get minced here. Great Bombard's trying to snipe, but I mean, it's just irrelevant damage, right? Like, these Revoltiquins at 250 HP, it takes way too long to kill them. So Anatan is just going to brute force his way through the center here. Both siege sides going down. Dumu losing the Great Bombard to the north and south of Springles as well. And I'm baffled, man. I cannot believe that. I mean, Revoltiquins are a good answer to Janissaries, guys, because of the short range. But I thought the archers from Dumu would try to target fire that down. Nope. Never happened. I guess without the Silk Bowstrings, it felt impossible. And now he's in trouble. Anno's going to keep the pressure up. Coles plus the Lombos are sniping in. There's going to be a backstab coming through from the Sapai to try and save the day. But it looks too little too late. Castle's going to go down. The Sapai count, although looking competitive at 19, cannot really approach these Revoltiquins. It's a death sentence. Johnny's going to go for the dive in, though. Hello. Ooh, DeMu! You cheeky son of a gun. He actually makes it work. Gets the wipe. Keeps the castle up. And pushes Anno away. That was disgusting. So close to faltering, but DeMu finds a way of threading the needle. Anatan has to reset. Yeah, lost a decent chunk of the Yeoman. Way too much of the melee ball. The Revoltiquin count being shrunk like that. Not a good sign for him. So Anatan, he's given a brutal reminder to DeMu that he's not to be underestimated, rather. But DeMu just as a prop to a reaction. And I wonder, Anatan, like, now that he's seen what he's been able to achieve there, you know, do you go back for Earlsguard or do you just go Spears? Because, like, in my eyes, the only thing that ruined it there for you is the counterplay from the Sapahi. But if you have Spears, the Sapahi are irrelevant. It's like playing Yeoman plus Spearman and Revoltiquins should be his golden solution. The only weakness there is it does mean that these Great Bombards aren't going to die as quickly because that last time they just melted to the Earlsguard. Earlsguard needs to be nerfed to the ground. I'd rather they just rework some elements. Broken record on this one, but like that's the thing. Some of the systems are just not fun to play against. I wouldn't even see like House of Lancaster is the most powerful civ, right? It's just they're a pain in the ass to the extreme. I'm trying to think if there's a more frustrating civ to have to play against. Actually, I guess we have the perfect match in heaven here, right? These are the two frustrating civs in the hyper late game. Ottomans versus Lancaster. So that's an attempt to burn through the wall up here. DeMu is going to force a lot of idle time. Spinner on the way to clear that up. Oh, no, but he didn't respect the Sapahi. Sapahi with the extra range can stab through the wall, guys. Much easier than other units. So Anatan, he's going to lose the repair crew. More villages are going to be pulled, though. And Spearmen have just arrived, so they should start to clear this up. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Anatan does approach the walls. An ambitious attempt to break in is going to fail here. And what on earth happened over here? No way. No, Dumu, he didn't know. Anatan, he snuck in while Dumu wasn't looking. He's got double outposts, fortifications, into cannons coming in to deny equity. Anatan's on the push again, guys. 6 Revoltiquins. Meanwhile, Dumu tries to go into the enemy base, but good timing on the wall there. Anatan gets it up just before he broke, but he hasn't got much time here. The Great Bombards are already in position. He's going to try to repair the wall, but it just doesn't work. Army's coming home. No second wall behind this. So the Sabahi, they can just dive deep into the base. Oh, and I love that. Dumu, he's been keeping imams in the army formation to heal any small damage done. Really smart, just because, like, normally when you get these pushes going, the thing that can kill you is just you win a fight, and then you all of a sudden lose the fight, lose the entire army, because everyone's bar in that final fight was 20%. Smart little detail there to help himself out. Backstab is coming through, though. Robotiquins are feeling ambitious. Wait, did he just counterplay a Great Bombard with a Robotiquin? That doesn't work. That really doesn't work. And the cannons... Wait, he's diving it? Villagers. A lot of damage done, but it looks like it is going to work. Maybe the repair boys? No. No, that's disgusting. The amount of torches to kill this one building. Oh my god. Thank god the AoE damage on those things isn't as ridiculous as it once was. It's finally going to go down. Meanwhile, the Great Bombards are still alive and pushing. Anatan's attempt to backstab did not work out. Anatan's economy is in shambles. What? Wait, what's going on here? What? Yeah. Show me that junk you got in the trunk. What is it trying to do? Okay. I'm a little confused right now. I guess, like, well, mathematically it didn't make sense. How could it hit a farm through the ground there? So Dumu, he has thrown away a lot of army just to try and get this dive. However, look on the other side of this. Economically, Anatan took a big hit to the chest. Right, these raids have consistently been keeping him down. The question now is, Anatan with primarily spears, what kind of damage can he achieve? Or does he need to now wait, reset, and potentially allow Dumu to get back up to maximum military? Wait, no, not again, not again, not again! This can't keep happening! The cannon emplacement from hell. Oh my god, Anatan put baby in the corner. Dumu's eventually going to clear the way, but the losses have been stacking up. Just look at the worker kill. It was 55 to 55 less than a minute ago. Absolute disaster. He even has to double check. He's like, wait a second, is there another? He's that freaked out by it. Unbelievable. While this happens, the dive comes into the main. Well, think about it, Dumu. How much time was wasted there burning down outposts instead of getting gold? Like, how do you remax now? Can you remax? I don't think so. Anotand, he's got enough yeomen here to snipe out any Janissaries that spawn. And this is part he aren't counterplaying. There's just too many spears. Burn damage is coming through. Great Bombard tries to stand its ground, but it's just not finding the high-value shots here to try and re-secure the base. No doubt about it. Anatan, after a wacky engagement as well as a raid on the gold, he's pulled it off. Demon Civ beat Demon Lord Civ in the late game. Ottomans may be King and Imperial, but Lancaster ain't no slouch either. I mean, there's no coming back from this. I think Dumu knows it as well. We talked about the difference here. Like, Anno, he loses the army. He can remax if he's got reserves. Ottomans don't really rely on big reserves and big income. They rely on passive production to just pull them through. And there isn't enough passive production in the world to save you from the Demon Civ. Missing the entire fight? We didn't miss the entire fight. We caught it as it really came into it. And then shifted away to check on the other things and then came back to it. There's a lot going on in that game. Really well played by Anna, though. What do we call these? Dude, I'm not sure what we call these two games. I'm trying to think now, name-wise. First one's something to do with Magadai. Magadai, but they never die. And then that one. I don't know. For me, that one was like, I feel like the really important thing was actually around the Ronin. That Ronin actually pulled all the attention and bought all the time in the world, right? The Ronin was kind of disgusting there. But I think people are going to want it to be about the late game, right? The two most disgusting imp civs in the game? I don't know. I don't know. I like the one lone samurai. Lone samurai delivers the world. Oh, no. Topples an empire. Ooh. That I like the sound of. All right. Anyway, we're 1-1. Let's get ready for game number 3. Next up, we're heading into Carmel. I don't know why I went Scottish when I said that. But we're heading into Carmel. We're going to have Shushi versus Byzantines. Let's get ready for that now. So we just had Enlightened. Ottomans versus House of L. Alright, let's get into the game. Whoops, wrong scene. Okay, and in we go. Welcome back to the channel, folks, for game number 3. Split 1-1 apiece in EGC Masters Summers. Actually, whoops, didn't hit the recording. And we are back. Game number 3 between Anatan and Dumu here. We take to Carmel to see who can break the tiebreaker, as they are now 1-1 apiece in this best of 5. Dumu trusts in the power of the Shushi to deliver him through, the Bally boys, while Anotand, well, he's done something very different for Carmel, guys. I'm trying to think if I've seen anyone really do this. Not consistently, for sure. We have got a Byzantine pick on a map that's all about pro scouting and lack of gold access. Then again, I guess you could make it about berries, technically. How interesting. Yeah, because remember, on the thing on Carmel, you know, the unique identifier in a lot of people's eyes is the raw amount of deer it has. Like, this is actually insane, guys. It has got, per player, a pretty damn lofty 29 deer. There's 58 deer on this map in total. Hence why Pro Scouts has been the name of the game on Carmel since its inception. But alongside that, there is a lot of berries. And those berries are something we've often seen utilized by Shushi, actually, for ridiculous meditation guards. Like this one out here, 25 gold and 72 food. Pretty damn nice. Or you can go for the wood instead. But instead, I think, Anatan, I would be shocked if he decided to build the Grand Winery out there straight away. But he has the means, he has the capabilities to just walk out and set up a system there to start gathering aggressively. How interesting. I wonder, what's the game strat here exactly? Because like Byzantines have definitely been leaning away from an aggressive all-in feudal civ into more of a macro game, right? They are very much leaning on systems more than they did before. And you can see it as well with Anno's build. We're going 2x just for the other game. But the whole idea here is 2 on the systems allows you to rush up to level 5 by about like 6.5, 7 minutes into the game. And sets you up nicely for like a double mercenary pump timing by 9 minutes. Normally, the roll of those, it's situational. Sometimes you can actually go aggressive, but a lot of the times, because of the delayed mercenary arrival, it's just a really solid defense mechanism to stop you being dove. Here we go. Dumu on his way up with the expected. Same for Anotand. And Dumu, he did go for the exact location we were looking at, so gets the double berry plus the gold. And macro-wise... Oh, sorry, let me flip the names around, because I'm confused myself as well. Macro-wise, he's definitely doing Pro Scouts, which is to be expected. He's got 3 on the gold, plus taxation. He's just prepping the wood to also get his hands on Pro Scouts, plus the stables. And, you know, these type of details, by the way, in the other game is exactly why I probably would, like... Yeah, there's probably other reasons, but like that would be one of the number one reasons I would not be able to make it as a pro. I just don't like figuring out the build orders. Like, yeah, you need to put 3 on like stone at this point, and then you put like 2 on gold. I'm more of a feeling guy. Maybe there's hope for me. I've seen how Mia Micah plays. You know, the, oh, I need this, let me pull 20 workers to it, and we'll gather it up next. Speaking of gathering, the gathering rates are ramping up fast as expected already. He even extends out to those secondary berries. And then I imagine he's going to just like lean left instead of right here. Just go with the wind, right? Like, but if you want to be top. I mean, there's some players that can just make that flex element work, but there's still like a thoughtful process to it. Yo, what's up, Craven? I see you with the sub, mate. Thank you very much, and welcome back to the Swarm. By the way, guys, next up after this, I think we'll be looking in on Beasty versus Wham. So yeah, we're going to cast the sets that just didn't get covered on EGC. And Limitane already on the way across. Yeah, so he's trying to force a Tube commitment. I wonder. Yeah, Limitane usually suggests javelins. Then again, like, look at Demu's reaction. Did he see this already and he's going spears? I mean, he's seen nothing so far, but he's going spears. So, like, Spearman... Could Anno actually now go Lombos? It's really weird to open Limitane and go Lombos, but it can work for Byzantines. The goal with that is you need to be going Horseman as well. So that way you just play 1-1-1. So Mercenary House is now going to be coming in. I know, he hasn't seen it yet. Okay, it's going to be the Palace Guard. Yeah, this is also going to, like, encourage Lombos, I think. Because, like, if you go into Spearman, you get Lombo play reaction. But we've seen Shushi also struggle against LB with these initial Palace Guard. They're not very tanky, only have 2 ranged armor. What an interesting build. I like it from Dumu, though. Because your opponent has access to spears, it would be silly to just bulk into... access to longbows, rather, it would be silly to bulk into spears. So he's just prepping for something that doesn't get countered by that play, but then scales into castle. Anatan done something very creative, though. He done the rarity. We've got Keshik play. I dig that a lot. You know, it means he doesn't have this range composition that's going to be very scary, but it gives him tempo on the map. And allows him to choose where and how he fights against the Palace Guard. Whereas if he went Lombos and tried to play up here, he could get flank attacked. If he also goes Lombos, opens Horseman. You know, there's a lot of conundrums of playing either Lombo or Javelin with what he's got in mind here. And that does mean it's going to be a castle build. Yeah. I'm trying to think, is there any known build where you mass Keshiks and you don't rush castle? Can anyone think of one? Because I'm kind of coming up dry. I feel like if you want to play into Keshiks, you're playing for attack. It's a distraction unit, right? It's like, part of the problem is like Keshiks just doesn't really scale as well. It's not like your Mongols are going to have 20 plus Keshiks in no time at all, right? Like, you're very handcuffed on your production rates as Byzantines. I do wonder, though, whether we're going to be getting the Golden Horn Tower or just a good old-fashioned Sippy Cup build. Like, Kaddis can be kind of cool here into what will be Lancer spam, right? Especially with the sipping, because you just don't die. And because your opponent's not building into range units, doesn't have a easy way of, like, sniping you down ever. Or it forces him into crossbows on a map that's really open. Kesh is just going to waste his time. It is going to be Golden Horn Tower. Alright, I don't think this is going to be a controversial thing to say. I think with the changes to Byzantines and the system spam meta, Golden Horn Tower is the only way. I think Sippy Cup's probably dead. It was already a bit of a gimmicky build, but now that people ramp up their production rates and their gathering rates so quickly with the match system, it means that Golden Horn Tower just got better and better. So yeah, this folks is just going to be the way of things. I think like we might actually see a necessity to change system. I think it's finally time for them to admit that there should be a level 6 that you unlock with the system landmark. So Dumu is pivoting into the Spearman, which is to be expected here. What's the reaction from Anno going to be? Could it just be Varangian? Or do you straight up crossbows to counter both? I mean, you're going to need some Varangian anyway, right? You need some sort of front line if you want to go into crossbows. At least if you want to be present on the map, which is usually going to be quite important, considering the relics is high value for both of these civs. And there you go, he's giving the Varangian. Mount the Academy on the way from Dimu. People just really pivoting full off of the the alternative, right? Like, Shaolmonks seem cool, but I think they're just too expensive at this stage of the game, even on Pro Scouts. You know, if you could put 200 food into a Shaolmonk, that means you're not putting that food into Lancers. Realistically, which one is going to do more damage? And most importantly, on top of that, it is, of course, the Zerg. Regional inspections coming in. It's going to double the supervision production speed, allowing him to vomit out a lot of Palace Guard here. Yeah, it's quite interesting. Like, you're taking a turbocharged approach to a turbocharged build anyway. But the reason it's important is in this matchup, your opponent's already turbocharged. The 100% increased production rate. So by doing this, instead of being only slightly ahead on like a single racks, like you can actually get out of control fast. It's pretty ridiculous and also important because the way that Byzantines ramp up their production is AoE generated. Whereas for Shushi in China, the way they ramp up production speed is targeted at a specific individual building. More spears. Does he not know what he's up against? It doesn't seem like it. He hasn't seen anything yet. It is a crazy quantity of spears. Has he got the first glimpse of it? He's still only seeing Limitane, and there we go. Varangian reveal. Okay, that's actually perfect for Dumu. Anatan revealed the Varangian on his side of the map. It's a slow-moving unit. And Dumu is playing that quick pivot Civ, so wouldn't be surprised if we see an archery range now just dropped to start pumping out the crossbows. Well, lol. If only. Yeah, I wasn't able to surround him to protect, so nice snipe there by Dumu. Denies the first relic from coming home. Anatan, he's actually going for cataphracts. Cataphract and Varangian. But your opponent already has 25 spears, and I mean, once again, does he not just go crossbows? I mean, maybe the thought in his mind is it doesn't look like it's a crossbow game yet, but like, I can't think of a game that begs crossbows more than this. You open Keshiks, you followed into Varangian, now you're building cataphracts. Every single thing you're doing is begging your opponent to build crossbows. Maybe this is mind games where it's like, okay, but yeah, if I'm doing everything to suggest you should have crossbows, then Dumu is a very smart player. He's going to question why would you do that? And in fairness, like going crossbows does slow you down a lot. So I think what Anatan's trying to do is leverage that detail to then get relics all off the map, while Dumu has to react to the play and play slower. But props to him. Dimu's actually just doubling down on Spear, Palace Guard, and he's now rushing relics. The one on Dimu's side is slightly off-centered. Why you got to do that, bro? Why? I can't fix that. That's literally at cow. I'm using the score overlay from EGC. Alright, do you want me to tilt you more? Look above the one on the left. Have you noticed that the border trim isn't correct? Oops. Now you're really tilted. And there's the crossbow switch. Okay, so Anotand has got what he wanted. I don't think this is what he wants. I mean, what's the upside to forcing your opponent to crossbows here? Because if he had gone for, you know, Western or Silk Road, it makes sense. This is at least a good fight. He's finding groups of spearmen out on their own lonesome. Some of them are going to get a bit too frisky. The PG actually went in for the workers. Didn't yield him a few, though. I think he got like an extra 2 kills there. So slowly building a lead, but not quick enough. The Byzantines are falling behind, not with the system buffs. Where they are falling behind is on relics now. You've doomed us, right? Why would I do that to my own stream? Now you can't unsee it. This is where Slater was like, oh, this wouldn't happen on a KPMM production. We pixel measure. Actually, like, comically enough, when I got the draft for one of the new assets, I remember I saw that straight away and sent it back to the asset creator. I was like, that doesn't look center to me. I think it's off by a few pixels. He's like, oh yeah. Oops. Yeah, it turns out being a perfectionist can be useful sometimes. Okay, so Dumu, I think, has Anatan in a really bad position right now. I mean, Ano, he went for a build that's meant to just be very aggro-based, in my opinion, with the Keshik plus Varangian. It's meant to be like a Zergy timing. What did he think he was going to be up against, though? I mean, you're playing against Shushi, so, like, it's either Lancer or PG, normally. I guess you could probably beat Palsguard with Varangian. They are pretty good in a melee mosh pit. But, you know, Demon Civ on production pivot, right? And he even went double archery range. And this is like the type of thing that's just going to catch Anotand out at a point where he cannot afford to be caught out. He doesn't have farms set up at home. He's playing loose resources, and the workers have to run for the high hills. Not just that, Spears now diving into the main, keeping the rest of the army away as the crossbows do get backstabbed here. So maybe actually we'll be able to clear this up. Dumu, he's getting some distance though. It looked bad at first, but I actually think he got the breathing room. Gathering's underway again. Second wave coming in is being intercepted, but the Varangian, no match for the crossbows. And in the main base, the melee mosh pit. This is ridiculous, actually. Anatan's not just getting a clean wipe. He's wasting a lot of time on this, and it's now allowing the shutdown of the real goal. Eco running away. And the villager lead continues to build. Dimu, more crossbows on the way. It's a full pivot now into Limitane, which means you're spear on spearing. I mean, if you had similar military, this works for Anno right now, but he's just outnumbered and truly outgunned considering the lack of actual range units. Keshiks just keep trickling out to actually give value to these crossbows as well. Anno now looks hard stuck. We'll clear up this wave. Pro Scouts is still snatching. And he did just get seen going out to that right side, actually. So it's not even like you get some breathing room where your opponent doesn't know what you just done. And the Chuganu switch. Oh, man, that's dirty. Wait. Anatan never got undermesh. No, he got melee blacksmith tech and that was it. And he's not gathering gold, guys. No, he didn't move out and pick it up more, right? Like, he can't. It's very difficult right now. He put all the gold into Varangian spam. So he has nothing left for blacksmith tech. And his opponent already has +2. This is disgusting. Chug with +2 and he's got the bolt magazines? I'm not sure Anna's going to have time to react to this play now. And well, he doesn't. He reacts to the GG, sees the first Chuganu in the formation and realizes he's absolutely toasted. Blimey. So, that does mean that Benny Boy is going to be on the verge of pushing Anno out. Score is now sitting pretty at 2-1. Shushi versus Biz. A right side win. Next up, they are going to be taking us into Gorge. This could be the longest game, actually, considering the map. What are the civs? Okay, probably not a long game. It's Delhi versus Ayu. I feel like Delhi-Ayu is a very snowballing matchup, actually, in the Feudal Age on either side. Guys, give me a sec. I just need to grab something quickly. So I'll stick us in game. And then I will be back in, like, literally a minute. Okay? Oh, and let me flip the score now before I leave. There we go. 1 second. Alright, I got delayed by like 20 seconds. Sorry about that. That's what Freya does to you. Alright. In we go, though. It's time for something gorgeous. See what I done there? The map's cool. Welcome back to the channel, folks. It's time for game number 4 of this series from the $30,000 tournament for Age of Empires 4. We've got Anotand in the yellow playing as the Ibids going up against Dumu in the purple as the Delhi. Dumu on the verge of booting Anatan down to the elimination bracket and consolidating power, it feels like, because Dumu has been looking on form this tournament. I've been impressed. He's impressed himself. He actually admitted in his own interviews that he just hadn't had the time to practice at all. He thought he wasn't going to be up to scratch, and he didn't even feel motivated, really, with the current meta to grind into it. But apparently, the meta worked out perfectly for him with the way this has been playing so far. Let's see what he can do as we hop in to potentially Anatan's last game of this series. I mean, Ibids versus Delhi, though, this is, I think, a pretty good matchup for Ayu. Because you've got the Dervish play into Desert Raiders, and that does actually counterplay Ghazi quite well. Map, also one where the sacred sites are somewhat close, and with cavalry comps, you can actually deny all of them. So curious to see how Dumu reacts to this. We've seen a few matchups that have been counterintuitive for Delhi at the moment, where the pivot has been Tower Victory. We had that in the Hims Cup, actually. That was in the Jean d'Arc versus Delhi matchup, where Puppy Paw was caught off guard when Louis MT went for an old-school Tower Victory build to solve for the Jean conundrum. Wonder if we could be seeing something similar here. It would leave you a bit slower to react on these sacred sites, but I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, considering what we just mentioned about them being closer. It means you struggle to hold 3 sacred sites with an infantry comp, but 2 seems quite feasible. In fact, I guess we'll hit the 2x just as we get ready for the tech up. Scanning rotations, it looks like Anatan actually got the lion's share, if I'm not mistaken. He should anyway. He's seeing a 13 sheep right now to the 12. He's not eating the sheep, but remember, like when you look at the map, he's got a bunch of areas left to cover here. So in theory, he should come out at like, what, 65, 70% sheep total? And that is interesting. Growth Wing. Okay, color me a little bit surprised here. So why not Dervish? I guess the risk with Dervish is like if your opponent does go even just Ghazi Archer, he can quickly reach a mass point where if you show up to the fight, you lose the Dervish heal. They just die. So by getting Growth Wing, what Anatan's going to do, instead, he can either try to rush Castle ahead of the Sacred Site cap, or he has the means to now compete with Delhi in the feudal because he's ramped his economy so much more, right? Like, think about the timing when you get Growth Wing. Get 3 villages, free 20 villager count. So you're getting about a 20% increase to your economy, actually. Like, worst case scenario, 15% if you got delayed. This is why Growth Wing has historically, for a very long time, been a go-to staple of the Ibids over the years. Yeah, and probably will remain so. I mean, we even saw it get nerfed on its castle time. It used to be 8 villages, got dragged down to 7. Not really surprised they didn't nerf the feudal. It'd be pretty crippling to reduce it down to 2 villages. You can't really do 2.5 villages, right? Like, you know, I think we'd all be there. Like, if we got Amazon dropshipped an Eco Wing growth and we had 2.5 villages in there, like, what am I meant to do with half a body? What if it's not even the part of the body I wanted? Like, what if I got the legs and I wanted the chest? You know? And yeah, if you do decrease it by a total 1, that's a 50% nerf. Well, I guess it's 33% or 50% depending on the way you look at it. Stables beginning from Anno. So what? Probably like 1 or 2 horsemen to just annoy. Could be a Desert Raider beginning. I think it comes down to what you see from your opponent. I know. You should be able to suck around in time to see that it's going to be the stables. The sheep count is glorious. 20 have been shepherded home to the Ibid Empire. Meanwhile, Dumu, only 12. And reminder, this is a double berry matchup. So both of them were playing berries. It's not like one person was already eating sheep. This is just a true, accurate form of the divide. It's going to be the horseman beginning. Yeah, I've got it. Thank you, darling. When you go play. Does he add in a Desert Raider now? This, like, normally 2 Horsemen and a Desert Raider makes a lot of sense. Maybe 3 maximum. The whole idea is you just want to create a blob first, so the Desert Raider can't be sniped by Ghazi. Hard to fight horses against horses when Delhi has healing? Yes, no. So, I get where you're going with that, but at this stage in the game, like, it's very tricky to make that rotation work, because you want to be coming out, not, like, going home, right? If you have to keep running home with one Ghazi healing him, multiple details are happening. So the Scholar, for a start, is not moving with the Sacred Sites. Also, on top of that, you've got one less boy in the fight. Also, on top of that, you still have techs you want. So, like, normally we see the Scholar heal looks really important when you've already got the techs. Because before that, using those boys to heal your units is you basically conceding a good timing on technologies. He's going to split the Scholars. Oh, that's, like, the greediest way possible you can do this. Dumu going all Sacred Sites, but, I mean, in fairness, I get where he's coming from. The Scholars are cheap. Remember, Dome of Faith, you only pay 80 gold. But it means, against the cavalry comp, like, your opponent could just run place to place, stabbing you. What's up, Nikolai? I see you. Stab me in the heart in a beautiful way. I appreciate the Prime sub. Welcome back to the Swarm. Reminder people, always get those subs in, especially Prime subs. They do not renew automatically. If you're going for a standard sub, you actually can set it up to just do an automatic renewal, which helps out a lot. And looks like, oh, I love that. That micro's on point. He only needs 1 now. Optimized it perfectly to get the kill without leaving any extra damage on the table. Is able to now scare away the extra Ghazi. He's got a scout running up north side, but that's already been captured. The south side's going to be 1 horseman. Man, that's a great switch by Anatan. And because of the count now, like, the read is pretty smart, right? You have DR plus the horseman. So your opponent even needs to go archer spears. But if you start prepping archers ahead of him, you can actually maintain control. I would imagine Dumu's thinking archers here just so that you can, like, snipe down the extra, but maybe he has to go spearman due to the count. Double stables? Oh. Honey boo-boo. If this wasn't Growth Wing, I think double stables for Dumu could work. But because it's Growth Wing, your opponent just inflated his eco a lot faster, right? And remember, we also now have the Golden Age 2. That's the... Golden Age 1, rather. That's the other interesting thing about the Growth Wing, is the Growth Wing kind of repads your economy to make you feel like you had Golden Age at the start of the game, if that makes sense. And when you think about it that way, having like a 10% eco buff from the start of the game is pretty crazy. Skull's gonna have a bad time as well. That one gets shut down. He pulls them all. Okay, this is do or die for Dumu. He's gonna make this about micro orientation. But he's looking to give a masterclass here. And Anatan is looking to overwhelm. He's going to pull the DR back for now. Waits for the reinforcements. With the archers, that could be the coup de grace. He needs to take out these scholars towards the end of their life. But Clash comes in. Horsemen lead the way. Desert Raiders are sneaking in behind it. And this is the problem. Look, the scholars, they're in the way. He's not hitting the camels. Some Ghazi finally slipped through. But it looks too little too late. He has to retreat, and he does so with his tail between his legs. Scholar's being sniped down on the way. The Ghazi are trying to buy some time, but this is looking grim. He's barely got any food in reserve. Horseman count is being maintained in favor of Anotand, and with that debuff there, your Ghazi are basically relegated towards standard horseman play, with just slightly more health for a lot more price. Damn, that was sick. Anotand, what a timing. I think the earlier damage just kind of ripple affected. And put him in this awkward position for Dumu where, like, the scholars had to come forward. Had to fight in a way that he didn't want to. And we did say in the pregame, right, this is a matchup that quite often is volatile one way or the other. It's a slippery slope type matchup. Then again, most Delhi ones are. I think what makes this one even more so is the double focus on cavalry from both sides. So what do you do now if you're Dumu? think he might be holding off on the idea that Anatan goes castle, which is, you know, fair. Most players would go castle from here. Not Anno. No, Anno has gone up to 17 horsemen. 12 archers as well. He even has the steel arrow. Yeah, just goes straight in for the scholars. Best target for him. He knows that the Ghazi are going to lose to this many horsemen regardless. The Desert Raiders are being target fired down by Dumu. Great micro there. In fact, they've been removed from the fight. The Ghazi, can they actually clean this up? No. The problem is Anatan, he's seeing the low HP bars. He's sniping them down. So a good effort there by Dumu. It looked like he almost had it. But folks, there's bigger issues now. Dumu must have been running out of food and he may have been too focused on the fights. Yeah, he's had idle time on TC. This is also pre-textiles. There's a 7-worker lead. Mathematically, there should only be a 4. Growth wing plus the worker kill. But now there's going to be a hell of a lot more. Anno finds the workers. 3 more go down. I mean, this looks over. Dumu, he's over macroed onto wood. What was the goal? Was he thinking farms? Maybe not. I think, like, usually when you get suckered into these fights, this is a classic. It happens to all of us, clearly even some of the best. You lose track of what's happening with wood. It's always safer to put people on wood. A, because it's the least likely resource to get harassed. And B, you don't have to worry about looking back and moving people to different things, right? So, like, I think for Dumu, when the fights happened, he just allocated them over there. He's like, I'll deal with that later. Sadly for him, it doesn't look like there's going to be a later now. Anatan has new DRs in. He's got 6 Desert Raiders in total, in fact. Denies some of the pro scouts, and I think Dumu is out of food. Yeah, he's got 2 sheep left. No berry access, and no hope of coming back in this game. It is going to go all the way to a 5th game between these 2 talented lads. Archers even just run into the face of the Ghazi. Desert Raiders arrive just in time to give the debuff. In theory, it could have been a good fight, but not with these numbers. No, GG gets called. Game 5 is coming up. Oh, damn. 5-game series between these two. That's kind of wild. Wasn't really expecting that. I mean, I guess, like, could he have done something different than the draft, I wonder? Delhi, he had Delhi, Abba, or Japanese. I think, like, that was the most logical pick, right? Because he's got Dry Arabia left over. I think Japan does a bit better there. And the other pick he has is, like, Abbasids. But your opponent has either English or Mali. Oh, he's just going to Malians, isn't he? Damn. Wait, I wonder, did Dumu maybe suspect a Malian pick on Gorge? Because there are some players that prefer that over Dry Arabia. Either way, he didn't get it. It's going to be Delhi versus my brain. Iabits. I'm looking in all the wrong places for that Civ. So, Gorge with Dry Arabia coming up. So, Dry Arabia to be the decider. And it looks like we are going to be having... Yeah, Malians versus Japan. I think there's ways that Japan can deal with this matchup. It is a bit tricky, though. Ona Bugacia actually might be your best friend, but people very rarely do that. It's starting to catch on a bit. It's just very hard to scale and fuel. Let's find out if Benny Boy's got it. And I screwed up my scene. Where is my OBS? Oh, God. I'm like OCD. I haven't ordered the things that I like. All right, here we go. Does Japan still work? That's what we're here to find out. Welcome back to the channel, folks, for the deciding game in this $30,000 tournament between Dumu and Anatan. It's come all the way to a game number 5 between these two, and we get to see the Japanese in action. Anotand has been saving the Malians for this moment, though. Mali versus Japan is an interesting matchup. I think Japanese have solutions. It's just tricky with this Dark Age meta. There was a time where I actually quite dig Japan as a counter to Malians with Horseman Onu Bugacia. But in more recent times, with this Rax opening, you're kind of prepping your opponent to counterplay with archers. Let's see how Anatan wants to play this, though. He has got the Ford Gold Vein, which is going to be problematic, and he goes for the outpost. Shout out to Puppy Paw, who was the very first player we saw do this in pub games at the start of the year. You outpost your gold, and then you set up a mill right next to it. The logic being is that you can garrison to protect all of the pit mine area, and then ungarrison and gather food. The reason why this play originally sucked, guys, is because without any food nearby, you don't just want to gather gold. Like, if you have pit mine plus gold gathering, you have way too much gold. Because you'd have to keep 3 workers at least here to keep a good garrison force. Yeah, just a smart read. It's interesting to see how much this is starting to take over as well. I think we have the game up on the channel. I have to remember what it was called. Maybe someone somehow just knows off the top of their head. But it was a game between Puppy Paw and Louis. It was HRE versus Malians. And it completely ruined the outpost rush timing. Louis even tried to fix it by pulling the prelate, and it didn't work. And what is up, sort of? I see you coming in with a raid. Thank you very much, mate. Thank you, thank you. Hope you had a good stream. Love to see some sort of hard on the grind for AoE 4. I think he's with us forever now, guys. StarCraft is in the past, question mark? Wait, do I have notifications on this scene? I'm double checking now. We should have notifications on, but I can't actually see them. Yeah, we do. Oh, and Dumu does go for the outposts. Okay, so this stops active gold gathering, but in fairness to Anatan, he got most of the houses necessary up. Pitmine is generating 81 gold. I think he's happy with this. If you want to go pro scouts, it's definitely annoying. But, like, you could argue Dumu made a very big investment. He walked a worker across the map. He built an outpost to do this. And remember, this is a new dawn and new day. The deer shove doesn't work anymore. SC2 is around different circles. What does that even mean? I'm a bit skeptical to SC2's future. I think they'll hold on based on community support, but I would say like EWC's announcement was like a big clutch up to keep the scene alive for a year. Hey, there we go. They do work. Thank you, Demon Legion. Demon Legion? Demon Legend. Sorry, I'm dealing with a crying baby, a 3-year-old in my ear at the side. Yeah, so Freya's latest thing is Emma says no, and then to affirm, she has to walk all the way down to the garden and scream at me, to then have me say no, to then just go back. You'd think the kid would just save us some time, but nope. She's not at that efficiency stage yet. She's not ready to become an RTS pro. So, Curious Toy House now on the way and has become the norm. Honestly, I think as long as this Rax play remains, you're just not going to get Coca Township. It just doesn't make sense. He has got Spimman now guarding on the secondary gold, so smart just to try and slow down the timings. I guess, wait, could Dumu just like play Yuumi here? This feels like a smart type of game to Yuumi if you want to aggro now, because your opponent doesn't have good gold gain. So with Mansa plus Pitmine, like, his Javelin spam possibility is not crazy. Emma's so cruel. Look, you haven't met our child. Okay, the amount of time she said hungry this morning, you would not believe. Oh, feed your kids. We do. We feed her everything. And she still says she's hungry. It's ridiculous. Does Dumu play Age or go Castle? This is always the thing with Japan, right? Like, they have got better at finding advantageous plays in the feudal age, but I'm wondering if like this type of outpost is just enough to convince you your opponent's too slow and you just take advantage of that with greed. Looking in the wood gathering though suggests we are going to get some production ramp up. He already has arrow slits on the way in the Ford outpost, and this with that many people rallying onto wood and that detail on the forge, I think we're looking at a Yuumi timing. SC2 community strong yesterday, raised 20k in like 20 minutes. 30 minutes rather for Home Story Cup 20. Yo, that's sick. Yeah, I saw that tournament was doing quite well. What I mean by that though is like SC2, will always, I think, hold on. But I think some people want to believe it'll reacquire the heights it once had. I think the only way that potentially happens is with StarCraft 3. You know what I mean? Like, it'll always do well. But the best days, I think in RTS in general, it's very struggly. The best days are behind us. I don't think that's entirely true. Like, if you have a new release that's inviting to new players, I think RTSs could actually resurge. That's what AoE4 was meant to do. One thing to keep in mind with a game like Age of Empires 4, though, is the more years a game like this exists, the harder it is to actually reach that point of general applicability. I.e., 50,000, 200,000, 300,000. Don't think that ESL will pick SC2 up again. Me neither. I think with ESL, it made sense to foster that relationship with Blizzard at the time because of the potential for Warcraft. Because you remember, I think when they signed that deal, it was almost just before Reforged came out, a few months before. So like there was a double value prop potentially, but then obviously Reforged flopped really, really hard. But then also for Esports World Cup, the thing that people need to realize about like Esports World Cup is, it could just be more valuable to have a second battle rail or something if you want just raw viewership. But the really important thing for EWC is they want to be perceived as the World Cup, right? It's in the name. But to be that, you need to be the place for every genre, really. Every major genre that has been major or is major. That's why I think they have StarCraft still at the moment. I mean, if AoE 2 keeps going strong, though, I kind of wouldn't be surprised if they end up replacing them. I know some people want to say, KP, what about AoE 4? We've got some time. We got us some time to still cook. Potentially down the line, but we're not quite there yet at that scale. So it looks like Dumu is going for the castle build, by the way. He added in a few more spearmen, but that's about it. Has rushed out onto the berries. Tawara plus Takazaiku, and he has no sheep. Okay, so this is a very limited play, technically. Anatan is reacting with troopers. We've got archers. We've got a little bit of everything, actually. I think he did go for the pro scouts in the end, didn't he? Did he? No. But he's just building extras. I guess it's kind of a brute force trooper, and you can use it to aggro a bit. Don't agree with what I say. Based on what I'm saying, that'd be Olympics. Not really. If you name your event World Cup, what do you want to be seen as? You want to be seen as the go-to, like, gravitational point for all esports gaming. And, like, I've seen some of the documents, and I've seen some of the, I tell you, this is exactly what it is. The whole goal is the mission with EWC is to make them the hub for competitive gaming. And you do that by representing all gaming. You want to have a game from every roster possible that makes sense. So there can be no argument. Or even for those who don't know, there's a pointing system. Like basically teams enter multiple tournaments for EWC. And based on your scorings, like, you score on the rankings. Similar, actually, to how the Olympics would work, funnily enough, you mentioned that. Where, like, Team GB has scored this many points. Team America has this many medals. It literally has that element. And Ram's coming in. Athletics have WC for multiple disciplines? Sure, but the thing is, what we just said is that RTS isn't the biggest genre, right? If you don't have to spend more money to represent the genre that you're aiming for, would you spend more money? Because, like in fairness, when we do talk about it, it makes sense that if you talked about, what's going to be more profitable to sponsors, etc., is it Counter-Strike or is it StarCraft? Right? Is it Apex Legends or Age of Empires? Which ones are going to get bigger numbers? But, like, it's the holistic element of having all these other games there that makes you validated as the esports hub. I don't want to call it, like, a pity punt, but it's, like, it's including the whole recipe in their minds, right? Like, when we make a spaghetti bolognese, adding in some basil is going to make it more tasty, but there's no denying that, like, the pasta and the mince is more important. And, woo! Nice snipe there. Things that just got minced. The plan for Dumu. This is rough. He is at least pivoting into Yumi, so maybe he'll be okay. But Anatan's already been preordaining that. He's got Javelin comp building up. That was a sick timing. clip about a British carbonara. Like, don't get me started. It's like when Emma makes us tuna pasta and forgets to add the tuna. Oh, yeah, don't get me started on the Olympics thing where it's like Esports and they've got the dash or something. You need to put the red eye voice on. It's not Esports. Not how you spell it. That's more of a David Mitchell. Anyway, we've got to dive through here. There's a lot of idle time. We talked about Dumu running out of food, and I think the timing looked right if he was just kind of scaling into Mounted Samurai plus Yumi, but the issue I'm seeing is like the food quantity you have access to is pitifully small. It's just the farms, really. Ram's also just been munching its way through the housing, which is risk Dumu just being pop-locked. Did at least solve it just ahead of time. Has Anatan been building up the cows? A little bit, but not crazily. Only 2 ranches so far. But he's got so much pressure, guys. Outpost also coming in. He's going to deny the food away. He knows. Like, this is actually a painful game for Dumu. I think if he did have access reliably to the deer, he gets enough troops out that Anatan just has to age. But Ano's read is sick here because of the lack of reliable food that he can consistently drive home into his economy. Dumu's lacking the capability of building a formidable force right now. Even the Yumi's kind of weird here, right? Like, Yumi against Javelins. Funnily enough, like, Yumi can fare okay because Javelins should overkill a lot. But when you're playing Feudal Javs into Castle Yumi, you actually don't overkill as much. So, if Dumu can get up to, like, 30 Yumi, sure, thumbs up, right? But if it's someone like, 14 Javs versus 20 Yumi, I think Anatan's still going to be quite happy with the fights. Especially in a game where there's no gold gathering. The other reason he keeps checking here, like, if you think about it, you check the right side, you block gold and deer. You check the left side, you block gold and deer. It's actually frustrating the way that this is being played. The rest of the army's arriving. I think Dumu's about to feel a bit baited here. Donzos do arrive in time to almost haul the Mounted Samurai into the afterlife. I mean, that diving got, like, what, 2 feudal kills and he lost 5 units? Almost 7. Okay, make it 6. The biggest one being the Mounted Samurai. Like, once that one guy goes down, he has no front line. And think about the options here, right? If you build Samurai, you're still going to need gold, which is hard to reach right now. You also need the gold to get upgrades. So you can't really change to anything but Mounted Samurai. It's not like there's another unit you have access to that's already castled up. Like, this is one of those weird positions where Japan actually having to pay gold for veterancy on Samurai is bad. Then again, I feel like there's a lot of those situations. I don't know, man. I've been really underwhelmed by Feudal Samurai for a long, long time. With very few exceptions. Ram's back at it again. I sank your heart when you saw the announcement video? I mean, like... What was it? Someone commented, like, clickbait. It's like, it's not clickbait. Our journey has ended. KPMM is over. ... Ram onto the archery range as well. So, the javelin count, remember what we said? If it's even Stevens, I don't think you're happy with this as Dumu at all. Antan's trading out reasonably well. I mean, mathematically, cost-wise, you're happy, right? But in terms of the way you trade, in terms of quantity... It's not great. Yeah, especially considering that he still only has the blacksmith level 1. Doesn't even have the undermesh to give some element of protection. Grand Fulani on the way. It's a half Lani at that. 9 cows out of 20 so far. That's going to be good enough to ramp up into Sofa. And, damn it, man. Spears would actually be saving grace here, but I don't know if he realizes. I mean, you could sneak a bit of gold for it. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be hard fought for. But like one rush of gold just to get the veterancy on spears could start to provide a solution right now. Because like Anatan's entire army could be held back by spears. I think the big issue for Dumu is like he's aware of that. But he doesn't feel like he has the food income to do it. Right? And I understand where he's coming from. Like if it was 600 food versus 900 food, I think that's good enough with spears work. It's going to be 1200 plus food versus 600. The maths just doesn't make sense. And yes, Fulani does work on cows that aren't in a ranch. So that's why it's also important to kill the cows after you break them free. You have to not only free them from the life prison, you have to... Actually, You don't have to free them from the physical prison. You have to free them from the spiritual prison. Send them to the great bison cow in the sky. DeMu 8 villagers behind? Yeah, I think he's been having some gaps, which makes sense. So 9 villi difference. He didn't get textiles. I mean, we saw this in the last game as well. I don't know if it's just like food being strained or maybe just DeMu getting a little bit tired. Being over-focused on one element, missing like the classic, the core of always produce villagers. Now we get the reacquisition on the gold. And DeMu gets the bad news. That army's pretty big. Yeah, and most important, the sofa detail. Whereas this is a farce. 5 sofas show up to face off against this, the sofas win. And Anatan's about to have 10 sofas. The only thing they're going to be missing is... Well, no, you already got imported armors. Okay. Make it 3 sofas win the fight. I like how the way the wolf is running, it looks like it's just actually part of the formation. Gold. Now re-secured. Wood is going to get harassed out instead. But I think you're fine with that. Like for Anno, he doesn't need wood now. It needs to be food and gold. He's got archers coming as well, but the first sofa are going to dive in and just look at the pitiful damage. This many guys shot that one sofa and it just really didn't register. Not even a quarter. What is up, Canadian Rabbit? I appreciate you. Thank you for becoming a member on the YouTube side. Perfect moment to do it, as it looks like we're about to frame in an L for DeMu, unless he's got a big switch coming. He has just rushed out into gold. Okay, so maybe there's hope. Mount Samurai, Mount Samurai. One thing I'll say is, like, this matchup isn't just hard for Japan in the early game, it's hard in the mid and late as well. Malians are super effective at just counterplaying the Mount Samurai with raw blobbing sofa. They always have the Donzos left over, and let's not get started about, like, Mustafadi's sneakiness. But mostly just sofa. This is the polarizing thing, is like, at this point in the game, Japan is relying on the efficiency of their units, not the efficiency of their economy. Because, like, traditionally, Japanese eco sucks at this stage. But this is where Malians become more reliant on their eco than ever to just overwhelm an opponent. And the Zerg is real. Like, this is just ridiculous. It's 53 to 28, and most of DeMu's army is pure trash. Yumi about count, and the count is simply not there. Second wave is coming in, and I think that is going to be Benny Boy up for elimination. He's not dead in the tournament yet, but this means he'll have to make his last stand in the knockout bracket of EGC Master Summers, where there is no forgiveness anymore. That's right, triple elim bracket. You get 2 chances to flop up in the early phases. There's no more forgiving anymore. Anatan just back on form, reminding us exactly why he's to be feared. And I know some people are going to look at this and go, well, Anatan's a bit shaky. 5-game series against DeMu with the way that DeMu is. But no, don't discredit Benny Boy. I think he's put in his best performance in this tournament in quite some time. I found it refreshing, actually. Inspiring, even. We'll have to see if he can continue a lower bracket run to glory. I mean, DeMu's a Team Liquid lad. He's a Dota boy as well, so he'll respect and appreciate the saying, upper brackets are for pussies. Oof. GG's to Benny Boy. And well played to Anatan. So, I don't know, able to take the dub. But we're not done yet, guys. No. Up next, we're going to be looking in on another set. So, bear with me uno moment. Because what we have... Changelog just copy and pasted my... Huh? What's the what are you confused by? With a name like Changelog, it just seems like you want to change the title. Anyway, we're going to have a look at Beasty versus Wham next. So let me just update the title there. Get ready to roll. And then, depending on how long this is, we maybe rock out a few pub games as well. But let me get the draft ready for this series. I had it somewhere. I think I had it over here. I have too many tabs. So, Beasty versus Wham. I was told that game 1 of this was wild. All I'll say about it, without giving it any indication of outcome, is that when we were in game 4 of one of our sets, game 1 was still going on from this set. Pub games? You got Faye playing Biz on Water versus Scatbrain? No, dude, that game's never going to end. That game's like, that's going to be a meme fiesta that will never end. You're not going to get me to cast that. Bye. I like mine fast and aggressive, you know? That's why I loved the Anotand versus Vortex water game so much. That thing was epic. Alright, so, one sec. Let me get ready for our next one. So G1. Was it Gorge? Here's a draft from the boys, by the way. Oh, by the way, guys, I told Gigabyte I'd do one final big push to see how you guys perform. ! Gigabyte, make sure you click those links. I talked to them. It was interesting, actually. They gave me some stat feedback in the end. I think we have like a 2% click-through, which doesn't sound like a lot. It's actually like, I think it's kind of on average-ish, maybe a little bit above average. But, come on. You guys can click more than that. Nice. So, a little bit of insight. When it comes to, like, influencer, so, like, conversion rates, if you have a 2% conversion rate, 2.5, you're doing really well. If you have 5%, you're a god. Click-throughs, like, I think, can follow similar metrics. So, you guys done well. But next time you see those links, make sure you're clicking them. Like I said, it does actually help support the channel. And it's free to do. But, I think it's time for something ludicrous. Let's get ready to go in. It's time for one of the silliest games from the $30,000 S-tier summer tournament. Beasty versus Wham on Gorge. I heard rumors about this game. I didn't know the outcome. All I knew is that when we on the main broadcast were 4 games into a Marine Lord Puppy Paw set, game 1 of this one was still going on. And no surprise either. Look at those civs. We've got Demon Civ, House of Lancaster in the hands of Beasty, going up against Wham's Roos on Gorge. Gorge, a map that can historically play quite deep. But these two civs, definitely no stranger to the late game, and these two players, no stranger to it either. Beasty likes to let us believe he's a reformed player. He's not about that boom life anymore. But I saw some games on the weekend that would suggest otherwise. And Wham has been playing very aggressive recently in our midweek musters. However, has historically been a player that is also comfortable with the later phases of the game. So let's see how this one plays out, how we get there, and how bloody ridiculous this one could be. We're going to get 2 XP just for the early game. And interesting from Wham, he actually went super far back to set up that hunting cabin. Sometimes what we see from players, they stick one here. But what was the difference here? I mean, I guess it just leaves better room for the high trade house right in the corner, where you're going to be getting the most trees, right? Because you'll eat for a bunch of these by the time you're attacking. Other side, Beasty, how's the spawn looking? He got gold stone on separate sides of the base. It's a bit rough. The deer are quite close, though, and boom, there we go. The Lancaster Castle is going to take advantage of that. So Beasty keeps the door open for a fast castle build. Makes sense against horse archers, actually, because you're expecting Roos to rush age. Yeah, horse archers versus Earlsguard is interesting as well, because Earlsguard can kind of hold back horse archers. Not sure if you really want to lean hard into it, but the idea is that a horse archer has 85 health, and you do 17 damage per strike. So if you get 5 Earlsguard, you have the maths to get a kill. And yeah, both Canucks were up against the Grace. I mean, to be expected, right? Puppy Paw for him, he was in the upper bracket against Marine Lord in the BO5. This isn't the elimination bracket, but whoever loses this will be at risk next weekend is the way it works. Stone already been gathered. BC. Makes sense. You don't need to guard this. Like, remember, the reason why he's not guarding stone, he's leaning onto the gold and the food, because that's the thing that will get threatened down the line. Rus don't really threaten you in the feudal age. They want to go for fast castle. Look at the wood gathering as it is. Yep, there you go. Pro scouts already coming in. So it's going to be the greedy boy approach. Would it benefit him to start off on the south side? I mean, the Lancaster castle's come up already, though. And this is the other brilliant thing. Beasty is rushing the second mana, the third mana, so that he has enough arrow fire to stop the scouts from going underneath and picking up those deer. Really good read. So it means that Wham's just going to have to be greedy and accept that Beasty's going to get his own greed. With 5 on the gold, plus 3 still on the stone. Is he max mannering? I think he is. Yeah, I mean, if you were just going to go fast castle now, there'd be no more stone gathering. It doesn't make sense. So he sticks 7 on the gold so that he can actually afford the nerfed condensed land practices. This used to be, I think, 300 resources. It's now... Oh, sorry, 400 resources and now... No, 300, now 400, I think it was. So I did nerf that slightly, but I'm curious, does Beasty stop at 6? 9 mana spam usually feels a bit too greedy. And I love that. Deer shoves in and then shoots them all down, so there's no running away. Yeah, so like with 7 on gold, he can afford to just actually ramp up, but I think we're just getting max manas, guys. He only has 2 on food. So as greedy as you could possibly be here, I think we're going to stick to the 2x speed just because it is just raw macro game right now. High Trade House, funnily enough, actually comes in on the east side. I guess that's because Wham's eco was already here and he didn't get Wheelbarrow, so he didn't want to run all the way around here. We do have Muster the Nobles now on the way, so Beasty's going to try to get some map presence to be threatening. Slow down the Pro Scouts timing and then maybe catch the first Warrior Monks coming out. Doesn't quite get the timing though. Yeah, so it won't be the 8, only the 7 Nobles. I wonder, could Beasty potentially be going for King's College here instead? And King's College does give you like better answers into the Roosters' second phase, right? Where they shift Horse Archer into like even Knights or Horsemen. Speaking of the discount Knights, Demi Lance is at least shutting this down. We'll go down to 1x speed at like 10 minutes. As we're only getting the first Horse Archers coming out. Looking at the relic distribution on the map, yeah, Wham should be pretty cozy for at least 3, I'd say. The Demi Lancers can shut down one side, but you kind of have to keep them together. If you have 2 different groups and the Horse Archers show up, they'll just fight you and kill you, right? And he does go White Tower. Okay, that's interesting. So Beasty, whatever he's up to is very gold heavy. He felt a necessity to secure. He didn't even go for the 8k vein, by the way. I think he didn't want to be seen and he knew that the Pro Scouts play was on the west. So instead, White Tower's going to go up and the Horse Archers... Oh, Wham, he had the right idea. But the timing here is not going to be good enough. No, and he knows it. He doesn't even try for the single worker kill. So well played by Beasty. He gets the age up. He's got the Elsguard, and he's immediately pivoted into the Hobbelars. Man, it always feels weird when you see King's College not there for Hobbelars, but to defend Beasty on this one, you have to think about the maths involved, right, on gold. He's down to 2k gold income. He needs to get a bunch of upgrades alongside it. The Hobbelars are a unique horseman. They cost gold, not wood. They cost less food as a trade-off, but they still require gold. So for Beasty to have that longevity of play, he needed a 4k. So it actually was the correct call, as bad as it feels. Yeah, and to kind of exacerbate that fact, let's say he went King's College. Okay, well, congrats. You've now just got an even bigger gold requirement in your build order, right? Because you have to get all these techs that are premium. Also, you know, when you go King's College, you're usually looking to do things like Night Opening. Well, Night Opening is super gold heavy. So his play definitely makes a lot of sense. It's quite smart, actually. It's just like, I think a lot of people haven't been comfortable with the idea of playing Hobbelar without King's College for obvious reasons. It's definitely viable. It just sometimes feels absolutely horrific. Yeah, because I think like for Hobbelars, they are a more situational unit than any other horseman in the game. Now the Beastie just rushing out with the monks. Oops. Wait, what? Sir? Sir? Like, what? You had it. You had it. Oh, no. Well, more Hobbelars are coming in, though, so it looks like he should be able to resecure. Nicely played. That was a bit cloudy, though. Beastie, I think the monk, was he going wider for, like, the Northern Relic, maybe? Wham, forced to retreat. Doesn't really want to turn around against hobbies. Okay, so Relic Split still looks like it should be really good for Wham. 3, if not 4 relics. He's already going for the Eastern one. This is going to be the divider. Like, you know, do you get this? Do you get the overwhelming victory? Or is it as tight as it can be? And yes, this series was already post Lancaster nerf. This is from the weekend. We were already playing on the new patch for that one. Hobolars, though. Hello. Yeah, the Demi-Lancers were slowing him down, but now that he breaks into A-click formation, you kind of see what happens there. Like, the gap close gets a bit better. Did cost him, though. Yeah, I think for Beasty, he's just trying to get space to be greedy. In fact, you can see it. It's a macro up. He's going for Imperial. This is a pretty crafty way of doing it, though. Like, Hobolars. I think the thing with Hobolars is very hard to constrict your opponent with a small chunk of them. Because they don't seem that very threatening as a small quantity. It's kind of like the idea of Musafadi. You know, they are meant to swarm. Hobolars are the same on horseback. But Beasty's doing it. He's buying so much time with this. Yeah, and it doesn't take you long with 6 manas to boot, right? It's not the full 9 mana stretch, but I actually respect that. I think 9 manas would have missed the timing. Whereas this gets him up to Imperial Age and may actually allow him to get away with a Wingguard build. Important as well. The Wingguard will just give you that amassment you're looking for, because then he can start spamming out additional Hobolars for this play, or he can pivot into Mass Spearman if he sees the Knights taking over. Wow, gets ready for the dive, but just one Knight is really going to feel reliable. And there it is, folks. Wingguard. Has anyone noticed how Lancaster very rarely ever ends up in a situation where they have to Berkshire? That's so important as well. Like, you think it sucks because, oh man, you have a landmark, you're not using an option. No, going Berkshire feels bad. Like, even with the unique perk where you get an extra +2 damage maximum cap on the castle buffs for your Elsguard, it doesn't feel great to do. Wingguard just gives you so much variability and also escalation. It builds an army from nothing so fast. Well, but it's not there yet. Wham. Oh, this is sick if he can actually maintain. The problem is the TC fire, he does not have Boy's Fortitude yet. Nor does he have Raged Armor too. He's going to keep diving for now. More Knights have arrived. PC now trying to rush out the spears, but there's only fewer spearmen. Most of the manas aren't assisting the defense. It's just the TC to do so. He sneaks a few villages to start the build-up. He's tossing boys into the formation to waste time, and Wham is taking the bait, but the Wingguard has to be cancelled. Beasty now rushing it on the east side. That is huge for Wham. He gets the dive towards the back, finds some more worker kills, but now I think this might be the best he can achieve. Imperial feels inevitable. He definitely made Beasty pay a price for it. It's one thing to dive a TC. It would be a whole other to dive the White Tower. And that's pretty sick from Wham, though. He's going to start torching down manas where he can, but... I mean, this is the kind of situation where you wish your horse archers were camels and could build siege, right? Like, that dive happening with 2 rams coming behind, Beasty's entire economy would just be dead. He wouldn't have food income. But here, you just see it takes a lot of effort to burn down one of these buildings. Horse archers are just going to keep having a stab at it, but not really many of them left. We do have the first of the garrison commands on the way. Yeah, stream is on. Yeah? You want to say hi to stream, Freya? Alright, here comes Freya. Yeah. Yeah, you're on my lap. Say hi. Say hi, you gremlin. Say, oh, you're okay. Say, get him, Wham! Destroy him! Alrighty. Looks like he's actually burning for a decent number of the manas, but the spears are now arriving, so that's going to push him away. Who's going to win, Freya? Beasty or Wham?
Beasty!
Whoa, you little fanboy gremlin, get out of here! Ah!
Yeah!
What the hell? Terrible caster. She's not even unbiased. Say bye, stream. Good girl. I can't believe that. A Beasty fan kill. Oh, poor Canadians. NA Esports is in shambles. They can't even convince a 3-year-old to believe in them. Anyway, I'm sorry. Wow. We have got him playing on the boards, but he's got a big amount of catching up to do. Knights have started to arrive in his base. Beasty has survived the onslaught, age ahead. Wham does have a lot of gold trickle, though. He's got the high trade house plus the 3 relics and 2 sacred sites. I like the fact that he's actually just committing still. Like, the archers are a really cool solution for the time being against the spearmen. This game, I'm masochist? Well, I'm curious. I know it's a long game. That's all I know. I don't know how long. Then again, like, the set that we referenced where the Marine Lord Puppy Paw one was deep, like, those games are really quick. Second TC now coming in from Wham. By the way, can I just shout out my daughter for being more committed to a prediction than most pro players and casters? Ask them, they're like, yeah, I think Beasty can do this. Although Wham, like, has the means. Nah, dude, I asked you, who do you think's gonna win? And you gave me both answers? You answer like that on who wants to be a millionaire, you don't get anything. She came in straight away, she's like, Beasty. Out she goes. She also, if you guys remember, like, actually, like, Freya's a bit of an oracle. She predicted Marine Lord getting wrecked in the first EGC tournament of the year. We have a clip for that. Okay, so Wham once again knocking at the door. At what point do we just build rams? I guess it's tricky now. There's all these spearmen. They've got more manas coming up behind, so he's trying to reallocate. But he's still only level 2 mana. I'm kind of shocked, actually. Being an Imperial a few minutes now and just not having the capacity to reach up. Then again, we have to remember Wham is castling. Right? He's seeing castle, he's not imping. Beasty? Has he got enough spears now? I mean, Spear Hobbler actually is a really good answer to this. He's going to start to push him back. Remember, these Hobblars do not have those King Tolage upgrades. He has got the Saint's Blessing as well, so Wham a little bit more tanky, a little bit more DPS, but I think the problem here is it's just so much harder to micro this correctly compared to just a click from Beasty. And it's crazy as well, because right now, this is a castle and castle army. There is no imp upgrades yet from Beasty. It is just him massing out on an equal set of troopers. Yeah, but Wham also doesn't really have that many upgrades, right? He hasn't got the Boy's Fortitude, the Mirrodon Blacksmith tech. So this is about as even a fight as you could ask for. And we also have Wham with 2 TC behind this, which means he's scaling his worker lead to compete with the manas. So nobody is clearly ahead in this game right now. Ah, and thank you, Crackety. Yeah, we forgot about that command. Can we just highlight how weird of an acronym EMS was for a tournament? So EMS, you guys know what EMS means, right? It's Emergency Medical Services. Who's going to need EMS after this one? Because I'm sensing a slog and a half, man. Wham, I think he was expecting Beasty to just be greedy when he arrived in Imp a bit more and just focus on getting the final manas and he'd catch him off guard. But Beasty's read to actually just keep prepping army and not react with more greed was correct. And I love this. Like, Wham actually thought about this GC, right? It's usually like a tunnel vision-y type thing when you do this type of build against manas. But it's very hard to actually execute against mana spam at this stage, I think. It just makes a lot more sense to be prepping your economy for the next phase. And it also means he's going to have enough economy at the time when boars run out that he can start to afford farms, which we can see are already coming in for the Canadian. Twitch chat, ladies and gentlemen. The only platform where a random person comes into your stream and tells you that they're having a stroke. Read into that however you will, but what am I meant to read into this? We've got no. I mean, it's kind of like a white tower to protect your farms, but the thing I'm muttering no about is the player who has a propensity for walling has just built a landmark that gets you stone walls. It's Wham's walls time. Oh, God. Gorge, it very rarely becomes this, but when it does, I want to cry. You know, I was just praising Gorge recently because Gorge went through like cycles of me loving the map and hating the map. And last year, like, you know, full disclosure, I hated the map. I absolutely hated it. I had so much distaste for it because it just became a wall-a-thon. It was so boring in early 2024. Everyone just walled up because everyone knew how to play it, right? Like, early days when it wasn't figured out, you had lots of cool aggression to play. Then Season 9 arrived with a nerf to walling, and the dynamics changed. It wasn't just a trench being dug anymore. We got aggro. But something tells me in this game, although we got a little bit aggro to begin with Beasty diving in, the inevitability of walling is too disgusting to resist. This is a great ride by, though. Beasty, there's nothing in his way, and the counteroffensive is awkward. Like, he runs into a castle. Even if he got past this, Beasty has got 80 spearmen standing behind this thing. Oh my God. This Mascara will at least deter a dive onto the extra farms. The problem for Wham is, like, you know, probably need some spears of your own just to kind of hold back these raids. Otherwise, they're going to become a nuisance. Then again, hear me out. You can only have a maximum of 200 spears. There is no limit on how many wall tiles you can have. Technically. I mean, I say technically because there's only so much room on the map, but, you know. Beasty's found the tiniest rat hole imaginable to cockroach in. A few workers are getting harassed down, but nothing too substantial. I did kind of wonder if he was going to just try to use more Demi-Lancers, keep spamming them up. I mean, he has got a few, right? So he's been using a very rare sight here. Earl's Retinue, I feel like it doesn't actually come out that often, especially without King's College, but he has been utilizing it a bit. Nah, and the optimal efficiency brain in me hates all these white tower into Wingard builds. I'm like, brother, you've started building castles and you're missing the extra 2 damage. What's wrong? Core saying that spears are OP forever? Yeah, but Core just copied Fitzy here anyway, so... Everyone just copied Fitzy here. You guys remember that guy? HRE spammer? Used to always just men-at-arms / spearman rush? Oh, I miss that guy. Why do you have to go back to Overwatch? What a legend. Oof. Wait. This might be better. No, there's so many... What is that tree line? What the hell is that tree line? Oh, the raid trades are crazy here. And who's winning this? Sacred Slice are locked in for Wham. Beasty just has so many spears, I'm not really sure how you're meant to, like, get value from raiding. I'm impressed that Wham found some kills like he did there. It's expensive, though. Like, for Beasty, spears are forever. For Wham, these knights, it burns a hole in your pocket. You know Fitzy from Overwatch? Overwatch, you didn't know he played AoE? Yeah, he played a lot of AoE when it first came out. Little HRE main. It's Fitz Bro, who I think was always an AoE guy. I think, yeah, he was AoE free, right? But they're brothers, if I remember correctly, which is very intriguing. Don't know how, like, both became content creators, but one became an RTS guy and one guy became an FPS guy. Springles and men at arms? That's a cool idea. Wouldn't it have been nice if you had a high armory to make all those Springles cheap? He might think about Springs now that he sees that there's 107 spears, but, like, I don't think Wham has seen the full extent, so he might have suspected still more Hobblears. And no, just cancel it. Wham, just cancel it now. No, don't complete it. Don't complete it. Don't complete it. Oh. 900 stone, man. 900 stone that just lasted 10 seconds. The torch throws at the end is just a spit in the face. Oh, that is brutal. What a waste of resources for Wham. And the spearman just playing the flanks. You know, guys, if I was under pressure like this, it would feel like a pretty good time to start building stone walls. Do you think he's going to start building stone walls? I mean, it's got to be in his mind right now. He just needs the space is the tricky part. And Beasty's just like doing this really weird build where you just overkill into one, then full switch the other. He's now pivoting hard into Yeoman. This, by the way, was pre-Elite Army Tactics. He's not even at his full strength for these boys yet. One became very popular, the other one went into RTS games. Isn't that like how RTS works? RTS is very hard to grow in, by the way. We were talking about this earlier on, like why StarCraft has remained part of the Esports World Cup, etc. Like in general, you can actually see it with even the biggest creators. Like Grubby is probably the biggest RTS creator on average. I think so. There are other people that beat him in burst. For example, T90 when he hosts a tournament. But like Grubby, if you think about it, the growth pattern for him was doing other games. So like doing World of Warcraft was absolutely huge for him. Then he had like the Heroes of the Storm community that have always crowded around him. Dota 2 I think over doubled his average. And then he brings those people back into the RTS sphere. The question is, when is Grubby coming back to AoE 4? We need our boy. Wham, just need some peace and quiet. Good God. Can these spears stop? There's just so many of them. He still has 75 spearmen in the field. Like, this is the thing that I think frustrates people about Lancaster is... You know what it is? It's jealousy. Everyone wishes that they could be a 76 eco boy with over 100 military. But we can't. Let's not delude ourselves. Most of us have to accept that we're a 120 eco boy, if we remember to build workers that long. Then there's Lancaster, just staring at you with their manners, not requiring villagers. Lancaster's units still aren't trash enough in relation to how easy, fast they can get it. Yeah, but I don't want their units to be trash. I'd rather have the eco be difficult to achieve. I actually like that they have meaningful units. I want more civs with meaningful units. Like, how many people actually prefer trash civ units? Like Musafadi spam, right? It's cool to see every once in a while, but I like the idea that you can make meaningful switches and really feel the impact. The problem with Lancaster is their economy still makes it too easy. Heard rumor it's Core's fault. He cheesed him several times. There we go. Another thing we'll blame Core for. No, I remember Grubby talking about this. It's like I've told you guys before about being a content creator. Like, you kind of have to chase the number to a certain degree because it's your living. And Age of Empires 4 was a declining directory for him. Don't know if Grubby really likes AoE RTS style. No, he loved it. He said he loved it. There were some things he didn't like the bugs, which is understandable. But he had a lot of love for the game, an insane amount of love. It's just like, if you go live with Heroes of the Storm, which is meant to be a dead game, KW, and you get 3,500 average viewers. Then you go live with Age of Empires 4, that's meant to be the new RTS on the block, and you get 1,600 viewers. You can love a game all you want, but I think what people sometimes forget with content creators, you can love stuff, but it's also your career. So, where are we going with this, by the way? Beasty, has he got the sync shot? Not yet. Billman do have the tech, as expected. He also went for the cleave, right? Let me double check. I don't think so. Not with this many L's guard, actually. It's not that crazy. Oh, no, he got it, because, I mean, at this stage, you not just drag your face across the keyboard and get everything right. RTS are very difficult to get into. Yeah, and that's why I keep begging for RTSs in general as a genre to think more about the team environment. Team is the easiest way to get people into hard-to-play games. Most hard things people pick up is because of the enthusiasm of other people. Like, I love doing climbing right now, but just even looking at climbing, I would be like, I don't know about that. But, like, my girlfriend's brother went climbing, and he convinced me to go with him, and I loved it. And I kept going because I had someone to go with, right? Same with like people getting into Dota 2. Dota 2 is just similar to rock climbing, a perfect example. Ain't nobody getting in that game of their own free will, all right? Someone drags you along with them and you start to enjoy it. All right, so what's what I'm up to here? We finally have Boy's Fortitude on the way at 32 minutes. Remember, earlier when he was massing Knights, he never found the goal for the timing. Spears and Archers, nice Civ. You make it sound like they're the only Civ that can do this. They do it well, but are you telling me that Abbasids, this can't be the perfect formation as well? XD? Why is the score so different here? Manners and technologies would be the other thing. Like, I'm clicking on most buildings, and Beasty has almost everything, if not everything, right? Text can do an interesting thing to your score. Like, you see the Bloomery difference here, you can see the Samiko differences here. I think Uni as well, multiple layers of it. Like, you got Incendiary, and he's got the Silk Bowstrings, plus EAT. Knights? Wait, is he taking the gold from Beasties? Of course. Now, Archers are going to try to intercept, but it's just a giant yellow blob of death. Yeoman with a sing shot! Slow reaction there from Wham. We'll call it NA ping. And just hangs around with the Yos to trade out, right? Like, covers him to escape, and then he can just retreat, get out of range, easy peasy. Love that, actually. Turns around with the Else Guard. The tanky unit, right? So now you just get to trade with the Yeoman. Make it efficient. Spearmen are going to start chasing home. Knights from Wham are trying to ride into the base, and you built Speskaya to do this? Bro, where's the stone walls I was promised? I'm outraged right now. Our Road to Conk series will be done in team games. Who am I going to play with? Baltoon will carry me. We always trust in the tuner. Spirit decided this is actually not a threatening army anymore. Yeah, so he just trades it out. I like this. The Knights got into his base, so what does he do? He starts losing them on the front side, reproduces them at home, so he's protected. Does need to keep some away from the engagement, though, because it looks like Wham has steered around back towards this. Shushi can't do this. They don't get archers. I mean, it sounds like they just need to get better at, like, using a bow. Like, how lazy. Oh, look, I've got, like, a little foot handle thing, and I just wind it up. Some of us do real gym activity, okay? Look at these yeomen. Look at how swole they are. Look at all that muscle density so they don't just die to knights in one hit. It takes two. They are dying there. Behind this, we do have a Roboldi's whip. I like the Wham is sticking archers, though. I think it is his best bet. He's going to need them up against Robotiquins. And I know someone's going to ask the question, why no Streltsy? Streltsy are absolutely terrible against them. You can't catch them, and you get killed by them. Same logic with, like, longbows, actually. Like, it's very hard to play gunpowder units into longbows. So unless you can counterplay the yeoman first, you can't access Streltsy. Most players don't have transferable skills to move to RTS. Yeah, like, most players took their transferable skills and moved away from RTS to MOBAs. And then the new generation of players, like, some of their skills would apply, but they don't know it. But the boy is stuck here. Nice sink shot into the backside. Brings a bunch of them down. I'm able to poke him away. Like, the Night Horseman count just not good enough to threaten. He's stuck on the wrong side here, but reinforcements are on the way to break him out. Can he actually clean enough of them fast enough? Wall is about to break. The Yeoman can just run out here. And with the Robotiquins, you don't really want to commit anymore. Yeah, like, this is where you can use the Spearman like cannon fodder anyway, because the Robotiquins will still keep the Knights at bay. RTS games, especially like AoE4 with millions of civs, is really hard to get into. That's the thing as well. Like, this is what I was warning about. Like, as AoE4 exists for longer, it's not just people figuring out more things with civs that makes it harder for newer players. It's more options that can be quite daunting, if that makes sense. That's why I'm always a big fan of just adding new baseline game mechanics or rapidly changing them every once in a while. Some players won't like it because, like, all my hours and it's been ruined. It hasn't. Like, it's still relevant. It's just a soft reset. Soft resets are quintessential to, like, scaling games with new audience members. It's just RTS is historically as a genre, I'd say, has been more resistant to that than almost any other genre I've encountered. Because, you know, like, why should it be that easy for them? It wasn't that easy for me. Sink shots. Getting a bit better at making it not look easy. Beasty, this is not a maintainable position. He's going to have to fall back. Great micro. Wham just snipes out all of the robotic wins. Yeoman are just going to continue to exist in the corner for a bit. We'll eventually get traded out. But yeah, that whole I had to learn this the hard way, you should have to learn this the hard way is really dented when you just apply it to other things in life. Like, Paul, my great-great-great-great-granddad, when he needed to have a crap, he had to, like, do it in a pot and then toss it out into the streets. And also had to risk dysentery. Okay? So, like, why should we get to have a comfortable toilet seat, maybe even with ceramic heating and a flushable system? Doesn't make sense. Rusiko's better? Yeah, because Beasty's behind by, like, what, 20? And you've got the bounty system, which actually allocates quite a lot of extra food gathering into the farms. It's 45 to 31 farmers right now. Lee's philosophy lately has been soft resets every season or two, and it makes sense. Dota kind of has that as well. Dota's been adding like new mechanics, removing elements of the map, changing things as well. The problem with Dota 2 is it's kind of having a hard time at the moment because it's like the patches in the last year have been really slow and very few, which I think exhausted the community. Which is why like viewership on the esports side was down quite drastically compared to just like 2 years prior. So keep drops coming in. How many is he up to now? He's sitting pretty at 4 castles in total. He's maxed out the damage on Earlsguard, which makes him a pretty solid solution now. Instead, he's going to keep roboticing up. This map is getting ridiculous. The amount of blue blobs just rotating around the base. I mean, any other civ would start to feel this and feel a bit sore, but if you don't kill the manners, Lancaster doesn't truly care. He's finding extra worker kills now. I think for Wham, he just needs something he can actually grind into. Because the problem right now is he's actually allocating way too much into his reserves, right? Like, you need fights and spend and go. Because at this stage, like, Beasty's economy is weak. He doesn't hold big reserves. Like, wood, yes, but food, it's not like he's sitting on 5k in reserve to just bulk spears and yos with. So that's his weak point. It's all a case of whether Wham can actually find that meaningful fight, though. Yo shot is going to come in. Another nice one there. We'll scare Wham off. And I always just feel like fort production in these type of positions is so underrated. Like, just build some stables or archery ranges here. I think those archers, he's going to need to replace them because they choose to trade out against Yeoman. And not ideal with the castle to assist. So we'll be able to scare him away. Also, do remember that Yeoman are weaker now in Imperial Age. They don't have, like, bonus damage compared to the past patch. They lost their +1. After all that raiding's done, he has shrunk Beasty quite a bit. But you know what you say when you see this happen as a Lancaster player? Oh, goody! That's room for more Yeoman and Spearmen. Onboarding in RTSs needs to be heavily improved. Well, yeah, that comes through understanding and appreciating the importance of co-op and single-player content, which I think AoE4 has gotten better at, but really failed with at the start. Wingard? Ooh, actually takes it out with the Rams. The cheeky wall to try and keep the opening. Is anyone else weirded out by the fact that Wham has had access to Spaskaya for 15 minutes and has not built any stone walls? This should be the reminder. It's like, oh yeah, stone walls are in this game. Maybe I could build them too. I guess it's weird though, right? Like when you're against Lancaster, they're going to get the gunpowder contingents, which means they're going to have access to culverins anyway. So maybe that's why he didn't value the idea. But yeah, in general, like, and this isn't just AoE4, this is most RTS in general. Most RTSs in general suck at getting you into the game via the single player experience. They don't do enough to make you care. And if you don't care, you don't translate. If you actually look at like most RTS audiences, I think Giant Grant Games done a fantastic one on this where he broke down the StarCraft audience and how few were actually filtering through into the multiplayer component. That's why I love what they've done with the most recent DLC. So with the Knights of Cross and Rose, they added in the challenge modes, right? I think the only problem with those challenge modes is they weren't replayable, really. There was a perfect score and then you stop. They just need more content like that as the starting point. It's what we call gateway elements, right? It's gateway or funnels is another way of calling it. You want to create funnels to get your people through to multiplayer. If you tell them to just go in and get dumped on by Beasty because Y has a bronze matched up against Conk, Lamau, matchmaking, they're not going to come back. That's also why smurfing is really bad for games in general, by the way. It's okay to lose. It's not okay to lose so much you don't know where to begin. Because if you're a new player and you lose a game by a mountain, right? It just, you don't even know what the hell happened, what went wrong. Are you going to learn or leave? You're going to leave, right? No one likes losing because they don't understand. And sure, you can say you need to learn, but there's limitations to that, right? It's like the feeling you'd have if you got on the basketball court against LeBron. It's like, oh, God. Speaking of dunking. Jeez. But yeah, think about it that way, right? It's like, for a minute, you might be like, oh my God, I got to play with LeBron. But then you're like, I can't learn anything from this. Maybe if you coach me, but he's, like, BC isn't going to like queue into your gold level player and then coach them afterwards. He's going to move on. So WAM needs to deal with a lot of annoying castles. We have got WAM's Rams coming in to do so. The Yeomen were just caught on the opposite side of the map. The problem is this a real objective? I guess, sure, like you are actually mitigating the Oldsguard potential in the late game because he's losing the damage buff. So it's not the worst of ideas. And also there is the 8k vein over here, of which there's still 6,000 gold on it. WAM? We've not got any trade or anything. So his gold is also quite limited. Then again, he's got close to 600 a minute passive income. I don't really think that's sustainable with night spam, though. Yeah. So we might see WAM have to transfer across to trading soon. Let me smurf on Halo in for peace. I mean, only if you're on Team Blue, then it's appropriate, right? All right, guys, get your predictions in. How long is this game going to be? Because we are 45 minutes in, and there's a reason why we can podcast talk it up, because I don't see how this game ends. I see how it ends in terms of what your win condition is. I think you need to find a timing to kill the Manors and then idle the farm south side. For Beasty to kill WAM, he needs to find a way to break the Spaskaya area, because this makes up a large quantity of WAM's farms. I think like half of them? 2/3 of them are here. Yeah. There is also a risk for WAM, like wood long term. Like I think that's the other problem with Lancaster is when the whole map gets drained, there's nothing left. They will still have 3 resources, while Roos will only have 2. The wood, right? The wood's going to run out for them eventually. Whereas Beasty will just keep getting more from the mats. Lancaster will win another 30 minutes max. Yeah, 30 to 40 minutes. If WAM sets up trade, though, this could be a 2-hour game. He just doesn't want to do it. He's kind of reluctant. Which is interesting, because, like, for now, it's working, because he's not losing the Knights. But if he ever has one big, whoopsie, what did I just do in my Knights fight? Then he's going to regret not having trade. The good news for WAM fans is that BC doesn't have a great answer to this many Knights right now. The Robotiquans in theory be... Oh, okay, I eat my words. I eat my words. I refund them. What the... You know, you'd think with the pole axes, it would have been good enough. I mean, it's 10 melee armor versus 36 damage on a melee strike. You wouldn't think so based on what just happened there. He got deleted. Good God. Village just being chased. I mean, Beasty, he barely has any villages on the stage. Was he 80 before? But now he just has more military. I think this is the tricky thing compared to other civs. Like, you know, if your opponent builds his manners around his primary remaining economy, you still have to deal with that. It's still enough to keep him competitive. We're 102 yeomen. The second time in the game, with a different unit now, Beasty goes to over 100. What Civ does this, right? Like, you see games where Civ does one type, like, you know, English does 100 men at arms and then sends it. But 2 different unit types across this game so far. I guess, like, he probably won't make it a third. If Wham runs out of gold, there's maybe a world in which BC could actually do a third, and that would be Earl's Guard. Don't understand how BC can have 6,000 more score. It's calculated by Lancaster. Yeoman shots like that maybe as well. That wasn't a lot of Yos. I'm kind of surprised he got that much damage out on that one. He's breaking through though. Where are the rest of the Yos for Beasty? Oh, they went north. Yeah, he got baited by a tiny raid up there. New group is now arriving. Castle's being sieged. Something double ram though, so we'll be quick enough to defend. Sacking a lot of his boys here. But the thing is, like, Beasty, you know, if he wants to go back up on economy, he very easily can, guys. He has 2 TC. It's just I don't think he's interested. Like, why would you be? It looked like a good trade for Wham until you realize, like, that was just the cherry on top. He's still got 100 Yeomen and 3 Roboticans. Lancaster always wins because they're in cruise mode. Yeah, it's just... Manas are... I don't know. I came up with the idea, like, manas should have to be spread out. But, like, even if the game gets this late, manas are still going to be problematic, right? It's a tricky idea to balance well. I actually remember when I first read what they were doing. Like, if you guys remember what... Like, I had the review when they first leaked some info, and I read it. And there's a look on my face that just said, well, that doesn't sound good. I was a bit reluctant because it just sounded like a more campy version of English. And I think although Yeoman and all these other things has some really cool builds to them, right? Like the reality is when you get in this late game, the inevitable reliance on the manas and the value they have is so high. Yeah, I was actually about to talk about that. Someone brought up is the Fatorius, which I think was the Portuguese unit, right? Where it gives you passive income, but it costs population. That would probably make a lot of sense. Yeoman. Oh, that's a devastating hit. Wham, through the gate. He stacked him harder. Horseman trying to sneak in and deal with the ramp now, but like there's just not enough ponies. He's struggling to get on top of the Yeoman. So you're probably wondering, like, how do you actually beat this then? Like, we've given some ways, like, strategically. Like, how do you actually get to that position where you win with all these Yeomen? The play for Wham now would probably be Mangoes, but he needs trade again. Like, he just doesn't have it. Without trade, you can't really pivot Mangoes because adjustable crossbars alone is 1,200 gold. So you'd have to wait 2 minutes for that tech. Yeoman again! Honestly, it's like Wham is just painting a giant target on his face and Beasty's over here hitting bullseyes. Like, if anything, these archers are acting as if they absorb enough arrows, they'll become immune to them. Like, we keep them on our back, we keep them in our face. Soon, they won't be able to hurt us. And it's kind of comical because, like, we're complaining about passive income on one side of the channel here. Remember, this is a matchup by 2 of the civs with the most egregious forms of, like, passive income in the game, right? Like, what we're describing here is not... it's not just Lancaster that has this party. But at least Roost, like, they have to take potentially a bit more risk, I guess. Nah, even then, I think the high trade house is too safe in the base. Yeah, force him to retreat for the moment. But we do have a dive on the north side. A key drop from Wham is not going to work out. I wonder if he was considering trading soon, but like now he can't, right? Like he's been blocked off on the north side. South side could be an option though. It's very interesting the way that Wham has just tried to play Rams on the wide, which in theory should have worked reasonably well considering BC had 102 Yeomen. It should forbid manas from being too close to each other. Well, that was one of the ideas that I proposed, is that mana should have a range of influence, just like what hunting cabins have. But it should be like, you know, if there's another mana in range, you get less. I think the cooler idea I liked, and it actually might work better to balance out late game as well, is if manas, they had an AoE around them, and for any buildings that occupy areas within that AoE, you'd get less resource. So any, like, you basically, your goal with manas there would be you have to build them in open ground or they suck, right? So if you build them next to a tree line, bad. If you build them next to your other base buildings, bad, you know. But if you build them out, like one here, right, this area, that's perfect. You build it out here. It reminds me of like, you know, Anno, where you'd have the farming, like, buildings you build, and then you'd have to, or like the tree, the lumberjacks, you'd have to choose areas where there's a lot of what they're looking for there. Similar to Roost hunting cabins? Sure, but like in reverse. If there's anything in range, it negatively impacts the resources you get temporarily until it's removed. The only tricky thing with that from a technological standpoint is it means that you would have to consistently be checking all of those buildings and their radius for things in their radius. The reason why hunting cabins doesn't really have a negative impact on game performance is because they are doing a calculation once when they're built, and then they don't care. It's very different. It can do the calc once also. It can't. Then it would... No, that's like... Then it's not a good balance solution, because then I build my manas early, and then I just fill around them afterwards. What you want is that you want it to balance it for the late game. You want to have the situation where it's always, like, going to matter. It's always going to have to be checked, even if it's like once a minute, maybe. Because otherwise, it's very exploitable to just, like, you know, set them up initially and then fill in the gaps and then get the maximum value. Just like what you do with a hunting cabin, where you build the hunting cabin first, then eat the tree line. So we're now almost an hour in the game, and has he answered the yeoman? I think he's doing a better job, but it's really deceptive. It's more the fact that Beasty's just pivoting. We've got Earlsguard coming in. Reminder, those Earlsguard are strong, and that's vile. We've got a hand cannoneer switch coming from Beasty. Has he got... Wait, no, Beasty, there's no gate. Someone build a gate. Someone build a gate. Oh, no. These are our walls. Let us in. Nah, dog, you're just going to have to reset and come out in your next life as a panda. Oh, God. All right, so Yeoman are taken off the board. But, like, I know that BC wanted to switch hand cannons. I don't think he wanted to switch this quickly, though. Wait, how is... How? Like, wait, how has he still got 25 Yeoman at the tail in that fight? I can't believe that. Wham just ran away. He thought he was just going to get backstabbed. He was right. There's more Earlsguard and Spearman coming through. Beasty now knocking at the door again. These archers, right? I mean... How do I feel about Yeoman? I do think Yeoman are cool. I think, like, for the cost that they are reasonably balanced, like, the reason why they've been looking giga busted here truly has been the extra 20 plus pop flex he's had the whole time. If you think about it, most units in the game can look broken if they reach 100 plus, right? Unless you're built into a super hard counter. Like, no. 100 Yeoman is going to look pretty bad into, like, 8 mangonels with adjustable crossbars, right? But, like, if you think about it, Wham never reached critical mass of horsemen. He never reached, like, you know, 50 horsemen. And if he goes 100 archers, like, you know, his archers should be a little bit worse than Yeoman, technically, considering the difference in cost. Speaking of Wham's archers, he's taking over. Oh. Yeah, close to 100 archers here, and your opponent's gone into spears. Earlsguard is a little bit annoying. The Roboticons are definitely not going to be annoying. Archers are also the solution to hand cannoneers. So, like, Wham's read is correct here. The one weakness is Gorge is eventually going to run out of wood. And he's eating through it fast. Like, he has no reserves. And remember what we said. Like, that's the difference in the hyper late. Is if your game strat requires you to have access to archers to solve for Lancaster, you're eventually going to run out of that resource to build archers. And you don't have a way of getting infinite like Lancaster. Pretty sure 100 Yeoman could sink shot a Mangonel. Yeah, maybe one, but then you got a long cooldown, running away, etc. Also, don't underrate the tankiness of those things. We've seen people think you can just sink shot siege before. It doesn't actually work very well. Wham's Rams continues, by the way. This game is weird, man. How is this not over? Let's 2x a little bit. I think we're just going to 2x between some of these fights. And remember what I said about mangoes being the answer to mass yeoman? Oh, no, dude. Come on, you can't do that to him. He's got adjustable crossbars. Come on. How? How is it Lancaster's the one doing mass mangoes now? Unbelievable. So, like, what? Beasty's probably going to pivot into more spears? Just mango spears makes a lot of sense here. Going to be needed as well, because Wham is going into knights more. I have been impressed by his ability to queue up about 30 knights at a time and not bankrupt. But this is what we mean about Roos economy being like a decent matcher for Lancaster late game. But the gold is really what can be ridiculous in the hyper late. Beasty is starting to posture. More cavalry on the way. I guess Wham could invite him in and then try to stab him from both sides, but the Robotiquins is also going to complicate this, guys. You saw what happened earlier when Knights tried to charge Robotiquins. It didn't end well. Like, a Robotiquin costs 850 resources. 3 of them killed in one volley of shots. I think it's like 1.5 Robotiquins worth of Knights. Mangoes, even at this stage, start to wallop pretty hard into the cav. We have got the backstab coming in, but wait, that's the archers. The archers... What? Oh, no. The cav gets stuck on the spear line. And it means the mangoes can just feast on the archers. Robotiquins have been sniped, but there's barely any knights left alive. Wham just now has to split perfectly. The mangoes still looking for targets, but they are looking to overkill. The knights are going to leak in, so Wham, he does break through just in the nick of time here to get rid of these mangoes before the second wave would arrive for Beasty. Okay, well played by Wham. Looked a bit dicey at first when his archers had to come around the back. He wasn't able to split cavalry both sides and make it weird for his opponent. It turns out Archer Mass was good enough to win out. It did cost him all of his cavalry, including all of the knights. So although he's got 23 knights in reserve, it's going to take a while to build up that gold mass again. While Beasty, with 5,000 gold in reserve, can just blob mangoes like he didn't lose a thing. Yeah, he's going to run out of excess gold soon. Even then, you know, he has got Scootage plus some relics to kind of compete with the Roost passive income in the late game when it comes to gold. Now the stables. So just double downing on, like, what, horsemen to complement you here, right? Like, I don't know if you can really afford that many knights. Oh, and Freya's back. Go to mummy. You know, on average, this means she would have left me alone for 2 games. Not here, though. We're still in game 1 of this series. I'm starting to understand how we almost completed the Marine Lord Puppy Paw series before this one finished. And yup, you're seeing that correctly. 242 workers killed between them. But not enough manas have died. Also dropped from Beasty. I don't know if he's going to be able to get this up. Maybe a little bit ambitious with the timing. He only has 3 mangoes to threaten, and that is a lot of archers from Wham. The villager continues. Sing shots are spread, but he runs in and past it. Actually works out nicely that time. Not many knights here, but he's going to try to target fire down the mangoes, which takes a lot of effort. It means the castle is going to complete. Beasty now has a staging point on the edge of Wham's base. I think the Yeoman is stabilizing in this area. Wham! Is he just dead? I struggle to see how he keeps this up for much longer. I mean, in fairness, Beasty did burn his resources as well. But food is like, I don't think food's going to be the deciding factor. I think it's going to be wood. And he's getting pretty deep with his wood gathering now, right? So if that gets revealed, let's say like Beasty sends a few archers up there. The difference is that Beasty will always have wood. And wow, he's just sieging into the base. He's had enough of this crap. He's prepping culverins, which will be the solution to this Spskaya. Choke point fight's not ideal to have to take against Lancaster. Not with those sink shots. Just stacks you on top of each other. Ram does reveal the knights. That'll be enough to scare him back for now. Stands his ground. The mango hits. Yeah, it's not just the sink shot, it's the mango as well. So archer target fire is going to come through. We'll get rid of it. And wait, the Beastie's villagers trying to take the trees on the front side is kind of adorable. The Knights do see a free opportunity here, so they're going to ride in. They will be able to find the culverins. No. He gets inside. Second wave is coming, though, so he will end up losing the siege. And that should slow down the break point here. Wham potentially able to stabilize now as he gets hit in the face by a sink shot again. Yeah, like the sink shot is weird, right? Like the first shot was really good, and the second shot was just kind of scattered damage. But now you're in a situation where if a third shot comes in, half your archers could die because the bars are low. So you've got to be really careful, really delicate situation here. For now, though, looks like Wham has got the space. Castle should be taken out. Beastie will have to pull back. The Taurus and AoE 2 cost 20 pop each. What? 20 population is kind of crazy. I don't think we go to that scale. I mean, mana should be like, what? 5 pop, probably? I do wonder if there should be a tech in AoE 4 where you can, like, eventually buy extra population, though. But it takes, like, X minutes to unlock. I don't know, it's weird because it feels like it would just enable macro boomy civs. But sometimes when you get games like this, it kind of feels like it needs it. Because at this point, it's just a race to see, like, who runs out of map first. Like, you know, who's going to lose on resources. It takes such a long time to reach that phase. These feel like the perfect games for me to flag, where I talk about having wood be lower on certain trees, so like certain types of trees. It's like Gorge is the type of map where you could actually make them be 100 wood per tree, and I think it would be quite balanced. Wham now has got some bream room to go on the offensive. Sacred Site Wing Condition not looking too feasible here. And he does not have trade. Neither player has resorted to trade still after an hour and 6 minutes of gameplay. I think for Wham, the key is just like, how do you break the center and keep on pushing? He's been relying on flank raids for a long time, and for a long time, it just really hasn't been doing enough. It's been keeping him in the game, but like at no stage has this raid led to a you're winning the game now moment, right? It's kind of weird. Like at this stage, I feel like Lancaster is more capable of what I call a discombobulated economy than any other civ in the game. Like the manas have just been spread out. He had one like over here before. He just rebuilds them wherever. It's very casual. Early on, they're dense on one location, and you can just counterplay into that, right? But like in the late game, they're just scattered everywhere. They're very hard to burn down as well. There's got a lot of health. And you compare that to other civs in the game. Like, for example, like Roost right now, you dive this area, you shut them down. Or you talk about China, find the farms, you get on the farms, you win. Lancaster, all this passive eco alongside it, having such a stretched economy and making it work, I think is what makes them so toxic to truly shut down. Nice dive in here by Wham, though. We will be able to clear out the Revolquins. Yeomen are arriving, so some of the Culverins are going to survive. And we're kind of reaching the stage in the game where anything wood-based is irreplaceable. Wham doesn't have much wood left. Now, the difference is you say, okay, if that's the case, why are you not hyping up the wood kills you just got on the Revolquins? Because although wood is limited for Wham, it's actually not limited for Beasty. He will always have more wood. It might be limited how much more wood he can have, but there's always going to be more wood. Meanwhile, Wham, I think, is this the last tree line? Looks like it. He's got a few straggler trees up here, and then that's it. And I believe BC is also tapped everything dry but this area here. Yeah, so, this is a perfect game to remind you guys that global warming is a problem. The trees are dying. Plant a tree tomorrow. Wait, why? That's genius. Why haven't we got those guys to sponsor a tournament? Now, you won't be around to appreciate that tree that you planted. But, like some great-great-grandchild who's like a brat who you actually would have hated if you met them will be. Anyone else feel like 80% of this game has been spent dodging BC's army? I don't know if you can dodge it much longer, though. Look at the switch. This time it's hand cannons. Remember last time when he came in with the mangoes, it was just yeomen to support. Well, HCs can deal with the front line, and the mangoes will continue to deal with the back. So, like, if you don't have anything to snipe out the mangoes, what do you do here is Wham. He's going to get ready to march in. Where did he get the gold? I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, he was stockpiling for a while. It's kind of crazy to think that an hour and 10 minutes in with no trade, no veins left on the map, he's able to afford 30 hand cannoneers. Knights are raiding onto the backside, but, I mean, at this stage, it feels like BC's all in. He's got a really scary comp. And you're just freeing up more population to make it scarier. Culverins arrive onto the landmarks. 5 Culverins at that. Wham. I mean, where's the army? The army's still in the enemy base. He's only got about 40 cavalry here. TC now being sieged as well. Yeoman shot. Nice dodge there from Wham. Knights starting to reveal themselves, though, and you still need to address this hand cannoneer concern. Not to mention the Revolquins just make it very difficult to reach in. Yeah, like right now, the problem for Wham is half his army isn't actually fighting. Half his army is being scared away by mangoes, while the other half gets killed. Here's the worst case scenario. I mean, the pathing also just all over the place as the Knights and Horsemen go in. Culverins are being a bit ambitious here, but the mango follow-up is going to smush him down. 12 Knights remaining. I just don't think he has a siege answer anymore. Wham, he's running out of wood. He's down to 720 left. It's trickle trees, wherever you can find them on the map. Meanwhile, it's trickle trees, smell my feet from Lancaster. These guys are just never going to stop. He's got 7 workers, but the wood income is over 600. Sing shot in again. Villagers have to dive in to try and solve the problem, but they're diving into Revolquins. Even though Beasty is losing all of his economy, Wham is now mirroring it. That's ridiculous. He's been going to farm on the backside of the archers, but I don't think Beasty cares. They're both exhausted on economy at this stage. This was the all-in time he's looking for. This took almost an hour and 20 minutes to reach this point. But the outcome feels undeniable. Yeah, it's even worse than that still, right? Like, you're losing the production buildings to even remax if you had the resources at a point in the game where you don't have any wood to build new production buildings with. That's what makes this so gruesome of a timing. Stables going down, archer ranges, even houses are things that are irreplaceable now. What a ridiculous game. Oh. I don't know. Was this glorious or was this suffering for all involved? Beasty down to 34 villages. The only civ that could. Isn't this ironic as well? I think, wasn't there a game where, was it Beasty versus Puppy Pool? And if I remember correctly, Beasty was losing his mind. Full on vent mode because Puppy Pool had like 30 eco and was still alive. Well, welcome back. I'm returning the favor and I'm sending it straight in you, brother. Enjoy a heavy dose of Lancaster. Oh my god. Like, I just... What a civ. What an absurd civ. Freya, no. You got Ladybug. Well done. You go play. You can't come on camera because now you're naked. Off you go. Yeah, she's decided to go swimming. Freya loves swimming. And, dude, she'll go out in the garden right now. The swim pool's there. And the dress is off within, like, 10 seconds. She's just full nude diving in. And then refuses to get dressed afterwards. What do we call that game? Oh my god. Need some more on my lips? My lips are fine. I just bite them. It's a bad problem I'm trying to get over. I don't know what to call that one. I mean, you have to upload it, right? But avoid watching at all costs. I actually kind of like that. It's almost like you're daring people as well. The return of CGQE? Oof. I mean, in fairness, like, everyone does it with that civ. Anyway, let's get ready for game numero 2, because we're not done. Remember, this is the best of 5. So 1 on the board for Beasty. Next up, we've got Knights Templar versus Mongols. And my thing's being weird, because I don't think I've downloaded EGC Scandinavia. So I need to restart my game. 1 second. By the way, reminder, guys, if you're wondering why we're not doing KPMM, we're on a break. We finished the 31-week esports circuit because we've done All-Stars as well. But, exclamation mark announcement, if you want to know more details, watch that after the stream, because we have got something new and even bigger coming up. Thank you, Smoothie. Is there another match? Yep. I'm just rebooting the game so we can get in again. It's a best of 5. The same birthday. 15th of May. Interesting. Nice. That means you're an old ass pensioner too. Okay. Let's get ready though for G2. Oh yeah, I need to download the Scandinavia map first. So bear with me a sec. Can't believe I'm putting that trash on my PC. Oh, seriously. What's the blue fan thing? This, oh yeah, so this is our external cooler. So guys, if you want to see what this laptop is, we've got all the details down below. We're partnering with PC specialists to test out the best laptop they can make. This is top of the range, 5090 in it, 16-core AMD CPU, 64GB RAM, Gen 5 SSD, and we also have an external fan here to just blow all the hot air out. So there's a loop, there's actually a water cooling loop there in the laptop to just feed in and keep it cool. So really cool laptop. We've been running everything from this. That ridiculous late game, all of it was done from this laptop. Entire setup was ran from this laptop. So the stream, the local recording, the quality you've been seeing on the YouTube videos, all of it done by this, while streaming, while playing the game at high frame rate, etc. And yeah, dude, everything about this, even the screen. The screen is a 300 hertz, 1440p mini LED. Mwah. I love this thing, man. This thing is brilliant. Like, I needed a laptop for when I'm on the go because I want to try and be able to stream and do other things as well, like podcasts, etc. But like this type of thing, dude, I could just load into an Apex Legends lobby and sweat it out against the Apex Predators. Hydrate? All right. My favorite question. What is your skincare routine? You have really nice skin. Not to be cocky, I actually get that a lot. And my skincare routine is soap and water. And I'm not even making it up. I don't really have anything but that I do. I probably should, like, moisturize or whatever. Lack of sun? How dare you, sir? Yeah, mostly, though. You realize I have giant beaming lights on me all the time on broadcast. So, like, you know, I should technically be tanning. So game 2, we're going to be going to Scandinavia for Knights Templar Mongols. Loading it now. It's the OLED radiation. I don't even have an OLED. I actually need to get a monitor sponsor next because I'm still using very expensive at the time 1440p IPS monitor. So I don't even have the fancy OLEDs. On the same age, I look like a wrinkled old Pepe sack. You know what they say about life and when you have those problems. The solution is duct tape. Yeah, you just makes you look like you were just in a race car. Just drag all those wrinkles back. Anyway, let's get ready to roll. It's time for game number 2, a matchup that was seen twice in this $30,000 tournament involving the same player against the same nation. We've got Beasty versus Wham, G2, even the same side of the map. Beasty used this matchup against both of the brothers. Let's see what happens in Wham's game. Because against Poppy Paw, Beasty was able to dismantle the plan. That was a very crazy game, by the way. I recommend checking out on the EGC channel later. It was a very long game, very tight game, in which I felt like Puppy Paw actually had the win condition. Curious to see what happens in the Wham game. I haven't been like told one way or the other. I think... What? What was that? Wait, I'm so confused. Was it gathering or wasn't it gathering? Because like you can't tell because they get resources and... Okay, anyway, they're working now. Yeah, that was weird. I mean, clip it and ship it to a dev. That's you know what that was? You know when you play one of those like ARPGs and you have the charge up attack and you're like, yeah, you get the unlock ability where you can charge up to like 12,000%. What happened is when Marie swung that axe, she swung it so hard, it logged 100 wood in the bank. So, what I was going to say though is when we talked to Puppy Paw about this series, one thing he mentioned to me is like Wham was experimenting in this game. And I'm curious to see what the experiment was. So we'll go to the 2x speed just for a little bit of the opening because we have got the pond play coming in, which is a bit ballsy, you'd think, against Mongols because they have the spear spam. But the idea is that Knights Templar are so quick at then getting a tech up, it can be quite tricky to actually burn down the dock in time. And he is going to... Oh, now that's interesting. Yeah, we've seen this on maps such as Four Lakes a lot, actually. Is that Knights Templar will just blob into Spearmen as well and mirror you because of the fishing. It's a little bit risky because BC already has 4 Spearmen. And in theory, he can afford to keep producing out of 1 Rax indefinitely, right? Whereas if you want to beat this, there it is. It's a double Rax Spear build. How intriguing. Okay, I'm curious to see if this is going to work out for him. The body blocks, though, from Beasty are so on point. Gets the snipe. It's going to struggle to burn down the dock quickly here. And again, actually, like, I don't think it slows down his kill speed as much as you think with so many new Spearmen trickling. So what's the strat for Wham to survive here? Like, the goal surely should be your opponent has to stop producing spears and tech. I think if Beasty just keeps blobbing spears, this doesn't work. Because you're going to lose the dock. At which point, you have to try and gamble out to get the dock again. Which means, for Beasty, he just needs to guard this area. Sorry, I didn't mean to do it like that. Like, the upwards area of the north side river. Oh, sorry. Or as Cal likes to say, making up words, fjord. I know I just tilted to Scandinavian with that. And right now, Wham is being treated like an AI dog. Beasty just done the exact same thing to these spears that you would do to a wolf den. Oh, God. So, yeah, Doc's going to go down. I mean, Beasty has to be over the moon with this. Talk about getting a treat. Gold gathering on the front side, he's going to rush to because he hasn't got much time now because the counter pressure is coming in. But, like, I wouldn't call this pressure from Wham. I think he's just looking quite underwhelming here. He has 6 spearmen. He's lost the fishing. And now you've got 1 spearman patrolling up and down to catch you when you try again. And if you do try again, 12 spearmen's going to burn you out really fast. Literally tuning in when they were playing the deferred game yesterday and fought P versus CSO. Yeah, I don't know what happened with CSO. I will say that CSO kind of has this habit of like being too busy or whatnot for things. But I'm hoping it wasn't one of those. Like, it was a $30,000 tournament. I think CSO could have done well. Really was disheartened to see that he had FF. Bam. Ooh. Okay, that actually might save him. Yeah, because Beasty's not going to see it. The spear spam is even Stevens right now. But tech up is coming from Beasty. So, like, Wham needs this food stat. The drop-off is going to give him an extra 160 food. Not quite enough to fully age up, but it'll allow you to kind of mirror the timing somewhat. And he's probably still going to be about, what, 25 to 30 seconds behind? Actually, no. Did he just cancel? Yeah, I think he canceled spears. So, drop-off came in. Wait, no, he's adding more. The reason this is kind of weird, guys, is like doing this over just teching, adding more spears. Like, you have a hardened timing. But with the way that you're doing this now as Wham, like, your opponent's going to get the feudal technology, and your spearmen are just going to lose. Speaking of which, they're already losing. Alright, this is a really odd game right now. And wait, Beasty, does he know he's resecured? He might suspect it, but nice intercept. Wham! He blocks the villager coming out, and he knows exactly what Beasty's follow-up play was going to be. Now he needs to catch up, and that's tricky. Beasty with a dive in. Well, he's going to spread out here. Hardened Tech is about to hit, so this is going to be a really bad fight for Wham in about 3 seconds. Beasty realized he hung around a bit too long there, but now he can re-engage in the fight. Equal count spears, but the damage, the health, much higher now for Beasty. He start to leak onto the villagers. We've got 9 spearmen versus 7. Attack speed arrow only matters for the Khan here. Thank God. But it's enough to scare him away. Wham needed to rush that gold to get the tech up. He got just enough. Beasty doesn't hang around for the burn on the mining camp. He's going to respect the fact that these spearmen are getting low. He's going to back away. And the Magadai follow-up is now on the way. I was about to say, what the hell? Wait, is... Where are we going? So, Principality of Antioch. Okay. I mean, Wham clicked every single tech up choice possible there. I was going to have a heart attack if he tried to do Hospitalaire here. Just because Hospitalaire against, like, Magadai is redundant. You just die. Because remember, the Knights Hospitalaire, they are men-at-arms with less ranged armor. So they just get melted. They can't catch up either. Principality of Antioch is interesting, though. Is this about axe throwers or just about scaling the melee damage in general? Axe throwers against Magadai I haven't actually seen attempted. I think it's difficult because of the attack wind animation, and Magadai with the Khan Hunter have a lot of range. Meantime, though, we are going to get a spear on spear blob. A good fight for Wham, by the way, which is kind of crazy considering that BC's the one with the tech advantage in this engagement. Now, he'll eventually win out because of the Magadai, but this delay on timing, I mean, Wham with the tech up, he might have enough time now to get an archer ship out. A villager tries to sneak through again. Not going to work. So Beasty, about to be another -1. He's so eager to get out on that pond, and it's costing him a lot. However, now all spears should get cleared, and oh my god, he is. What the... Wait, we're getting Sergeant gameplay for sure, yeah. I am really just curious to this, because like I said, the Magadai, they're up to 4.5 tower range now. And sergeants have a very clear and blatant weakness, guys. The weakness is ranged attacks. They have full melee armor. They're up at 5. Sorry, 4. But they have no ranged armor at all. And look at the tower range. I think this is what concerns me. Yeah, I thought it was. It's 4 tower range. So, if you snipe the Khan Hunter because Beasty's not looking, you can actually beat the Magadai. But part of the problem there is, like, when I say you can beat the Magadai, I mean they can't beat you. The problem here is that Magadai can just run away from you. No ranged armor, but holding a shield. It's counterweight balance for throwing the... It's ceremonial. You know what it should have been? It should have been a shield made of axes. Because, like, you're trying to question why he has a shield, no armor. Well, he has melee armor, in fact. My bigger question would be, where does he keep getting the axes? You know when people are like, oh, okay, B, stop making these recommendations that make the game more, like, you know, less realistic. So you're telling me that this guy having perfect retrieval axes, or like an ability to duplicate axes, or like Mjolnir described as like disguised an axe, is more realistic. I'll hold my beer. You can't even tell me that they're boomeranging the axes, because this is Antioch. Antioch is not located in Australia. So nice try. They're gonna add a boomerang sieve now, aren't they? Drongo all of a sudden back to AoE 4 full time. Axe throwers, you can see the damage is decent if you can get in range. He did get the trade in favor, because BC was being a bit greedy on positioning, but like technically with the right positioning, these guys should never hit you. He even goes in to make it an even exchange. Yeah, these guys, I mean, they're 120 resources. They are cheaper than Magadai, but not by much. It's also kind of weird as a unit, because like you need a lot of gold with sergeants. It's not food that they demand. And Aussies and I'd be semi-happy? I don't really... I don't think Australia... I'm sorry to break it. I don't think they really have the history to be a nation in AoE4. They came a little bit later, didn't they? Like, Age of Empires 4 is what? 14th century? I'd say like 14th to 17th century. Is that right? 14th to 18th. You'd come in at literally right at the end. So you'd make sense that maybe like if they have another civ like Knights Templar and you can be the final like tier. Maybe that's what we need. We need another English civ. So this is ambitious by Wham, by the way. That was not a great exchange. He killed Archer for Axemen equally, but the outpost is just too strong. 7th to 14th? Oh yeah, Dark Age is like super far back. I would have put it more like 10th to like 15th or 16th maybe. But no, like, what could be interesting? Hear me out. If we accepted, like, it's a little bit later in history, 17th century, 18th century, you could essentially, like, go full colonialism in English and have a version of England like Knights Templar, where they get their commanderies at, like, the different colonial nations, right? Canada, you get, like, the Raj, you get the, like, South Africa, you get your hands on, not South Africa, sorry, you get your hands on Australia. What would be the other major obvious ones? America, give them guns. Caribbean. What else could we have? Hong Kong? No, I'm trying to remember. When was Hong Kong established as a colony? Hong Kong was quite late. I'm like, oh, I say colony. They already exist, right? Yeah, it's 1841. That was like super late. That was the Opium Wars. I'm like, yeah, calling them a colony is probably like not fair either. But like, yeah, there's quite a few options. Could be cool. Anyway, Step Readout is coming through now. I feel as if the Axe Rose has not worked. which hurts me because that's what I have to say every single time I see someone try axe throws, and it is breaking my heart. Yeah, he's just losing this game to an outpost, really. I mean, technically, axe throws should be able to kill the outpost, but the amount of time it would take you to kill the outpost while the archers are attacking just wouldn't work. He's going to dive in now. He's looking for worker kills. Yeah, but the problem is, the moment the axe throwers die, this dive like has no additional value on it. I wonder, does Wham even realize that the tech up is already on the way as well? Like, Beasty was cheeky about this. He built the step read out at the TC, not at the gold. The Magadai continue to raid, and my god, has it added up. We're talking about a 15 worker lead now with the split fishing. Wham seeing a 23 fishing. Meanwhile, Beasty only at 20. Shows you how much damage he's done. Got it. So what you're saying is, my idea for English, the commandery system type thing, Age of Empires 5. That's where we're doing it. You think that because Australia is where we shipped our criminals is a bit much for AoE? No, it's not. It's perfect. We've already got ninjas. So the idea of like subterfuge and, you know, criminal activity is fine. It works. Right? What you do is like you just basically with the Australian like commandery, when you choose it, you get access to emu riders and muggers. Sort of. Muggers can basically like they get bonus against villagers and they stab them to death and then they take their gold or food or whatever. And then emu riders get ready to charge in, and the moment they're about to attack, they look behind them and go, wait a second, you're Australian. They boot the guy off the back, and then they kill him. And then they run off into the wilds. So you just saw how good, by the way, axe throws can be against buildings. Like, that was axe throw damage there that done that. The problem was, all those previous dies, because there was archers there, he didn't want to do the trade. Veterancy just came in for archers, by the way. Like, Wham needs an age up soon. Australia should be in mythology with their monsters. True, the size of the spiders over there. I feel like if you... Yeah, but remember, like, Australia, like, anything could kill you, right? So the balance point would have to be that, like, you know, everything's capable of killing everything that everyone else has, but it also could kill all your people, too. You know what they need? They need koala mangonels. You just catapult a bunch of live koalas at the enemy. They just jump at their faces. Oh, this is perfect. This deer stone, though, oh my god. I think that might be overly ambitious. Oh, boy. Well, that is a statement play right there. That's an I'll be back Arnie moment for sure. Men-at-Arms spam has begun. Axe throwers are kind of decent at sniping those out. Can I just praise Wham for doing a good job with a really sucky unit? Like, axe throwers attack point is just so bad, they don't feel good to use. Anyone who's tried axe throwers knows exactly what I'm talking about. It just takes so long by comparison to any other unit for the axe to release. I've seen so many players try to start a step of axe throwers, and they cancel their attack. It's one of those units, like with most range units, it's more efficient to like shoot, move, shoot, move, shoot, move. With axe throwers and genitors, you basically have to A-click. And the sad part with genitors in particular is they're too flimsy to A-click with. You have to pay attention to them. Axe throwers, you can kind of just punt it. Which now on the way. You could actually justify Genoese crossbowmen here against the men-at-arms, actually. An interesting idea. The koala's harmless like a sloth? That's not what I've heard, man. They got sharp claws. I mean, obviously, like, you know what? Like, obviously, kangaroos should have double damage against cavalry as well. Have you seen, like, kangaroos when they square up and go to punch someone in the face? They can get real tall. You ride in on a knight, they're definitely going to be able to square up the right height to uppercut you on your horseback. Unless like Ram's coming in, Beasty is going to be able to deny the fishing. There's extra docks here, but I don't know if Wham can defend this yet. It's still mainly just axe throws. He's got a few horsemen littering in. So maybe. Maybe just maybe. Behind this though, like Beasty, I think he's just going to go Imperial now. Well guys, it was an interesting game for 20 minutes, and then Mongols done what they do every game. At this point, it's a Pinky and Brain meme. The same thing we try to do every night, Pinky. Go Imperial and win the game! Actually, it's like not accurate, is it? Pinky and Brain always fail, but it feels like Mongols always take over the world. Final dock is going to be saved. Wham gets there in time, but whoa, boy. Men-at-Arms start to move in. Axe throwers will back off, but the archers with the attack speed start to step away. They're going to actually dive into the axe throwers now. The Men-at-Arms direct to the horsemen. But Beasty is going to tech up while this fight is going on. And Wham! I don't know if there's enough horsemen. Okay, so the Knights Brothers just came in. That's going to force Beasty back. The second wave just arrived, and it features crossbows. Crossbows that also do counter the sergeants, remember. They are melee heavy infantry. Beasty, I think he's just content to back up because, you know, as long as you have these crossbows in your base, your opponent can't dive you. Cargonet now being built. Men-at-Arms are going to spread out. And this is like the other awkward thing. The axe thrower is just like a big risk of overkilling whatever they target like this. He goes after the crossbows. Nice micro there. Wow, with the pushback, it does continue, but he doesn't think he can dive. Oh, wow. Okay, and on top of that, Beasty now knows where the gold gathering is. If he rolls, like, Knights first roll, he can just dive in there and stop any gold gen. Because what Wham's doing is really gold heavy. Templar Brother spam. Even more so, because remember, he didn't do the French commandery, so he doesn't have that slight discount. And also the production speed kind of sucks. I think he knows, though. BC, props to him for this. He overgathered gold already. Plus, he has got the relics, right? So he'll have plenty to get into the Imperial upgrades. And the hand cannoneers are already on the way. It's going to be a choke point fight. Cargonet, first spawn is going to be Palace Guard. Perfectly tanky unit for this type of situation. And look at the line of outposts behind this. This is ridiculous. Spring on placements, cannon placements on the way. Wham! An ambitious effort. Next time, maybe choose the Australian commandery, because it looks like Antioch has let you down. Cool idea, but back to the drawing board. What do you think, guys? What is needed for axe throws to truly be viable? Would an animation improvement do it? Was this always cooked from the start? What else do you want to see added to the game in terms of similar concepts to Knights Templar? Oh dear, oh dear. Not looking good for Mr. Wham. Axe Rose experiment in S tier tournament, I guess. Alright. Koala's designed Lancaster. They just want to chill out and eat while the game plays. Dude, you might be onto something. Also, because like they get wood, so you shouldn't really need to cut the trees, right? That's cool for the koalas because they want to chill in the trees. So it actually does make sense. Enlightened Horizon up next. We've got English versus Ottomans. Ottomans have... Wait. Sorry, not Ottomans. Koalas have chlamydia. Wait, what? How? I'm not even going to ask how someone discovered that. This is like the AIDS monkey thing all over again. No, we're just going to go into game. Well, after just seeing axe throwers, I'm now curious as to how Wham is going to impress us in game number 3. He is on the verge of being thrown into the elimination bracket, but he chooses English, a civ that no one seems to want these days. Welcome back to the channel, folks, for game number 3 of this best of 5 here in the $30,000 EGC tournament. Wham with the English. Beasty takes to the field with Ottomans. Ottoman's a pretty powerful pick here, actually. Probably at this stage, the most used Civ in AoE4 in this map. Definitely since Season 11's arrival, considering the Ottomans kind of got crippled on other maps with the Deer Shove not being viable. But what is viable and desirable is aggro Dark Age play with these merchant camps and these wolf dens. And wow, I'm not so inspired by this. When you pick English, your scale point in terms of mass is really slow because you don't have spearmen. This is a Civ, remember, that only has access to men-at-arms in the Dark Age. And they come in at a much higher premium, 1.5 times the price per. Yeah, and the problem here is, like, on this map, I think it's very easy for an Ottoman player to just play triple spear and rush the wolf den now. In fact, that's exactly what Beasty's going to do. Like, you could try and Zerg Men-at-Arms. I just don't think it's worth it. It's much easier just to bypass the age now. Because also, like, Men-at-Arms, you know, you guys remember back in the old days of Mongols, like, Men-at-Arms could be beaten by the Mongols' horsemen because the way they could kite and choose a fight. Well, Sipahi are an even better horseman, so getting them quicker feels better. Interesting. He's actually going to add in the Fort Spear. Is he thinking about trying to take both wolf dens, maybe? Oh, and yeah, sorry, let me flip the score. There you go. Just to remind people, it's Beasty with the 2-0 lead. And scouts there as well. Perfect, actually. Beasty, instead of just using one of the spears and losing some health, he pulls away the perfect thing. I think that's why he also went for the extra spear, just to have that extra burn through in case it's necessary. A great pull away and, like, barely takes a scratch here. Yeah, just 2 hits and he's out. Okay, make it free. But they're going to reset now. And the men-at-arms timing, Wham. He's going to be fine, right? I think he moved out quick enough that he should be able to kill this. Now I'm not so convinced. The spearmen are coming. But Wham should have it. Like, this is really important. His brother had a much worse time. Because in that particular game, Beasty was able to take both wolf dens. But this time around, give me a splitsy. Wham is still building men-at-arms, though. And that does concern me a bit. Now at 5. Soon to be 6. And twin minute dresser on the way from Beasty. Yeah, this is like a very powerful timing now. Because minute dresser, you can just spam into Sipahi to answer what Wham has done. And my concern is that Wham is now just going to do a poor man's Burgrave. So for those who don't know, poor man's Burgrave is just rushing castle off the back of this and starting to spam men-at-arms. No, the games here are not live. This is a series on the weekend that was not cast on EGC. So I thought it would be interesting to come in and broadcast it on different hours when a lot of people who would have been watching EGC can watch this instead. Okay, so what does Wham now do with this? Because, like, even more men-at-arms is crazy. It's not that he's burning gold that I see as the problem. It's just, like, men-at-arms in Feudal Age is really weird for English. It's great when you have, you know, free farm clusters because you can just keep spam, spam, spam. When you've got no farms, it's not exactly a sustainable or scalable comp. Same matchup that Puppy had? Yep. In fact, the last matchup we just had with the Knights Templar versus Mongols was one that Puppy Paw lost. When Puppy Paw played this one, he lost. But I'm already seeing some differences here. I think last time, was it Council Hall or was it Abbey? It might have been actually an Abbey of Kings. Big lead for Beasty and correct read, he's already on stone. So, is he going 2TC or just melee scrolls? If he was going military schools, I mean, he's lacking a little bit on the wood. It just came in. You theoretically could go 2TC. I just think you give Wham too much map control. It's not worth it. Then again, he's 2TCing. What? How interesting. Okay, so, like, Wham... Could he actually ram this then? No, okay, there you go. He's just he overgathered. Military school's coming in. Because, like, he can get 3, right? He's already got more than enough stone. It's only 100 per. Abbey of Kings. Almost complete. So, Wham, are we going to see him going into longbow? I'm wondering if that's actually going to be quick enough. Because, like, with military school's timing, plus the stables drop that could follow, BC can get the answer, right? Just getting into Sipahi. And the problem with, like, playing longbow meta-arms is for you to use Abbey of Kings well, you kind of want units that can get back after taking a rough fight. Whereas those two unit types being chased by Sipahi will just die. So, like, it kind of feels like if you want to leverage Abbey of Kings for being a real landmark, you're probably thinking either Horseman or the FC build. And it looks like we're getting FC. A lot of overgathering. I think maybe he's paranoid he's eventually going to lose control. So, like, this government tech up later on. I think I'm just making excuse for him. It just feels like he just forgot for a sec, maybe. It's way too much stone. Because remember, he only has access to double military score right now. He'll get access to a third when he ages up. Fourth when he gets his hands on the military campus point. So I guess if he rushes castle now, mathematically it does kind of make sense. Okay, so Wham. This white tower, is it going to be quick enough? Because he's losing men at arms, which means you don't really have presence. The spears to counter out the king. The first Sipahi are on the way, but they are going to be a little bit delayed as they are passively produced. But we've got active production now, and I think this is where Wham will just have to build the white tower at home, if that's the way he's going. Possibly King's Palace out here. Yeah, okay, yeah, it's going to be eco. Okay, so, I mean, I feel a bit better about this than White Tower. Like, White Tower is something that, if you're building your base, it's kind of redundant because you're not being attacked. But you wouldn't have been able to build it up here either. Like, you can kind of tell that Wham wasn't going to White Tower as well, if you just look at one key thing. You wouldn't try to White Tower rush the enemy base without wheelbarrow. Like, your timing would be atrocious, right? Especially after you saw, when you dove in with that man-at-arms, that he's been building units. Now, the negative of what Wham is doing here is he's choosing to double greed. The positive is, this is a broken spawn. What the f... Wham. I didn't realize that he was a computer science degree graduate and had hacked the game. What? Enlightened Horizon has issues, guys. That's a really big problem. This isn't meant to be here. This is never meant to be here. The design of this map is two small 1600 gold veins in your corner. The 4K is meant to be here. For some reason, his 4K spawned in this corner. That's ridiculous. That's a huge balancing issue on the map. You know, you can be like, oh, that's just the design of like AoE 4 and like the randomness of the map. You adjust this. No, this is very different. Like fundamentally design-wise, what's happened there shouldn't be possible. That's insane. Okay, devs need to take a look because this map has now been used in 2 S-tier tournaments and this has just happened in an S-tier game. That's ridiculous. On a civ like English as well, that's huge. Because English is a campy civ. They're happy to sit in their corner if they can, right? And you just gave them the extra gold to be able to do so, to be able to think about a semi-fast imp build. That's wild. I am flummoxed right now. Beasty, meanwhile, is going to be on his way to castle soon. We do have the men-at-arms upgrade coming, and Wham is rushing relics, which is, I think, the correct call here. Usually on this map, you have 2 relics spawning between the base. Beasty could remake, is that possible? Beasty would have had to have called for a remake much earlier than this. He could not remake. He doesn't even know about it yet. Right? And I don't think Wham knew about it until he built the King's Palace, probably. But, like, I mean, let's be bluntly real. You're not going to call for a remake when someone's to your benefit. Really. The rules on remakes is typically in the first 3 minutes, maybe 5 minutes maximum, but usually 3 minutes for most tournaments. You can call for remakes with justifiable reasons, such as, like, bad spawn, etc. Now, some people get like, oh, what the hell? Like, you can't always scout the map in 3 minutes. Granted, but if you allowed a remake later, you have to think about what you've done to the person in that situation. They may have revealed a crucial element of their strategy that the person wasn't going to know about and now can counter. So it's like before anyone was like, this is outrageous, you can't like scout everything. It doesn't matter. You have to choose a balance point between the two, right? Allowing remakes on ridiculous spawns and allowing people to play their strategies without it being revealed. Like, dude, could you imagine if you, for example, done a cheesy outpost rush and then the person was able to call a remake? Well, congrats, you can't do that outpost rush anymore. They now know. Oh, but that's when you get really gigabrain KP and you counter the counter by doing someone. No, it's just, it's an overwhelming advantage anytime a remake is needed, which is why whenever you look at tournament play, you should do your utmost to minimize remake requirements. Delay the start for 5 minutes until castle confirms the spawns are fair. You mean have the players pause? I mean, do you not see the giant flaw in that? That contradicts the point in having a delay in the first place. Not saying these players would, but if someone wanted to cheat, they could open up the stream and see what the map looks like at minute start for them, right? Because you pause for 5 minutes. That's before we then talk about the logistics issue of how that completely and utterly ruins the flow of a day, which is counterintuitive to building audience viewership and being successful with running tournaments. There's so many issues with it. It's just one of those things. If, like, I've said this before, if the community really didn't want these problems, the solution is you don't have, like, you focus on the game being crafted, maps not generated. But we don't want that. So it's one of those suck it up, Sally situations, right? You got to deal with it. So man was 7-minute arms one night so far, but I don't know, dog. Beasty's looking pretty firm. He's got 3 Ronins to play with, which are also now sniping out the monks who are moving for relics. And it's starting to look like it's probably going to be, what, a 3-2 split? I don't know. This one's half a Beasty to reach, but possible. In high stakes, they can do mapsies, but only when the times... So I've talked about that as well. That used to be what was done back when Petito was adminning. I don't know if he'd done it every time, but some of them did. I don't know if that's what happens nowadays. I haven't checked. But what I can tell you is, like, there's a reason I don't use it with my midweek musters. And I wouldn't be surprised if EGC doesn't. If you have to figure out viable seeds, you have to basically go in and spawn the maps a ridiculous number of times because you have to have enough versions of the seeds for every single tournament game possible. Does that make sense? So, like, I didn't do it with the whole, like, KPMM because that would have meant that every single week, Tune would have had to have spawned 7 maps 32 times, right? So he would have had to have spawned, what is that? Is that 224 maps? That is a ridiculous amount of time burnt out of the week. Every week. So once again, it's logistical things. But the map just needs fixing. Like, the map has had, like, berry issues, I think, for a while. And the gold at the back. It's just the berry didn't matter much because it's just berry sieves weren't being picked outside of Japan. When Japan still worked anyway. Ronan, I'm going to start poking on the economy now. Wham has built a sizable villager lead and is rushing Imperial right now. But there's something crucial here, guys. That Imperial's hard. This wasn't a white tower build, so he actually doesn't have any good static defense right now if Beasty dives him. Question is, does he know? I mean, he has to Berkshire. If he wing guards, I think he dies. Oh, that's kind of a sick idea, actually. If Wham can gather the stone for a castle drop, that's a way that he can get away with greed. But his timing is kind of off here. He's just going for Springles. And he has to be a Berkshire, okay. Wham makes the right call. But now this is tricky, guys. Like, what have you actually got out of Berkshire? You're playing an English game where you've only got 2 farm clusters. You have got the 4K in the corner, which is something that Beasty doesn't know about, by the way. But you might not even get this up. Wait a second. Hold on. Dive comes in. There's not enough army to protect this. There's a party. They just need to get around the back. The men-at-arms are not going to be able to hold this back. So the villagers double commit. But the 4-2's been activated. So this is going to cost him a pretty penny here. Villagers, they just need to tap the hammers. You can't even try to pull away. This is going to be an absolute disaster of a landmark. He will get it up. But look at the economy. A landmark for what? I feel like we just sacrificed a summon here. What cult meeting did I just attend? The worker loss count almost exceeds the workers alive. There you go, guys. We know exactly how many souls are required to summon a Berkshire. I believe it's 29. So just write that in your book of how to summon. And keep that in mind for the future. But, oh, God. I guess the farm cluster issue isn't as big of a concern anymore in the grand scheme of things. Not compared to that. I mean, he is still 2 TC, so you can recover. But, like, here's the thought. What's to stop Beasty from just building, like, triple RAM right now? I mean, you could. He's already got siege engineering. He's got 1 RAM up here. Just build 3, maybe 4, slam into this thing. Unbelievable. Well, King is at least going to try to make it more competitive. He's found some worker kills. I think he's going to need to find quite a few more. Remember, it's not just the worker count here. It's the relic split. It's then also the military schools adding in extra economy in an aggressive way. And Beasty agrees with the RAM idea. It's pretty powerful as well with the meta. If they don't get target fired down, you can just give the attack speed aura over. Quadra RAM is definitely like the correct call. Maybe even 5 actually, just to guarantee it. Because you have to remember the Berkshire has got 6,500 HP. It's not a 5k structure. Can Ronin build Rams? I see no reason why not. We don't discriminate around here. If you want to pick up a hammer, you can pick up a hammer. Actually, I don't know. He doesn't have the tag. Like, as it doesn't have the UI piece. But I think he does. Okay, maybe not. Wait. No, he just... he just watches. It's like, wow. You guys know how to work with wood. Look at what you're doing with it. Wow. And you build it even more? And whoa. I mean, I wish that I had a lord to do this for, to teach me this way. You guys are incredible. 6 Rams. Ram doesn't seem to know what to do with his economy, guys. Like, what's happening? He's got 2,000 food. No, that doesn't. That's too slow. He's building knights. He only just queued them up. I mean, they're coming out of the Berkshire. It takes 35 seconds each. And BC is going to have to die with the army. He has got the ranged armor, though. Sapahi going to start moving in. The village is trying to repair. He's got a spoon placement in there, so the DPS does matter. But it's just too much cavalry. Nah, it's going to be a break on the outpost, and the Berkshire's next on the chopping block. I mean, I don't even know if you can out-repair this. Wham, he's got no wood. Like, this is dead. This is over. Beasty is going to 3-0 Wham. What a way to do it as well. Not often you see people just rush a Berkshire. Most of the time, they just follow an Imperial Age. That's meant to be the insurance policy, but there's no policy taken out here that's going to pay off all the medical bills that Wham would need to solve to survive the Ottoman surgery. Berkshire down, villagers nowhere to go, and Beasty gets the 3-0. Game 1 may have been long, but he did not wait around in these final 2. God damn. 2,000 food income. Like, oh, not income, but like reserves. That was crazy. So, a 3-0 for Beasty. For those just tuning in, that means that that set is complete. That is our 2 sets of EGC Masters Summers done for the day. I don't believe there was any more that weren't cast. At least I don't think so. Une moment. What I cast from EGC, I cast the Wham versus the Wham Beasty one we just done, and then we done Dumu versus Anotand. I think. What else wasn't cast on the mainstream? Wasn't that it? I think that was it. Everything else got cast, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. That was everything. How much were the games with Dumu before? Oh, the Dumu Anatan series is pretty good, especially the early games. Definitely worth checking out the VODs later. I recommend watching them on the YouTube side, because I actually get paid when you do it there. Okay. So let's figure out what we're going to watch next. I think... Is everyone playing live games? Interesting games? Someone's learning Ottomans, dare I ask? Whose account is called Learning Ottomans? Did B already play against CSO? Nope, it was a forfeit. I think Ottomans... It's someone from Brazil. I'm not sure who that is. Give me a sec. Has Louis been playing some games, maybe? We always love checking out some Louis pub games, don't we? Number 1 in the world, after all. No, he's been playing team games. 1 hour game with you versus Ezra and Archipelago? I'd rather hull myself out of a window. But thanks for the offer. Love the offer. Oh my god, what have I done with this? There we go. I dragged a browser window way too far off, and I couldn't see anything in it anymore. Alright, I fixed it now. So... Maybe some GIF gameplay? Ah, oh, boo. Boo. GIF is privated. Boo. Why is GIF privated? He's not in a tournament. Maybe Numadon. Ooh. There was a Numadon sort of game earlier, maybe. I really can't be asked to watch more Carmel. Weighing up trying to get a show match running tomorrow or something. Brazil mentioned. You guys need Kelazure to come back. I can check your replays. God bless. How thoughtful. Is that CSO in 7th on the ladder? Yeah, I think that's CSO. Knights Templar versus China? I'm pretty sure 7th on the ladder is CSO. Oh, this breeze is so nice. Holy crap. Oh. Kelazure is working at Team Liquid, not pro playing anymore? He wasn't even with Team Liquid at the end of his career, right? I saw Kelazure playing AoE4 the other day. So... He's at least casually playing, it would seem. We can do a CSO game, though. I'm pretty sure it's CSO. Alright, let me update the total. And we'll have a ganders at this. So, Rocky River, Chinese versus KT. Oh wait, I need to change my scene, don't I? So I need to be here, and then we toggle score off. And then we can change that ugly green back. XD. That's not the right one. That's not the right one. I have a lot of these outlines, by the way. That's the right one. Yay. One and all, it's time for the most unhinged gamer of the week. Welcome back to the channel for Faye Watch. Yeah, she's been streaming for over half a day right now. I don't know what the hell she's doing, but we're going to check in on her. It's Faye up against CSO over here in the red. He's going to be playing as Knights Templar. It's going to be a fun one because Faye has got a Sif that can park and go to the late game as well. It's good old China coming out. And if you're not familiar with Faye, Faye likes to meme a lot. She likes to lean hard into one unit at a time. I'm curious to see what unit that would be with a Civ like the Chinese. Other side, I'm pretty sure there's a CSO. I looked at the rankings, like it would make sense for like rank 7th in the world, and he does play a lot of Louis. So like it's either Scarlet Devil or CSO. I'm leaning with this being Mr. CSO though. In fact, what I'll do, we'll also update like this. Boom. There you go. CSO in the house. So Knights Templar on Rocky River. This is a bit of a weird map, guys. Like, there's a map that we use in tournament play called Dry River that's actually really good for Knights Templar. If you guys remember Dry River, it's the one that has got 6 ponds and a lot of fish in each of them. I think it's 4. On this map, Knights Templar kind of feels a bit sucky by comparison. There's only 2 fish in each pond. So although it can be decent, it's not this absurd ramp up that feels good overall. And I think CSO seems to agree because we've got him rushing into Feudal Agent. Huh? Principality of Antioch. Who wants axe throwers? Alright, this is a game that's already going to entertain. If you've not seen Faye Chan's gameplay before, you should prep yourself. You should seatbelt in. It's going to be wild. On the other side, Knights Templar, 2TC Antioch. Yeah, this is going to be a long game, isn't it? I mean, when you go 2TC, I don't know if you're really planning to max axe throws out. And if you're not, like, the only other reason why you do Antioch is you get that 10% damage buff to all melee units. Which feels really good later in the game, because remember, Elite Army Tactics and Imperial Age Unitech is 20% buff. 10% feels like a lot. And I wonder, is this just Pro Scouts on the other side? It looks like it. So 2TC versus Pro Scouts at that. Let's hit the 2x just for the early game here. As it feels like this is not going to be an aggro-driven opening, more a macro-driven one. Yeah, please get that last little bit of stone. Thank you very much. And TC drop on what? Like the deer could be pretty cool here. Yeah, that's exactly where he's going to slap the bad boy. Really out there in the middle of the map and also in range of the boar. So a lot of value on this screen for CSO with the 2TC Knights Templar build. If this is mass Templar brothers who know it's CSO for sure, I mean, that's like the guaranteed factor, right? That's the undeniable detail we're looking for. Wait, Faye's mirroring now. Okay, so she overgathered gold then. She's gone Barbican, but it doesn't make up the fact she's sitting on 209. She can still stick that into things like wheelbarrow. So I think she just scouted it. And she's like, wait a second. Are we really doing that? Like, you really want to do this against China? The best 2TC Civ in the game? She could also mirror just moving out over here on the deer. Yeah, because like there's not much threat to you, right? Like your opponent went 2TC, so he can't rush aggro opening, and even if he did, he's not going to arrange thing like axe throws, so it's going to get in place in time. More likely, is Faye just plays it a little bit tight, because China usually just plays 2TC in their base. ABBA would have something to say about that? I don't know, man. I've seen enough Chinese ABBA games to tell you that ABBA loses the Chinese TC war every time. Except for that one time where like the Chinese player screws up and builds too many TCs. It's just very, very hard to actually like beat China in terms of eco tempo, let alone military quality. Also, you've chosen like one of the worst times in the history of AE4 to back an Abbasid pick, Lamau. So Pilgrim's coming through already. He's just slotting the greed full. And there's the ball pull as well. Faye, yeah, he's just going to be 2TC in the base standard. I think I just love how it makes the map pretty off-screen as well. So I guess it's just FC on both sides then. I'm kind of glad we're sticking to 2x speed. What do you guys think we're getting from Knights Templar, though? Angevin? Angevin would be very interesting because China might try to open up. Actually, then again, nah, dude. Like, just go Pilgrims. Get more Pilgrims. And Faye, no. Faye. What? Free TC song with 500 food income. You don't have that much food. Remember, free TC song, that's 600 food a minute. She actually needs more food right now. There you go. She rushes more on now. But that means she's running out of a finite resource fast, right? Because she's got sheep in... What? Faye, this... They're both doing it. Oh, why did I click on this game? This is going to be absurd. I said it was going to be a macro game. I just don't think I was ready for how much of a macro game it was going to be. All right, if you guys had plans somewhere to be, cancel your plans. You're not leaving. Nobody walls like this anymore. It's so hard to do. It's so expensive. I think it's going to fail for her. The Templar brother just got queued up. First one's on the way, and there's a giant gap still. Yeah, he'll be able to ride in. But this confirms it, right? This is definitely CSO. I mean, who else would 2TC, Mass Pilgrim, Genoa into Mass Templar with melee tech? With melee tech, by the way. Not with the production speed and the savings on gold. No, he just wanted the extra damage. It's kind of crazy when you think about the value of Antioch. Like, it is like getting 2 blacksmith decks for free. Oh, 2.5, really. And remember, it's percentile, so that's going to scale even better in the late game. And he's already going castles. Oh, come on. Well, the Templars are going to get pinched. It's going to cost Faye some villages, but guys, chill. I think Faye can afford to lose some villages here. Like, call me crazy, but she looks like she might have enough economy that she's not going to care. I mean, this is just bodying in for kills now, isn't it? But the weird part is, like, when I look at the Chinese eco count, it's just going up. The idle time could matter, though. I mean, remember, Faye is also still an age behind. And let's be real, we know that this player is getting CSO what he really, secretly, deeply wants deep down. Not far off that first fortress. Relics is also now on the agenda. So, picking them up with the monks. Wall is going to complete. So Faye, with this many spearmen, can finally insulate herself. And that has also denied 2 relics away from CSO. Textiles? Why would you textiles? If you textiles, you're producing less villagers. So stupid. What is this income? I mean, she can't just straight up imp. She's going to need to think about farms first, right? But she's got way too much gold now. 1,500. You know, just your standard American Federal Reserves, really. The Force Fortress is there. Soon to be the second. Yeah, and I mean, this is the idea, right? Like, Phase Eco is going to spike up quicker, but CSO's is going to have a very high peak off of the gold, especially because he went for the Genoese option. So he'll be able to, in terms of passive gold, he'll be able to accumulate 1.69k gold a minute passively. Knights are trying to break in. Good repairs here from Faye, but he's going to lose us some workers. Has bought time for the spearmen to ride, but that is not... I don't think that's the fight you want with spears. Templar brothers should be able to just reap them. Relics from CSO have been a little bit slow to come in, but they're finally going to be there. So free relic split. He's opening up the way to a potential fourth, but with Faye having some more villages nearby, as well as potential emplacements, it's probably going to be very hard to break that. Oh, wow, the villages. Wait, could he just... You just drop... Yeah, I was about to say, you just drop here. Fortress coming in. That's sick. It means she can't get the relic. And he has a huge stone vein, just a little bit out of reach as well, so he can keep expanding. All right, this is a funky game. It's not often you watch a Knights Templar player drop the first two keeps on complete opposite sides of the map. And the stone walls. Oh, wait, but she's abandoned the relic. No. I mean, she has no choice. She's not going to get it up, though. Yeah, she got caught off guard by that. So Fortress drop a success. Opening is coming in. That could push you off the board, but I think the board's at least been like half tapped. The D is mostly gone as well. What Faye really, really needs is farms. Quite soon, actually. I feel like she's exhausting resources way too fast because of this free TC song strategy. Can we gamble on how many keeps we see? We got a mod to sort those gambers. How many castles max on the map at once? Yeah, predictions only allow 2 options, right? Which kind of sucks. 8 or less. More than. Actually, let's do 9 or less. More than 9. I need to gamble more. I need mods to actually handle that. You ever notice how Philly comes in and moans to have more like things to do? And he's like, he has one job, and that's to be a proficient NA pro. And he hasn't even mastered it. But then he wants us to do like 15 different things. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you make the gamba then. No. Fat Blop, you can make the gamba. I'll delete it. Go. Thank you, Fat Blop. Go. If you know how to set up more options, I saw them blurred out. Anyway, we've got mass spears. I really feel like I'm watching a Chinese game now. Like, this is without a doubt. Like, I was pretty sure this was CSO, but now you cannot refute it. And he's gone for Kingdom of Poland. Like, if you just extrapolate the details, like, Rush Castle, built loads of knights, rushed Kingdom Poland. Like, there's no doubt about it in your mind, right? It's very obvious who it is. Full stop. Oh my god. I like how we don't even care about predicting who's going to win this. It's just important we know how many castles there are. Because we're up to, what, 3 so far? Nice little counter there to make it easy. Now the farms for Faye. So she's setting up to go into Imperial. It's just crazy the timing he found here, man. But he tapped the resources on the map, didn't he? That was the big difference. Look at that. White capes into red. Letting you know they're just that much cooler. Oh, God. And the Pilgrim count already up to 5. Has he got the treasure towers on the mind? I imagine so. Yeah, of course he's already got treasure towers. Treasure towers with 4 relics, by the way. Don't forget that important detail. I mean, they're generating a lot more. He gets 20% more off of relics, 20% off of the sacred sites when they're in range of fortresses, and 20% more gold from the pilgrims, which means, I hope you like big numbers that begin with 2, 203 gold. Guy just dropped off 1,000 gold. Every minute. Passively. He's only halfway to what he can achieve. Yeah, I'm not making this up. You can get 2,000 plus passive gold a minute. Well, not passive, you know, bonus via the pilgrims. Yeah, you'd think these guys would move slower. Like, that little satchel doesn't really look big enough. Looks like he's got his packed lunch in there, not a 200 gold. Oh my god, what a game. This is the type of game that takes time to set up. You know it's going to be absurd once we get there. Another fortress. He did lose one, by the way. This crumbled. Remember, it's the maximum he achieves, so if someone feels scammed when it's like a certain count, and they're like, wait, but we saw this. No, it's like, how high can he get this number? You guys ever consider the thought that maybe pilgrims are actually automatons made of gold? That would explain how they carry so much. They just arrive there and they get cracked over the head. And now we have the Schlachter cavalry. Schlachter cavalry is kind of scary here for Chinese with this comp. Remember, spearmen are light infantry, and you get a lot of bonus against light infantry. And remember, Schlachter cost a lot of gold, which you can afford. The food is the thing that's going to be a question mark for him. Yeah, this first fight is great. I mean, Faye, wait, why is she prepping Spriggles? Eh? Faye? The please don't hurt me walls in this game is hurting me. You know what hurts me deeper? She'll get this wall up. I can already sense it. I can't, man, this game. Why did I click on this? Yeah, you don't really tend to build Spriggles to counter the knights. Now you might be like, you're trying to justify it's like, but she's probably anticipating that they'll switch into something that Spriggles counter. Not if she knows it's CSO. She should know better than that. CSO will do everything and anything within his power to only play knights. I swear, CSO in his spare time watches My Little Pony from start to finish on repeat. He's bathed in the pony. He lives and dies by the pony. When you watch a CSO game and you see him build something that isn't knights, you question whether someone else has hacked his account, okay? Faye with the spears, though. It's like trying to herd sheep here. Oh, wow. Yeah, big mistake. CSO, he actually turned around for the fight there. Realized the error of his ways. Will retreat now. You can shoot behind... I mean, true, but they can't shoot behind stone walls. The spring walls are kind of worthless, aren't they? I won't let you have this win. All right, fortress count now up to 4. We're going up on the count. 5. This is the stupidity of like the fortress spam. It snowballs so quickly out of nowhere. Like the first one is the hardest. Second one's a little bit of a challenge, but then it's just like, oh wow, every other minute there's another fortress. And another one. And another one. And oh, wow, look at that, another one. He's even got the iron clamps to make sure that the bombards can't take him down easily once Faye reaches him, which is about to happen. Great Wall Gatehouse down the way. And she actually builds it like a Great Wall Gatehouse. Yo, can pro players take note of the person who doesn't even play in the pro lobbies and tournaments? This is how it's meant to be built. It's a gate. Stop building it on your farms. Some cowardly tactics. We respect the Faye way. Fortress drop coming in. Spriggles could actually snipe these workers. Nested bees as well. That's good scatter damage. The fortress is going to go up. It's definitely going to cost him some workers. Yeah, he realizes it now. He pulls away. But that count's going to keep going up for the Gamba, folks. Oh, no. Any less than 11 fortresses, and I'm disappointed. Great Wall Gatehouse. That has the range, maybe, to stop the villagers from gathering? I think it's going to be tight. Wait, no. Does it count if you don't finish it? Well, no, because, like, it won't count there. Oops. Okay, how long before he realizes? Interesting thought. Does iron clamps work on fortresses before they're complete? I think it does. Wait, so what was the predickies? Let's see. Okay, so we went for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, or 12 or more. Most people gambled at 5. Second highest gamble was 7. And you guys are so light on the count. Like, dog, do you realize who we're watching here? Have you forgotten how the first 15 minutes of this game played out? I would be shocked if there's less than 10 keeps on this map. And Faye's not really in a rush to stop them either. And for the first time ever, I think we saw this once at the end of a game when it didn't matter. But this game isn't over yet. We have l'autre de change. So remember, this is the one that loans you a lot of food. And you have to pay back gold, right? That's an interesting solution to his food issue, because gold is forever, right? Like, the food income, though, surely he's fine. Like, he's already at 3,000 food income. I don't even know if he needed this. Fortress being knocked out. And wait. Oh, that's kind of sick. No, that's disgusting, actually. That's actually Gigabrain. The trebuchet emplacement can take out the Great Wall Gatehouse. That is so sick. Slasher charging in the meantime. Remember, he has got that bludgeoning attack to slow down the attack speed of the Spearman, so definitely able to just push his way through. Spearman, I don't believe have EAT. Okay, they do have EAT. It just doesn't matter. They get melted that fast. The trebuchet is packed up. It's ready to roll. What a cool idea. Starts to knock into it. Oh my god. And he's even got this coming through. The counterweight defenses. This is a unique tech. We very rarely see it. It gives a 50% increase to trebuchet's potential damage. I say potential because it's an extra projectile that could technically miss. And yes, to clarify for people, you can build more fortresses. You'll be capped at a total of 10 pilgrims, which means you only need 8 fortresses to max out if you have the sanctuary and safe passage decks. But once again, why stop there? If you could just build more castles and build more trebuchets and then siege harder. This is actually really cool. The Great Wall Gatehouse is in trouble as well because Faye isn't running villagers through to repair from the other side. So it's gradually being brought down, but I think the guarantee is going to be second treb plus the counterweight defenses. The bombards got scared away when he needs them most. He's even going geometry. Okay, geometry is also sick when you think about it, right? Because you get the extra projectile, which means instead of like being 50% increase, you know, for geometry it's almost like a 30% increase. It's pretty cool. So this is what would have happened if the Knights Templar were made to be the trading company for the Chinese colonies. Now we know. Alright, Schlachter. It's a lot of spears this time. And you're probably wondering, why wouldn't he just build bombards? It's not because he's scared of the Great Wall Gatehouse range, just because you can't, remember. Knights Templar, they are allergic to guns. They think they're dishonorable. Even the Venetians wouldn't loan them some guns. They'd only give them some trebuchets. And this is ridiculous. Like, he's going to break it. The Great Wall Gatehouse, it's down! Landmark gone! Schlachter, have to man the defense. It's still only Knights! Castle's on fire now, but you can actually try to use these trebs to actually snipe out the bombards. He's not doing it, though. He just keeps on oppressing the Great Wall Gatehouse. The Schlachter, they're breaking it. Fortress down. Spearmen are going to have to back up, though, so the bombards achieve their objective. Congrats, firm handshakes, but I'm pretty sure this guy can just build another one. Oops. Be a shame if there was all these large stone veins that CSO has control over. Now, the one good news is the Great Wall Gatehouse, for some reason, is a scam. It's been broken, but you can't get through it, right? So he actually needs to break this gate. He's working on it now. Schlachter keep pressing. He's holding a steady count of 30. And that's going to be the 6th fortress now online, folks. We've got more to build. But for the time being, the gold has to be allocated into all of the additional cavalry boys. He's breaking a look at the count. 20 Spearman to 27 Schlachter. She doesn't have enough. And the walls are failing her. And another fortress! No rebuild on the Great Wall Gatehouse now. No way of stopping the Schlachter. Wait, what? Huh? Did they just... How? What? They just shot through the wall? They literally had this tiny angle here for the Great Wall Gatehouse. What the hell? Oh my god, that's so ridiculous. I cannot believe that. I can't believe that worked from the angling. I mean, like, look at where it is. Where's the angle? It doesn't make sense. Ridiculous. It just put a stopper on the plan there. Fade pulling more villages to try and repair it now. The Spearman will hold the choke point. He needed more walls broken to get this around. Schlachter just not able to spread their lines and get the kill force. Another fortress is going to be coming in somewhere more safe than this. Triple, make it quadruple bombard is going to move in. So everyone right now, dude, the amount of people like, yeah, it's got to be this many fortresses. Stop building more. Stop building more. Stop losing more. Oh, dear, oh dear. It's not going to hit the 7. Another castle hits the dirt. I mean, the Schlachter count is looking good again, though. And once again, you know, he's got huge reserves of gold. It's just the food that needs to be fixed. Clock Tower Bombard's just a little bit too difficult to snipe, I'm afraid. Even with the triple shot. Yes, I know, CSO. She cannot rebuild the Great Wall Gatehouse. Thank you. Hey, do you guys like gold? I mean, we've seen that fight in the center plenty, right? Like, I think what you guys really want to watch is the gold. What's that gold number? Just the trick, the kind of chinking of coins in the pocket. Ching, 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 ding, 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 ding. Money. 2 more fortresses coming. Wait, is everyone going to be wrong? Is it going to be 8? 9? I mean, you might as well just build extra castles, right? In case you lose them. Yeah, it turns out trebuchets are not very good at sniping bombards. Yeah, this is something that kind of makes Knights Templar sucky in the late game, isn't it? Other civs can play bombards to counter siege, but you actually can't. Trebs suck at countering siege. A bombard is going to do 55 base and guarantee a hit. You do 30 damage across 3 hits, right? So that's 90 damage total, but like, you're not guaranteed to hit is the problem. Your attack speed is also a lot worse. Sure, you have more range, but the range is usually less important. 8 castles now up, folks. Soon down to 7. He's almost killed 1 bombard. Ooh. Finally, he actually uses the cavalry. He had plenty here. Schlachter right in. The bombards will be pushed away, and the count will remain strong at 8. Look at the number at the end of the game or the highest. It's at the end of the game, which is why how many will KT have. So what matters is how many he finishes on. Which means that you guys kind of got KEKW'd into quite the gamba, because if he loses the game, he probably has no fortresses left. Do I be kinder and say maximum keeps? Nah. Maybe next time we'll do max keeps. And you on Dicey now, yeah. Faye needs it. The spim. Oh my dig. Ambitious. Lukewarm oil does somewhat hurt. I mean, I'll leave it to Faplop to decide actually, because he typed out the question. I didn't type out the question on this one. So it depends on what the questionnaire said in full when you went to type it in. Schlachter. Weird place to fight. He's not even in the boiling oil range. I am going to ask the most simple and important question. Are you guys going to build a different unit? Like, I would really, really like to see... Actually, no, I wouldn't. Let's just keep going. He's almost got more Schlachter than the Spears. The problem for Faye is, like, if he ever reaches maximum Schlachter, she just dies. One Spear will never beat one Schlachter. Ever. I mean, like, one Knight can beat one Spearman, right? But Schlachter are, like, an extreme version of that. Good fight here for her, at least. But that's because he's in. Yep, got through before they were able to rebuild. The Bombards. She better sneak away. And why do I see 5 Rule of Templars? What? UI bugs? UI bugs? Hello? You guys saw that, right? He had Rule of Templars queued up 5 times. And yeah, it's kind of well known Schlachter are a little bit too strong right now. Remember, they even got nerfed in the last patch for that reason. But the tricky part that really makes these guys look broken is you have to remember that CSO, he got Antioch at the start, which we never see it. We always see French. And that meant that you got a 10% buffer on a unit that already has over 30 damage base. That's 3 blacksmith levels extra for free. Pretty damn good. Hand cannons are pretty good against Schlachter. Oh, honey boo boo. How to tell you? They're actually not. They're really not. So, Schlachter for a start have so much ranged armor, they mitigate about 1/3 of hand cannons damage. And then to make matters worse, hand cannons are also light infantry, so they get +8 against them. So another castle down. We're down to 7 now. Slash the cat. Wait. He's adding in crossbows. No. Okay, this isn't CSO, guys. It's clearly a different Chinese player. He made a different unit. Going back up to 8 fortresses. I think he's at least going to try to maintain 8 just for the maximum gold. I can't believe he switched. Crossbows. Japan Spears shred them? Oh, I don't know about that. We'd have to see. I mean, sure, like, mathematically on cost, right? But, like, if KT just can afford it. Because the thing is, like, you know, comparing Japan to what China's doing here, like, how do you so easily get to the phase that China got to here comparatively with Japan? I think Japan would struggle to get this far up. They'll run out of wood. This map usually has a lot of... Oh, no, it doesn't. Wait. so what do you build when you run out of wood? Because you can't even trade for wood. Like, you actually need Spearman is probably your best bet here. I don't think she's wrong in what she's doing. Oh, God. Like, everything that she's trying to use to solve requires wood. You're right. Like, she's going to run out of resources. This is brutal. You've been in this game almost 40 minutes. I mean, the crazy part is I actually don't think you even needed to switch to crossbowman to win this. But for the choke point fights, makes sense. House Guard, I mean, sure, finally you wouldn't take the bonus 8 damage. You just take a lot of damage anyway. I don't think Palace Guard works better than Spearman here. You'd be, what? Cutting your damage down by 2/3? We do have the Great Wall Gatehouse back online. But Trebuchets are in play again. On top of that, we've got the Templar Brothers. Remember, these guys have got Rule of Templars, so there's a really big charge hit at the start of the fights. Kind of curious as to why he wanted to go back to this over Schlachter. Schlachter just feels better. I mean, health-wise even, just not really tankier with Templar Brothers. Yeah, like, the charge idea is cool, but remember, how are you ever going to charge mass spears? That's the question you've got to ask. You shouldn't really be able to. So, death to Poland, apparently, and life into the old order. Actually, I think he's just going to keep, like, a 50-50 composition. Templar Brothers have a really wild scaling point, by the way, because of the Rule of Templars with the damage buff from Polish Fortitude. So you get 50% more charge damage. So every single charging knight is worth 3 damage extra, not 2. Now, you're probably asking the question, why did he switch like Phil his bow is? There's a very easy and simple reason, guys. What is CSO's favorite civ to play? It's French, right? What does this comp look like? He's bringing it home, baby. Knights Templar, French for a variant civ. And he's playing them to their purest form. We've got poor man's Arbitrier with poor man's Royal Knights. Treb should be able to deal with the nested bees and placements. Great Wall Gatehouse about to go down. And Faye, is she out of wood now? I think she is almost. Yeah, final trees being chopped down over here. It's a pyrotechnic switch. Oh boy, and he's going back to Schlachter again. I wonder if like switching from Schlachter to Templar Brothers just actually bought him the extra resource room to build a reserve. Because Schlachter are going to cost you 300, Templar Brother only 260. Doesn't sound like a lot, but when you're spamming like 30, 40 of them. The Trebs may have got ahead of themselves here. Whoops. We'll get the final volley out. Great Wall Gatehouse barely holding on. Yeah, that was a bit of a miss micro there. CSO thought he'd already dealt with it. In fact, ooh. Okay, he gets it down just in time there. Only 1 Treb left. Queues up 3 more. Wait. He's actually now truly trying to play French. He's adding in Genoese crossbowmen. There you go, guys. The closest you can get to Arbitrier, I guess. I mean, it is going to be good against the pass guard. How is Genoese crossbowman related to French? There was only like 1 country between them. Savoy, hello. Learn your geography. But also, it's like, you know, you technically, it's a premium crossbow, so it's the closest you can get to Arbitrier. By the way, something to not be slept on here. Let's not forget about Chronoquins. That was actually cool. I almost forgot about it. Knights Templar have a unique tech. You can see there. It gives you more range and more damage. So you do kind of have an Arbitrier. Yeah, 5.5 tower range. Extra 2 damage in there. Working wonders against this Palace Guard play. And I don't want to talk about the Grenadiers. I refuse to acknowledge the Grenadiers. They don't exist. Okay, they won't exist for long in this game because the breakthrough is coming in. There's still cavalry alive getting in here. The nested bees on the side is a problem. Wait, why is this one attacking? Wait, what? What? Guys, that's not meant to happen. Okay. Because she definitely had it go down to 0, didn't she? Or was it holding on 1 HP the whole time? Was that a bug? Yeah, it definitely died, right? Because we saw it get struck down by the final hit. But then one of the nested bees emplacements didn't disappear. Was it literally 1 HP? Okay, that's absurd. But if it was, why was the other nested bees never there? All right, this is definitely a bug visually, if nothing else. Anyway, back to the choke point fight. Handgunners are holding on for the moment. I think this is going to sound really weird to say, but the Great Bombards are actually a great tank. Yeah, they got 435 HP. They actually take quite a lot of effort to kill compared to other things here. Military size has evened up. We are locked at 8 fortresses. And we've got Brigandines coming in. Okay. Is this... Wait, does this work? I mean, you're horsemaning into spears is the only thing. But I guess you do have, like, the crossbows to clear the way, maybe? Just feels like he's having a good time going through everything possible. Yeah, because, like, that's the thing. We don't usually see Knights Templar at this stage in the game. They have so many unique university techs. They're pretty cool. Brigandines. We saw, like, the extra trebuchet shot was another one. The Chronoquin bolts. Really cool. Well, this has been a wild game. But I do believe Faye is reaching inevitability point because even just the idea of doing like mass PG and hand cannoneers, you need gold. And she's going to have to start thinking about trade, but like trade's going to cost her wood. It always comes back to wood, doesn't it? Maybe I'm more of a woodpecker than a pigeon. Horseman? Well, they are sneaking in, weirdly enough. Extra armor helping out a little bit, but the clock tower nature of things makes it problematic. Yeah, okay, so I understand why he's doing it now. Like, CSO had to do this. Remember what we said earlier? That this Civ doesn't have any siege that can snipe siege. His trebs kind of suck. So, like, what did he do? Instead, he built the only thing he could think to here. Horseman. So well played. Faye, she will be able to push him back. A horseman is not sustainable long-term. That's going to cost wood, but, I mean, he has so much wood. Like, it's actually kind of ridiculous how little wood he's used this game. It's kind of funny how just spamming infinite Schlachter cavalry with Pilgrim Gold does that. Ooh. Okay, maybe I spoke too soon. He will have a siege answer. Mangoes won't be able to outrange bombards, but, like, at least it gives you something, right? With the adjustable crossbars, you got up to 9. I mean, does they actually have an answer to mangoes in mass, though, is what I'm wondering. Like, the bombards can snipe them out one by one, but, like, let's say you reveal 6 mangoes. I guess you should be able to somewhat dodge, rather. Then again, no, you can't. I just realized she got rid of Yuan. She went Ming. I mean, she has almost got 300 HP power scar, but that means no mobility to dodge the incoming mangoes. And there is the precursor. That one mango shot going, hey, just so you know, this is what's coming. Maybe an overextension fade. Looks to get back behind the walls. The Great Wall Gatehouse has not been fully repaired yet. Soon. I don't think she's going to trade. I think she's just kind of locked in now. Spears plus hand cannoneers. Now, remember, the interesting thing actually about the Kranikun's tech is it means it gives you the same range of hand cannoneers. Sure, they're better than you, but, like, at least you're able to get shots out in exchange. Good mass building for Faye. Gonna keep on pressing. Why doesn't he just go back to Schlachter cavalry? I guess he just fears the spearman count is too high now. Schlachter plus mangoes, though, I think is your final form. If you get enough time to build Schlachter plus mangoes, I don't think Faye can beat that. Because the mangoes will keep the hand cannoneers away. The Schlachter also just won't die to the hand cannoneers. Spears can be cleared by mangoes, etc. And, oh my god, dude, we were right. He's doing it. Look at it. Mango plus Schlachter. Horsemen to wrap around. They're going to actually find the tree workers in the center of the map. She's out. Like, there's literally, like, what, maybe in her own territory, 10 trees straggler all around? Oh, god. And by the way, if you have any doubts about how good this game is, Schlachter, we had a game between Dumu and Numadan, a crazy game in the EGC Master Summons, where even though he's against Ottomans, he still just built Schlachter. Ottomans that are meant to be the perfect anti-cavalry civ. And this was pre-nerf, by the way, when they were even better on the Janissaries. He still didn't care. They're so powerful, so pop efficient. Now this wrap around the back. The horsemen are going to just bog him down on the spot. Mango shot coming in. Big hit there. It's only one mango so far, but it's not being sniped. No, everything else is being targeted down. He's just trying to body this fight. All of a sudden, now triple mango. They're on the way to the front side. Wood has just ran out. Faye, if she loses this siege here, she has no ability to rebuild them. No, 150 wood income a minute is just not going to cut it. And the horsemen are going to cut them down. They get in. The cavalry reigns supreme. And the push is now on. Nesta Bees just not really doing enough anymore. They get sniped. Bombards need to retreat, which means mangoes no longer get counted. Faye, it has to break off. She has to get back behind the walls and needs to be fast about it because the horsemen just keep on slithering in. She's got a second wave behind this. She looks like she's posturing to stand her ground. Yeah, she's doing all of this over these trees. I mean, honestly, you could snapshot this and say this game was decided by this area here. Everyone's going to think it's Great Wall Gatehouse as the fortress, but it's actually going to be the trees. Okay, we'll at least get a good flurry out of the nest of bees. Only 2 remaining now, though. The front line is also gone. Like, she can't afford really anything. The Spearman, no, no, no. Palace Guard, if you want hand cannoniers, good luck with that gold. She's broke. And about to be broken here. Meanwhile, in the Kingdom of the Knights, the Templary boys, look at that food and gold! Almost 5,000 food income a minute. With 97 food workers. And the gold, he only has 6 gold workers. The rest is just pilgrims, relics, the whole kit and caboodle. 16 more Schlachter on the way. Right now, did one person, I think one person gambled for 8 keeps. They're rubbing their hands together like an eager beaver. They just found a full line of trees that they can turn into a dam. Right. She did at least get the wood. Well, actually, that's not true. She left 200, 300, 350, 400. 400 wood here. She might end up leaving an army dead. Mangoes, they're in range now. And she's standing her ground. Great Wall Gatehouse being rushed up, but... I mean, after that, it's just a siege down, right? She's got nothing left. She's been picked to the bone. Food is great, but the other resources are going to be the stopper. And that's going to put a stop to the plan. GG comes in. CSO ends the game as he tried to see it through constantly with the good old cavalry spam. It'll be a slow game to get started, but let me know what you think, guys. Crazy late game. Did you realize just what Templars were really capable of at this stage? Oh my god. Yo, everyone calls like Lancaster Demon Civ, but for realsy. I think the number was 7. I'm pretty sure it was 8, right? Was it 8, Fablop? He was ready to pull the trigger. I'm pretty sure it was 8 in the end. Ultimate middle map showdown. Maybe, yeah. Dude who won 50k points isn't even in the chat anymore. Seeing keyboard is like watching KB stuck in prison. I'm actually fine with it. The only thing I'm like getting used to is I sometimes hit the Windows key instead of Alt. But like, I've had other keyboards where that happens. Laptop keyboard's fine, dude. I've been able to do all my stuff and play games as well. Philly, you're always so snobbish about things. But didn't we go over this already? You criticize the keyboard, but like, it's serving my purposes. If keyboard was all that mattered, and you've gone out and bought like one of these artisan like $1,000 keyboards, and it's not ringing you well, was it really worth it? Did I miss someone atting me earlier in chat? I think I did. Hey, I normally love your casts of AoE4 games. Uh-oh. And always look forward to you casting hype games I want to watch. Yet there was a game I thought the casting felt quite off. So I wanted to ask whether it'd be okay if I give some feedback regarding that game. Alright, you've got me curious now. Don't know if he's still here. Sure. Shoot. The keyboard ain't getting you to gold free. You watch now. If we reach like 750 average, like, you know what? Like, yeah. We'll do the 750 average, like, Road to Conk on normal keyboard. And then if we hit like 1k average across a month plus, we'll do the Road to Conk on this keyboard. And you'll eat your words. More about they feel... Yeah. Like, mouse and keyboards are specific to users. Like, remember talking this about someone, like, he entered like a local tournament where people had like, $300 keyboards and mice. And he had like old Windows 98 stuff. And he won the whole thing. Oh, it's broken. Go give it to Mummy. Good girl. Yeah, she'll fix it. Oh, I don't think he's still here. I'm curious though. I mean, I'm always willing to listen, but like the element I always said as well is like as a tip to other upcoming casters, you do have to like temper the things. Like it's always good to hear what people have to say, but also like someone I learned very early on is like you should focus on taking feedback from people you respect. No offense to him, but like it's someone I don't know in the chat. I would be curious what he's referring to though, to see if I can actually shine a light on what he thinks the concern is and what it isn't. It's almost like having to like remember we had this argument with Core about like acronyms. Like this isn't very inviting to new players. Like, dude, like esports filter through is smaller anyway, and you actually there's multiple reasons why you can use acronyms and it can work. But like in that example, I explain it so that people understand. And Core still decides to be a shitter, trying to argue the other way. But yeah. Can I do 30 push-ups? Maybe. Probably. Be off screen though. Because I haven't got the camera set up. Second camera is capturing this beautiful laptop. By the way, guys, exclamation mark PCS if you want to check this out yourself. You can even look down in the panel. I have added the specific make, even a link to go straight across on their website. This has been a blast. I've been having fun with this. I've been impressed, man. I think the first thing as well that really stood out to me wasn't just the performance. It was the color on the screen because there's mini LEDs. And I came from IPS, and I noticed the difference. You definitely pay a lot for that on this laptop, but if you want full bells and whistles, go for it. PC specialists also do make full standalone PCs like the one I got on my side. They also make all-in-one PCs, so they can actually facilitate all your needs. If you use code PIGEON, you'll also get 30 quid off your order. But go check them out, see what you think. I've been loving this laptop though. This has been brilliant. 5090 in this. We've got the 16-core AMD processor, the latest one. Mini LED better than IPS? Most definitely. Most definitely. So mini LED and OLED are a bit different in what they do. OLED is better at capturing true blacks, whereas mini LED is better for color vibrancy. Is meant to be the idea. Mini LED tends to have a lot higher illumination levels than OLED. Some people get really defensive if they get feedback and there's no reason sometimes. Got to be open to it. I mean, it's like you're always looking to improve, right? But I think like I've had it before where someone's given me feedback or whatever, and we've like peeled back what was being said. And then the counter argument you get is like, you're so defensive. It's like, no, I'm just dissecting what you're saying. You know who like just hears feedback and then just does it that way? Sheeple, right? Like, it's fine to dive into whether someone's right or wrong. But so, like the whole idea that some people are defensive, then some people don't like it when you like force them to be defensive in return, if that makes sense. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy at that stage. But like it's important to be open to improving. Like I'm always looking to improve. Even after 7 years of doing this. But you also have to temper it logically. Sometimes feedback is an opinion that's garbage. Exactly. And that's why I've said like in my career, it more often makes sense to only take feedback primarily from people you respect. I had to learn that very early on because when I started in Dota 2, and like in Dota 2 it was weird because like my very first cast, my very first event, the feedback on Reddit loved me, and then Reddit hated me very quickly afterwards. And I like took it really to heart and listened to, just call them what they are, idiots with opinions way too much. And it like ate away at me, and I kept getting super big imposter syndrome because I didn't have my identity of who I was as a caster and as a person. So I read into it too much. And then I remember someone told me, I can't remember who it was, like only take opinions from people you respect, and it really stuck in me. It's like it makes sense, you know? Like if you want to learn how to make a rocket, are you gonna go listen to like Bob down on the corner of the street? Or are you gonna go talk to someone who's like a NASA scientist, right? It's that type of thing. And also with casting, the other really important thing is a lot of it's subjective. Like some people consider good casting to be yelling into the microphone 100% of the time as loudly as you can. Spoiler alert, it's not. Yeah, and then like other people consider good casting to being just making a million jokes. Or other people consider good casting to be talking about the game and only talking about the game, even when the game has nothing to talk about because it's like a boring snooze fest because everyone went multi-TC, right? So like, it's always going to be subjective. And something I learned a long time ago, which was really hard as a perfectionist, is that you cannot entertain everyone. You can't make everyone happy. You have to choose, right? I think I've talked about on this channel before the concept of niches. Like, niches are not bad. Understanding your niche is understanding your applicable market. Niche makes something sound small, but a niche can be huge, right? Like Eminem, people that listen to Eminem, he has a niche. His niche is millions large. People who like Game of Thrones. Actually, that's not a good example. There's a cast player in Doa that apparently a lot of people like, but I don't because they're just jokesters. I think I shrug when they are. You're probably thinking of Cinder and Suns fan. I think they're brilliant for what they do. Like, Cinder and Suns fan are, I'm sure they won't mind me saying, they're not the type of people I'd want to see on, like, a grand finals. And I don't mean that in a nasty way. It's not that they couldn't. It's that their approach to casting is more focused on just having a lot of fun, right? Being very pedantic towards each other, sarcastic, etc. It's incredibly entertaining. But there's times and places, like, you know, I think they have done some grand finals and they've done decent jobs at it, right? But, like, I think where they really have their strengths is leaning into almost like they are having a podcast while they're casting. And that can be very, very valuable. Like, if you think about it, that's what, like, actually Tasteless and Artos has done really well. What makes you happy? Community Game Friday? I don't know about that. I need to see if I can find some players to maybe do a show match tomorrow, actually. I also need to figure out whether I'm going to London this week. Someone pinged me about, like, an expo that I might need to attend. So I'm going to figure that out tonight, probably, and we'll see. It probably comes down to whether I have a place to stay. But if not, we'll have Thursday, Friday, etc. as normal. People play whole or niche their own? No, there's like a niche place in hell for them is what you mean. And thank you. Hell yeah. Looking forward to KPMM. If you guys haven't seen the exclamation mark announcement, we did talk about KPMM, the end of our 31-week circuit, and what's up next. So unbelievably hot here. Yeah, it's a little bit hot here. I'm thinking we might look to end. We've been live for like, what, 5.5 hours? Has it really been 5.5 hours? God damn. Yeah, we've been here a while. I guess we'll get ready to chill out. It's Monday anyway. I've got a bunch of things to sort. The last game from Faye was funny. Yeah, we got some good games today. We got like, what, 1, 2, 3? We either got like, sorry, no, we got 4 or 5 games, I think, that could all be upload worthy. 3 if I want to be really picky. But yeah. In that case, what I'll do for the YouTubers, I'll end the stream now. I'll see if I can fish some players to play a show match tomorrow. It's short notice, but maybe. It's better than just casting pub games. We kind of picked a lot of the other things dry, didn't we? But we'll see what we can come up with. So let me have a look and see who's live. I mean, we kind of got to give it to Faye, haven't we? She's been live for 14 hours. Jesus Christ. All right, YouTube, I'm going to end. I'll be back tomorrow about the same time as today, so make sure you tune in. Thank you very much. And you have a good evening. I'll see you all tomorrow. Make sure